What if Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood looked at the entire wizarding world and said, you know what this place needs? Less ministry drama and more gears? In this story, Harry and Luna don't defeat the old system with a wand fight. They build a steampunk magical empire so useful that pure-blood politics basically becomes outdated software. Shields in pocket watches, magic in copper discs, squibs turning gears, and the ministry having a full panic attack in paperwork form. I've divided this story into 7 chapters, so grab your tea, tighten your goggles, and let's see how Harry and Luna accidentally industrialize magic. And hey, subscribe before Luna invents a gear-powered nargle detector and the ministry tries to regulate your toaster.
The gear and the wand 6 months after Voldemort died, Harry Potter discovered that peace was not quiet. People had told him it would be. They had said it in soft voices, with careful hands on his shoulder, as though the war had been a storm and the world would now dry itself in sunlight. They had told him he could rest. They had told him he had earned it, but peace had sounds of its own. It sounded like reporters tapping on window glass with enchanted quills. It sounded like ministry officials clearing their throats before asking if Harry would attend another ceremony. It sounded like strangers crying when they saw him in Diagon Alley. And, most of all, it sounded like Grimmauld Place settling in the dark. The old Black House had never learned how to be peaceful. Even after Kreacher scrubbed the floors, polished the silver, and removed the worst of the family portraits, the place still creaked like it was keeping secrets in its bones. Pipes groaned behind the walls. Floorboards sighed under no visible weight. Somewhere in the upper rooms, a curtain would sometimes shift when no window was open. Harry had inherited the house, but it did not feel like his. It felt like Sirius's absence. That was why he avoided the lower floors for weeks, then months. Then one rainy November evening, Kreacher appeared beside the kitchen table while Harry was staring into a mug of untouched tea. "Master Harry has a letter," Kreacher croaked. Harry blinked. "From who?" "Gringotts, master." Harry took it reluctantly. The parchment was thick, expensive, and smelled faintly of iron and dust. The goblin script was precise enough to look like scratches made by a blade. He broke the seal. The message was short. The Black family secondary archive, previously under custodial bloodlock, had become accessible upon Harry James Potter's formal magical adulthood, inheritance consolidation, and post-war legal recognition as sole acting heir of the most ancient and noble House of Black. Harry read that sentence 3 times, then he looked at Kreacher. "There's another archive." Kreacher lowered his head. "Yes, Master Harry." Harry waited. Kreacher said nothing. "Kreacher," Harry said slowly, "were you planning to tell me?" The elf's ears drooped. Mistress Walburga forbade Kreacher from speaking of the lower archive unless the heir asked the proper question. "What proper question?" Kreacher looked miserable. "Master Harry did not ask if the house had anything hidden beneath the cellar." Harry closed his eyes. Of course. Of course that was how the Black family would organize its secrets. Not behind locks that could be picked, not behind curses that could be broken. Behind one smug little technicality, Harry stood up. "Show me." Kreacher's eyes widened. "Now, master?" "Yes, now." The house seemed to listen. The candles in the kitchen flickered as Kreacher led him down past the pantry, past the wine cellar, past a narrow brick passage Harry had never noticed because it had always looked like a shadow between 2 shelves. Kreacher touched a stone with one thin finger. Something clicked behind the wall. The bricks opened inward. A cold breath rolled up from below, not damp cellar cold, old cold, the kind that had been trapped somewhere too long. Harry lifted his wand. Lumos. White light spilled down a spiral staircase carved from black stone. Each step was etched with tiny silver runes, most worn nearly invisible. The air smelled of metal, dust, and something sharper that reminded him of lightning before a storm. Kreacher descended first, muttering under his breath. Harry followed. The staircase wound deeper than it should have. Grimmauld Place was tall and narrow, wedged between Muggle houses like an unpleasant thought. It had no business having foundations this deep. but magic had never cared much for architecture. At the bottom stood a door. It was not wooden. It was a sheet of dark brass, greened at the edges, covered in circles within circles. Tiny gears sat inside the carvings, motionless and black with age. In the center, instead of a keyhole, there was a shallow impression shaped like a human palm. Creature bowed. "The sealed archive, Master Harry?" "Locked since 1743. Harry stared at the door. "What happened in 1743? "Creature does not know, Master." That, more than anything, made Harry uneasy. Creature knew things no one wanted him to know. He knew old family scandals, secret passageways, which ancestors had poisoned which relatives at dinner, and the proper way to polish silver cursed to bite anyone unworthy. If Creature did not know, then someone had gone to great effort to make sure no one knew. Harry raised his hand, hesitated, then placed his palm against the metal. The brass warmed instantly. The gears shivered. A thin line of gold light traced the circles outward from Harry's hand. For a moment the entire door glowed like a mechanical sun, silent and patient. Then a voice spoke from nowhere. "Blood accepted. Intent," Harry swallowed. He had expected Parseltongue, maybe Latin, perhaps some dramatic black family nonsense about purity, not a question. "I'm Harry Potter," he said. The door did not move. Creature whispered, "Intent, Master." Harry looked at his own reflection in the dull brass. He looked tired, older than 18, younger than he felt. "I'm here to learn," he said. The gears turned, the door opened. Harry had expected darkness. Instead, light bloomed, not candlelight, not wand light. A soft, amber glow filled the chamber beyond, coming from glass orbs suspended in brass cages along the ceiling. They brightened one by one, reacting to his presence. The room was vast, impossible. It stretched farther than the width of the house, farther than the street above should have allowed. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling in long rows, packed with boxes, rolled charts, sealed jars, instruments, and stacks of leather-bound journals. Brass rails ran along the walls. Copper pipes vanished into the ceiling. On workbenches beneath dusty covers lay machines unlike anything Harry had ever seen. No, not machines, devices. That was the word his mind chose. A telescope with 7 lenses arranged like flower petals. A flat copper disc the size of a dinner plate, etched so heavily with runes it looked woven rather than carved. A clock with no hands, only rotating moon phases. A brass glove with fingertips made of smoky crystal. An astrolabe hung above the central table, slowly turning despite the dust gathered on its rings. Harry stepped inside. The air hummed faintly. Something here was still alive, not alive like a creature, alive like a memory that refused to fade. "Creature," Harry said quietly, "what is all this?" The elf shook his head, looking frightened and offended at the same time. "Useless things, Master. Old experiments. Mistress Walburga said the lower archive contained failures, shameful black failures, things not fit for proper wizarding study." Harry walked to the nearest table and lifted a cloth. Beneath it lay a half-assembled mechanism made of cold copper and glass. In the center sat a ring of interlocking gears no larger than fingernails, each carved with a rune so fine Harry had to lean close to see it. The moment his shadow fell over the device, one gear twitched. Harry stepped back. "Useless," he murmured. The word sounded absurd in that room. A shelf near the far wall caught his attention. Unlike the others, it had been sealed behind glass. Inside were 12 leather journals, each one bound in dark blue hide and clasped shut with tarnished silver. Above them, engraved into the shelf, was a name. Hesper Black. Harry did not know the name. That made it interesting. The Black family loved names. They repeated them, framed them, screamed them from portraits, burned them from tapestries when they became inconvenient. If Hesper Black had been removed from the family's proud history, Harry suspected she had done something worth knowing. He reached for the glass case. Creature gave a strangled squeak. "Master Harry must not." Harry's fingers brushed the latch. The glass vanished. Creature covered his face. Nothing exploded. That was encouraging. Harry took the first journal. The leather was warm. He opened it. The writing inside was not English, at least not entirely. Some words resembled Latin. Others looked like ancient runes. Between lines of script were sketches of discs, coils, wand cores, metal lattices, and strange diagrams of spell movement drawn as spirals rather than straight lines. Harry understood none of it, not one useful word. He almost laughed. After everything Horcruxes, Hallows, prophecies, wars here was a mystery that could not be solved by courage, instinct, or nearly dying. It required someone clever. Not Hermione clever, though Hermione would absolutely be needed eventually. This was different. Hermione saw rules and mastered them. This needed someone who could see a rule and ask who had invented it. Harry closed the journal. "I know who to bring." Creature looked up. "Master!" Harry was already turning toward the stairs. "Make tea tomorrow afternoon. Something strange." Creature blinked. "Strange, Master! Luna's coming." Luna Lovegood arrived the next day wearing a butter-yellow coat, mismatched gloves, and earrings shaped like tiny silver keys. She paused on the doorstep of Grimmauld Place and looked up at the invisible house with mild approval. "It looks less grumpy than last time," she said. Harry glanced at the peeling black door. "Does it? Oh yes, houses sulk when no one listens to them." The door opened before Harry touched the handle. Luna smiled. "See, better already." Creature had prepared tea exactly as instructed. Strange tea, apparently, meant mint, rosehip ginger, and something blue that made Harry's tongue buzz for 10 seconds after every sip. Luna drank 2 cups without comment. Harry waited until she had finished a biscuit shaped like a star before saying, "There's something under the house." Luna's eyes brightened. "Alive? No. Dead? I don't think so. Angry? Not yet. Then we should be all right." Harry let her down. He had expected Luna to react with surprise when the brick wall opened. She did not. She only removed a small notebook from her coat pocket and began sketching the hinge mechanism before they were fully through. At the brass door, she paused. "Oh," she said softly. Harry looked at her. "Oh, good or oh, bad? Oh, old." She stepped closer, not touching it. Her fingers hovered near the carved circles. "This isn't a curse door, it's a question door." "That's what it did yesterday." "What did it ask?" "Intent," Luna nodded seriously. "Much more polite than most doors." Harry placed his palm against the impression again. The door warmed. Blood accepted. "Intent," Luna tilted her head. Harry said, "to understand." The door opened. Luna went very still. For the first time since Harry had known her, she said nothing. The amber lights bloomed across the archive. Brass and copper gleamed beneath their dust. The astrolabe turned slowly above the central table, its rings whispering against one another like distant wings. Luna stepped inside as though entering a chapel. Harry watched her face. Most people looked at old magical objects with greed or fear. Luna looked at them with recognition, like she had arrived at a conversation that had been waiting for her. She walked first to the copper disc Harry had noticed, then to the brass glove, then to the ceiling lights. "These are not enchanted in the normal way," she murmured. Harry followed. "You can tell already. The magic isn't sitting on the surface, it's inside the structure." She pointed to a thin copper tube running along the edge of a workbench. "Like water in a reed." "No, not water, breath." She turned suddenly. "Who made this?" Harry pointed toward the glass shelf. "Hesper Black." Luna's expression changed, not surprise, delight. "Hesper," she whispered. "Of course. You've heard of her." "Only in footnotes that didn't want to admit she existed." Luna crossed the room quickly, coat fluttering behind her. She reached the shelf and took the first journal with both hands, almost reverently. "Hesper Black," she said, "was a pre-statute alchemist. 17th century, possibly early 18th, depending on which censored family records you believe. She was considered eccentric, dangerous, and technically dead in several academic indexes long before she actually died." Harry leaned against the table. "Why?" Luna opened the journal. Her eyes moved over the strange script, because she thought wand casting was not magic itself. She thought it was only one method of shaping magic. Harry waited. That did not sound scandalous enough for the Blacks to bury someone under the house. Luna looked up. She believed magical power could be stored in properly prepared metal and released through mechanical action. Harry stared at her. The room hummed. Stored, he repeated. Yes, like a spell in a bottle, more like a thought in a music box. Harry looked around the archive again at the discs, the gears, the pipes, the glove, the impossible light still glowing after nearly 300 years. And did it work? Luna smiled. It already did. We just forgot. For the next 4 hours, Harry became furniture, useful furniture. Occasionally, he held journals open. He moved boxes. He carried instruments from one table to another. Twice, he caught a rolling brass sphere before it fell off a workbench because Luna had become too absorbed in a diagram to notice gravity. Mostly, he watched. Luna read Hesper's journals with a focus so complete it almost frightened him. She cross-referenced notes with her own little books, hummed when something confirmed a theory, frowned when a page contradicted itself, and occasionally said things like, "That explains the Norwegian spoon problem," without offering any explanation at all. Harry had known Luna was clever. Everyone who knew her properly knew that, but clever was too small a word for this. Hermione learned knowledge like she was building a library brick by brick. Luna moved through knowledge like she was remembering a dream. She did not translate Hesper's script so much as tune herself to it. By the second hour, she had stopped sounding out words and begun reading entire paragraphs under her breath. Harry finally interrupted when she started sketching a diagram over the top of a napkin creature had brought with sandwiches. Luna. "HM, should I get Hermione?" Luna did not look up. Eventually, Hermione will want to organize the journals before they've finished introducing themselves. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. That was accurate. Luna turned a page. "She'll be very important later." Legal categories, safety standards, historical suppression, ministry nonsense. But right now we need to let Hesper speak before anyone sensible tells her to slow down. Harry glanced at the nearest device. "And what is she saying?" Luna's expression softened, that she was angry. Harry frowned. "At what?" "At wands." That startled a laugh out of him. Luna looked up, serious but not offended. Not wands themselves, the idea of them. The idea that magic must pass through something rare, expensive, and approved. Wand wood, wand cores, wand makers, family money, tradition dressed up as biology. Harry thought of Ollivander's shop. Shelves upon shelves, the strange reverence of 11-year-old children waiting to be chosen. He had never questioned it. Why would he? A wand had been the first proof that he belonged somewhere. Luna closed the journal and rested her hand on its cover. Hesper believed the wizarding world mistook convenience for truth. Wands are efficient, yes. Elegant, certainly, but not inevitable. Harry's smile faded. Not inevitable. There was something dangerous in that phrase, not dark dangerous, bigger. The kind of dangerous that made old families lock doors for centuries and call the contents useless. Luna continued. Her theory was that magic is not born in the wand. It is shaped there. If another structure can shape it, then another structure can carry it. Harry looked at the copper disc. So someone without a wand could use magic? Luna hesitated. Perhaps. That single word seemed to expand until it filled the chamber. Harry's mind went, without permission, to all the people the wizarding world had placed outside its locked doors, squibs, Muggle-born children before their letters. Families who were told magic existed but were never allowed to touch it. Dudley, red-faced and cruel as a child, terrified of a world where Harry had power and he did not. Argus Filch, bitter and hunched in the corridors, surrounded by magic he could clean but never command. Mrs. Fig, pretending to be less aware than she was. The Muggle parents standing at platform 9 3/4, smiling bravely as their children disappeared into a world that would never fully explain itself. Harry heard his own voice before he had decided to speak. Can it work now? Luna studied him, the amber lights reflected in her pale eyes. That depends. On what? On whether you want a museum or a laboratory. Harry looked around at Hesper Black's buried inheritance. The Black family had hidden it because it did not serve their story of blood, purity, and inherited superiority. They had called it useless because useful things were dangerous when anyone could use them. He thought of Sirius trapped in this house. He thought of Regulus dying in a cave because he had discovered too late that old loyalties were cages. He thought of the war. All those children fighting with school spells and borrowed courage because adults had built a world where power stayed at the top until disaster dragged it down. Harry pushed away from the table. A laboratory. Luna smiled as though he had given the only reasonable answer. Then we'll need copper. The money came 2 weeks later, not from the Black Vault, from the Potter one. Harry had avoided inheritance meetings with the same determination he once reserved for potions essays. He had enough gold, more than enough. The thought of sitting with goblins while they explained how much dead people had left him made his skin crawl. But laboratories, as it turned out, were expensive. Especially impossible laboratories hidden under ancestral houses with dangerous ventilation and unknown power sources. So Harry went to Gringotts. The goblin assigned to him was named Ragnarok the Younger, though he appeared old enough to have personally disapproved of the invention of chairs. He wore half-moon spectacles and looked at Harry as though fame were an unpleasant smell. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said, unfolding a stack of documents, "you are here regarding the Potter estate consolidation." "I suppose so." "You suppose?" Harry shifted. "I need to know what funds are available for research." Ragnarok's eyes sharpened. "Research?" "Yes." "What kind?" Harry had already decided not to say. "I found forbidden black family metal magic under my kitchen." "Enchantment." Ragnarok tapped one claw against the parchment. "Define available." Harry frowned. "What? Do you mean liquid funds, vaulted inheritance, trust holdings, property-backed credit? Dormant war bonds, unclaimed pre-statute assets, goblin-administered Potter industrial shares." Harry stared at him. "I have industrial shares." Ragnarok smiled. It was not comforting. "Mr. Potter, the popular human understanding of your fortune is incomplete." "How incomplete?" Ragnarok slid a parchment across the desk. Harry read the first line, then the second, then he sat down without meaning to. "That can't be right." "It is. This says the Potter family fortune is almost 3 times what I was told." "No," Ragnarok said. "It says the accessible portion of the Potter family fortune is almost 3 times what you were told. There are also restricted holdings, pending asset reviews, and several investments your grandfather made in experimental brewing infrastructure that have become unexpectedly profitable." Harry rubbed his forehead. "My grandfather invested in brewing?" "Your grandfather invested in everything that annoyed conservative purebloods." Despite himself, Harry smiled. That sounded like someone he wished he had known. Ragnarok leaned back. "The majority was held in trust until your magical adulthood. Due to war conditions, ministry instability, and your delayed estate review, formal transfer was postponed. It is now unencumbered." Harry looked down at the numbers again. Money had always felt unreal to him. As a child, he had owned nothing. Then suddenly he had owned a vault, but gold in Gringotts had been school supplies, sweets, a good broom once, gifts for friends. It had never felt like power. This felt like power, not the kind that came from a wand. The kind that bought buildings, paid workers, funded mistakes, and kept people independent of men like Lucius Malfoy. Ragnarok watched him carefully. "What scale of research are you intending, Mr. Potter?" Harry thought of Luna bent over Hesper's journals. He thought of copper discs glowing in amber light. He thought of a world where magic did not have to ask permission from bloodlines. "Large," he said. Ragnarok's smile returned. "Good." By December, Grimold Place began to change, not visibly from the street. The house still looked gloomy, narrow, and disapproving. But inside, movement returned. Crates arrived at odd hours, copper wire, brass sheets, silver solder, broken clocks purchased in bulk from Muggle repair shops, moonstone dust from a supplier in Prague, iron filings from goblin mines, glass lenses, workbenches, ventilation charms, protective goggles Luna insisted were necessary because eyes are very difficult to replace emotionally. Creature complained constantly and helped more than anyone. He polished old instruments until they gleamed. He sorted Hesper's journals by degree of insult to respectable family history. He learned to recognize cold copper by smell and became fiercely possessive of the storage shelves. Once, Harry found him threatening a delivery wizard with a ladle. Master Harry ordered 12 sheets of brass, Creature snarled. This is 11 sheets of brass and 1 sheet of brass painted tin. Creature is old, not blind. The delivery wizard left pale and apologetic. Luna visited almost daily. Sometimes she arrived with books, sometimes with tools. Once with a cage containing 3 beetles she claimed could detect unstable enchantment fields. They escaped within an hour and were later found living happily inside the drawing-room chandelier. Harry did not mind. For the first time since the war, Grimmauld Place did not feel like a mausoleum. It felt like a beginning, and that frightened him more than he expected. Beginnings could fail, beginnings could hurt people, beginnings could become responsibilities. One night near Christmas, he found Luna alone in the archive. She was standing beneath the rotating astrolabe, looking up at its rings. "You should sleep," Harry said. "So should you. I live here. That makes it less suspicious." She smiled faintly. Harry stepped beside her. For a while, neither spoke. The astrolabe turned above them, mapping stars that might not have existed anymore. Finally, Harry said, "Why did she stop?" Luna glanced at him. "Hesper! If she built all this, if she proved even part of it, why didn't it change anything?" Luna's face grew quiet. "I think it frightened the wrong people." Harry looked toward the shelves, the blacks, the ministry, wand-makers perhaps, families who liked magic being inherited more than understood. Luna touched the edge of one journal. "Also, she may have failed at the wrong moment." "What does that mean?" "It means a discovery can be true and still arrive before the world has room for it." Harry hated that answer, because it sounded like an excuse history would make for cowardice. Luna seemed to know what he was thinking. "She didn't have you," she said. Harry gave a short laugh. "I don't know what I'm doing." "No, but you have a house, a vault, a very loyal elf, a famous name you dislike using, and a deep personal grudge against unfair systems." She looked at him serenely. "That's a good start." Harry shook his head. "And you?" "Oh, I have the useful part." "Which is?" "I believe impossible things are usually just badly explained." Harry laughed properly then. The sound rose into the amber-lit chamber and came back softer. For a moment, he could almost imagine the house listening. Not sulking now, waiting. Harry looked at the brass glove, the copper discs, the sleeping machines. "What are we building, Luna?" She considered the question with great care. "Not weapons. Good. Not replacements for wands either. That would be boring." "What then?" She smiled. "Doors?" Harry looked at the sealed archive entrance behind them. Luna shook her head. "Not those kind. Better ones." The first experiment failed immediately. That was Luna's word for it. Harry's word was exploded. They began with the simplest possible goal, light. Not a charm that moved, not a shield, not fire. Just light. Luna chose a small coin-sized disc of copper from Hesper's original stores. Harry argued they should use new copper first. Luna explained that if they used new copper and failed, they would not know whether the failure came from the copper, the rune sequence, the compression method, Harry's technique, the ambient humidity, or the house being dramatic. Harry stopped arguing. The disc was placed inside a shallow brass frame. Luna etched 3 runes around the rim, muttering calculations under her breath. Harry stood opposite her, wand in hand, feeling ridiculous. "Do I cast Lumos at it?" "No." "What do I do?" "Almost cast Lumos at it." "That is not clearer." Luna adjusted her goggles. One lens was blue, the other clear. Normal spellcasting is release. You gather intent, shape it, and let it leave through the wand. Hesper's method requires you to shape the spell and not release it. Harry stared at her. "So I hold it in." "Yes." "That sounds uncomfortable." "It probably is. You haven't tried. I'm better at understanding dangerous things after someone else survives them." Harry gave her a look. She smiled encouragingly. Harry raised his wand. He knew Lumos better than almost any spell. It was one of the first he had learned, simple and familiar. Light at the tip of the wand. Easy. He gathered the intent, light, a small, steady glow. He felt the magic rise. Then, instead of letting it out, he tried to hold it. Pain pinched behind his eyes. The wand trembled. The magic pushed forward by habit, wanting release. Harry clenched his jaw and forced it down, inward, toward the disk. For 1 second the copper brightened. Then the disk shot across the room, bounced off a shelf, and landed smoking in Creature's mop bucket. Silence. Luna removed her goggles. "Good news," she said. Harry lowered his wand. "There's good news!" It didn't explode. From the mop bucket came a small pop. A wet sponge burst into blue flame. Harry pointed his wand quickly. Aguamenti, water splashed everywhere. Luna nodded, making a note. Mostly didn't explode. They failed for 3 weeks. They failed in ways Harry had not known light could fail. One disk produced darkness so complete it swallowed the table for an hour. One emitted a high-pitched whistle that made every portrait in the house complain in languages Harry did not recognize. One worked perfectly until touched, then turned invisible and was not found again until Creature stepped on it 2 days later. One produced light, but only underwater. Luna considered that one promising but socially limited. Harry grew frustrated, then fascinated, then obsessed. Failure, under Luna's supervision, did not feel like humiliation. It felt like conversation. Every ruined disk answered a question. Every spark, crack, hiss, and unexpected smell narrowed the field of ignorance. Harry learned that magic had weight when it was not released. He learned that intent could shake. He learned that his power, which had so often erupted under pressure, was not naturally suited to precision. He could pour magic into metal like a flood into a tunnel. The problem was keeping the tunnel intact. Luna, by contrast, could make a thread of light hover between wand and copper for nearly a full minute. Her magic did not surge. It listened. But after 2 attempts, she would go pale and have to sit down, raw strength and careful hands, neither enough alone, together perhaps something. The successful disk came on a gray January morning while rain tapped against the hidden windows of the kitchen above. Harry had slept badly. Luna had not slept at all. Creature had threatened to confiscate their tea unless they ate toast. They were too tired to be dramatic. Perhaps that helped. The copper disk sat in its frame. The rune sequence was Luna's 7th revision. The metal had been cooled overnight in moonlight, which Harry privately suspected was unnecessary, though he had learned not to say such things out loud until after the experiment. Harry lifted his wand. "Ready?" Luna asked. "No. Good. Overconfidence attracts accidents." He breathed in the held breath. That was what Hesper had called it, not force, not command. Hold! Harry shaped Lumos in his mind, but this time he did not imagine light bursting from his wand. He imagined it folding. A small sun wrapped in copper. A spark taught to wait. The magic rose. He guided it down. His hand shook. Luna's voice came softly from beside him. Not tighter. Slower. Harry loosened his grip. The pressure behind his eyes eased. The magic touched the disk. The runes warmed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the copper drank the spell. Harry felt it leave him, not like casting, but like setting down something heavy. The disk clicked. A tiny gear on its rim rotated once. Soft, golden light filled the room. Harry froze. Luna did too. Neither of them breathed. The light remained steady. Warm, small. A coin-sized disk glowing on a table in a hidden room under a house no one liked. Harry stared at it. He had seen wonders. He had flown above Hogwarts under moonlight. He had walked through memories. He had watched Phoenix fire heal wounds and dragons split the sky. He had held the resurrection stone in his hand, but this little light struck him differently, because it was not rare, it was not chosen. It was not prophecy, bloodline, wand lore, or fate. It was a thing built by hands. Luna reached out and turned the tiny gear backward. The light went out. She turned it forward. The light returned. Harry sat down hard. Luna's smile was very small and very bright. "Well," she said, "that changes things." Harry looked at the glowing disk. Above them, the old house creaked. For once, it did not sound like grief. It sounded like machinery beginning to wake. Chapter 2. The laboratory beneath Grimmauld scientific romance, failed experiments, and the first real rule, the first successful gear disk, lasted exactly 37 minutes. For 37 minutes, the small copper coin sat on the workbench beneath Grimmauld Place and glowed with warm, steady light. Harry and Luna watched it like it was a newborn dragon. Creature watched it like it was a stain he had not yet decided how to remove. Every few minutes, Luna turned the tiny gear backward. The light vanished. She turned it forward. The light returned, click, dark, click, gold, click, dark, click, gold. Harry knew it should not have felt miraculous after the 5th time. It still did. He had cast Lumos thousands of times. Every witch and wizard learned it early. It was not impressive magic. It would never earn anyone an Order of Merlin. No one wrote heroic ballads about lighting a room, but this was different. The light did not come from his wand. It did not come from Luna's. It sat inside Copper, waiting for anyone to ask. Harry reached toward it. Luna gently slapped his hand. "Oh, not bare fingers yet. It's light, Luna. It is experimental compressed light inside 300-year-old copper prepared by a possibly excommunicated alchemist from a family famous for marrying cousins and hiding murder objects in cupboards." Harry lowered his hand. "Fair." Luna picked up a pair of brass tongs and lifted the disc carefully. The light did not flicker. She set it inside a glass bowl etched with containment runes. Creature leaned forward, nose wrinkling. "Does Mistress Luna wish Creature to fetch the fire bucket?" "No, thank you." "The acid bucket?" "No." "The blanket that screams when cursed objects move?" Luna paused. "Actually, yes, that sounds useful." Creature vanished with a crack. Harry looked at her. "We have a blanket that screams when cursed objects move." "You have a black family house, Harry. I'd be surprised if you didn't." The disc continued glowing. 35 minutes, 36. At 37 minutes, the light blinked twice, gave a tiny, disappointed hiss, and died. A thin curl of smoke rose from the edge. Harry felt his stomach drop. Luna leaned close, delighted. "Wonderful." Harry stared at her. "It failed." "Yes, but politely." "That's good." "Very. Catastrophic failures shout. Useful failures explain." She lifted the disc with the tongs and turned it over. The underside had darkened along one line, exactly where the second rune met the copper rim. "Memory decay," she murmured. "Memory?" The metal forgot what it was holding. Harry frowned. "Metal can forget." "Most things can. People, houses, nations, spoons." She tapped the burned line gently. "Magic wants motion. When we cast a spell, it moves through us and out into the world. We ask this metal to keep a spell still. Ordinary copper can remember for a little while, but not long. Hesper's copper remembers better, still not perfectly." Harry sat back, staring at the dead disc. 37 minutes. That was not a revolution. That was a novelty. A glowing coin that lasted less than an hour was interesting, but it was not useful. Not in the way he had begun to imagine. Not for squibs, not for frightened families, not for anyone. Luna seemed to sense the direction of his thoughts. "Harry," she said gently, "yesterday we had nothing." He looked up. "Today we have 37 minutes. She placed the disc on a clean cloth and began sketching its burn marks. "That is not failure. That is distance measured." The laboratory grew because the failures demanded it. 1 bench became 3. 3 became 7. Shelves appeared along the walls, then cabinets, then locked cabinets after one of Luna's beetles got into a drawer full of powdered moonstone and spent a full afternoon glowing bright enough to frighten Mrs. Black's portrait into silence. Harry considered that experiment a success. Luna said it lacked repeatable controls. The archive had been beautiful when they first found it, but beauty was not the same as function. Hesper's old tools were brilliant, delicate, and frequently unsafe by modern standards, assuming they had ever been safe at all. Some instruments responded to intent, others responded to moon phases. One brass measuring arm tried to take Harry's pulse, blood pressure, wand history, and possibly his moral character before Luna unplugged its crystal core, so they rebuilt, not all at once. That was important. The laboratory beneath Grimold Place did not become grand overnight. It became grand the way a burrow becomes a home, by repeated need. A section of the archive was cleared for metalwork, another for rune etching. A third became Luna's reading nest, which contained 4 chairs, none used properly, and piles of books balanced in ways that made Hermione physically tense when she eventually visited. The ventilation problem nearly killed them twice. The first time, Harry heated moonstone iron too quickly, and filled the room with violet smoke that made him recite every Quidditch score he could remember in alphabetical order. The second time, Luna mixed powdered cold copper with a stabilizing oil from Hesper's notes and accidentally created a vapor that caused every reflective surface in the laboratory to show them 5 seconds in the future. This was mostly harmless until Harry saw himself trip over a stool, turned to avoid it, and tripped over a different stool instead. After that, they installed enchanted copper vents running all the way up through the walls of Grimmauld Place. Creature objected loudly to putting holes in the noble bones of the House of Black, but changed his mind when Luna explained that proper ventilation would reduce the chance of accidental kitchen ghosts. Creature does not want kitchen ghosts, he said gravely. No one does, Luna agreed. By February, the laboratory had rules written on a chalkboard. Harry had written the first 3. 1. Do not touch glowing metal without tongs. 2. Do not bind anything explosive before breakfast. 3. If Luna says interesting, take cover. Luna added the rest. 1. Failure is data unless it removes a limb. 2. If it removes a limb, it is still data but less convenient. 3. Never trust a silent gear. 4. Magic dislikes being bullied. 5. Tea is not optional. The 8th rule became the most strictly enforced. Harry learned quickly that research was not like war. War rewarded instinct, research punished it. In battle, Harry's best moments had come when he moved before thinking too much. Dodge, cast, protect, run, trust the flash of understanding that arrived between one heartbeat and the next. In the laboratory, that same instinct caused smoke, cracked glass, unstable runes, and one deeply embarrassing incident in which he accidentally bound a tickling charm into a brass washer and could not pick it up for 2 days because it kept attacking his fingers. Luna never laughed at him. This was worse, somehow. She observed him with kind scientific interest. You cast like you're arguing with a dragon, she told him one evening. Harry lowered his wand. Is that bad? Not if there is a dragon. There usually has been. Yes, that explains many things. They were attempting their 9th binding of lumos into new copper, not Hesper's old supply. New copper, bought from a Muggle metalworker and purified through 3 different magical baths. The goal was simple. Reproduce the result with modern materials. The results had been insulting. The first disc melted. The second glowed for 9 seconds. The third made a noise like a disappointed cat and refused to accept any further magic. The fourth absorbed the spell correctly, then released it backward, which somehow made the room darker. Harry was beginning to hate copper. Luna, meanwhile, looked happier every time something went wrong. The old copper was prepared differently, she said, examining the latest failed disc under a magnifying lens. See this? Harry leaned over. He saw copper. Yes, he lied. Luna pointed with a thin silver tool. The grain structure. Hesper's copper is irregular but not random, almost like broken stairs. Is that good? For magic, yes. Normal metals are too orderly. They let enchantments slide across the surface or leak through the edges. Hesper's metals catch magic in the imperfections. Harry frowned. So we need worse copper. Better worse copper. That means nothing. It means something very precise, just not in English yet. Luna pulled down one of Hesper's journals and opened to a page covered in angular diagrams. She made 3 alloy classes: aurichalcite prime, moonstone iron, cold copper. They are not special because they are powerful. They are special because they are difficult to forget inside. Harry looked at the failed disc, so ordinary metal forgets spells. Yes, and these metals remember them. Yes. For how long? Luna's face became thoughtful. That depends on the spell, the binder, the alloy, the rune lattice, the activation mechanism, the humidity, the emotional residue of the workroom, and possibly whether the moon is being sarcastic. Luna. Weeks, certainly, months with proper preparation. Indefinitely, perhaps, though Hesper may have been optimistic. Harry stared at the amber lights above them. Those had glowed when they entered the archive after nearly 3 centuries. They lasted. Yes, so it's possible. Luna looked up at the lights too, her voice softened. It is possible. That became enough. Not easy, not safe, not soon, but possible. and possible was dangerous. By March, Harry understood the first hard rule of gear magic. A device could not give what the binder did not put into it. That sounded obvious. It was not. The temptation to misunderstand it was enormous. The first person to misunderstand it was Harry. They had managed to create 6 stable Lumos discs. Each one could be triggered by turning a small gear on the face. Each one lasted between 5 and 9 hours before needing to be rebound. Not revolutionary yet, but practical enough that Creature began using one when cleaning the pantry. Then Harry tried to make one brighter, not slightly brighter, Harry Potter brighter. He had never been subtle when frustrated. Luna had gone upstairs to fetch tea. Harry remained at the bench, glaring at a fresh cold copper disc. Its runes were perfect. Its gear mechanism was smooth. The alloy had been prepared exactly to Luna's specifications. The last 3 attempts had produced ordinary room light. Harry wanted more. He wanted proof, something undeniable. Something that would make even the most stubborn ministry official look at a tiny disc and understand that the world had changed. He raised his wand. Lumos was easy, too easy, so he pushed more magic behind it. The spell formed hot and white in his chest. The wand tip trembled. Harry held the magic in place, compressed it, forced it downward toward the disc. The copper resisted. Harry pushed harder. For one glorious second, the disc blazed like a captured star. Then the world punched him. He woke up on the floor with Luna kneeling beside him, holding a wet cloth against his forehead. Something was burning. Did it work? Harry croaked. Luna looked over her shoulder. Harry followed her gaze. The workbench was gone, not damaged, gone. A circular bite had been taken from the room, removing the bench, 2 stools, half a cabinet, and a section of wall. The edges of the whole glowed cherry red. Creature stood nearby with the screaming blanket wrapped around himself. The blanket was screaming. Creature was also screaming. Neither seemed willing to stop first. Harry closed his eyes. It didn't work. No, Luna said calmly, but it was very bright. Harry groaned. Luna helped him sit up. You tried to overfill it. You thought if 1 Lumos could light a room, 10 Lumoses could light a street. Harry did not answer, because yes, that was exactly what he had thought. Luna sat beside him on the floor among the ash and copper dust. That is wand thinking. Harry looked at her. With a wand, you can push more power through the casting. The spell exists in the moment. If you have more power and enough control, you can make a stronger effect. But a gear device is not a wand. It is a container. A bottle, Harry muttered. Yes, and I overfilled the bottle. You attempted to pour a lake into a teacup. Harry rubbed his face. The motion made his head ache. Luna's voice remained gentle, but there was steel in it. This rule must never be forgotten. The device cannot exceed what the binder puts into it, and the object cannot hold more than its structure allows. More force does not make better magic. It makes shrapnel. Harry looked at the vanished bench. That word settled heavily. Shrapnel, not sparks, not mistakes. Shrapnel, a thing that could kill people. I'm sorry, he said. I know. I could have hurt you. Yes, Harry swallowed. Luna did not comfort him immediately. He appreciated that, though it hurt. After a moment, she stood and offered him a hand. So we write the rule down. Harry let her pull him up. Together they went to the chalkboard. Luna erased Rule 2 with her sleeve and wrote a new one in large, clear letters. 1. A device is a bottle, not a wellspring. Harry stared at it. Then he added beneath it, do not pour a lake into a teacup. Luna smiled. Excellent scientific phrasing. Hermione visited in April. She lasted 14 minutes before reorganizing a shelf. This is not criticism, she said, while absolutely criticizing, but your labeling system is deranged. It's intuitive, Luna said. There is a drawer marked probably moon adjacent, and everything inside it is. Hermione opened the drawer. She paused, closed it. Fine. Bad example. Harry hid a smile behind his tea. Hermione had come because Harry finally told her enough to make not coming impossible. He had not sent the full journals. Luna had objected on the grounds that Hesper's handwriting was shy around copies. But he had sent diagrams, notes, and a careful explanation of the Lumos discs. Hermione had arrived within the hour. She moved through the laboratory with wide eyes and a tight expression Harry knew well. It meant she was trying very hard not to say 15 things at once. Eventually, she stood before the containment table where the 6 working discs were arranged in a neat row. "So," she said, "these can be activated by anyone." Harry nodded. Hermione picked one up with tongs. "Anyone with hands?" "Yes." "No wand?" "No. No magical output from the user?" "Not that we can detect," Luna said. "The trigger releases the stored spell. The user is not casting. They are only opening the door." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "That distinction is going to be legally explosive." Harry blinked. "Legally?" "Harry, if the trigger action is not spellcasting, then half the Ministry's regulatory framework doesn't know what to do with it." Luna looked pleased. "That sounds promising." "It sounds terrifying. Those often overlap." Hermione set the disc down carefully. "Can a muggle use it?" Harry and Luna exchanged a glance. "We haven't tested that," Harry said, "because of the statute." "Because of the statute." Hermione nodded, relieved and disappointed at once. "Good, not yet." Harry leaned against a bench. "But theoretically," Luna answered. "Theoretically, yes. A squib certainly should be able to. A muggle likely could, unless there is some interaction between non-magical perception and stored enchantment we haven't identified." Hermione became very still. Harry watched the idea land. Hermione Granger had spent years fighting for house elves, muggle-borns, werewolves, and everyone pushed to the edge of wizarding comfort. But even she had grown up inside the assumption that magic belonged to those who had it. This broke that assumption. Not by arguing, by glowing on a table. Hermione looked at Harry. "You understand what this means?" Harry's mouth felt dry, not fully. "No," Hermione said. "I don't think anyone can fully understand it yet." She turned back to the discs. "What else can you bind?" Harry grimaced. "Nothing stable." "That isn't reassuring." "We can bind Lumos. We can almost bind a warming charm. We accidentally bound a tickling charm into a washer." Hermione looked at him. Harry sighed. "Don't ask," Luna added. "Protego is theoretically possible." Hermione's expression changed. There it was. The same thought Harry had been circling for weeks. Light was beautiful. Warmth was useful. But a shield meant protection. A shield meant a muggle-born shopkeeper could survive the first spell instead of becoming a headline. A shield meant a squib could stand in a doorway and not be helpless. A shield meant the world's oldest threat, "I have a wand and you do not," would no longer end the conversation. Hermione sat down slowly. "Show me the theory." Luna smiled and handed her a stack of notes. Hermione read for 6 hours. She only stopped once to say, "This footnote is personally offensive." Luna leaned over. "Oh yes, that one bit me too." The Protego problem consumed the summer. Compared to Lumos, the shield charm was a nightmare. Lumos was simple. A steady emission. Light wanted to spread. It did not need to decide anything. Protego was different. A shield had shape, direction, duration, resistance. It had to respond to force without knowing what force would strike it. It had to unfold instantly and collapse cleanly. It could not leak, overexpand, or reflect unpredictably. The first attempt created a shield inside the disc. The copper bulged like a blister and split apart. The second attempt produced a transparent bubble around Harry's left shoe and nowhere else. The third worked beautifully until Creature tossed a pebble at it for testing, and the shield responded by flinging the pebble through a cabinet. Luna called that an aggressive interpretation of defense. Harry called it not ideal. They studied shield theory until Harry dreamed in curved lines. Hermione helped when she could, though her work at the Ministry kept her busy. She sent legal notes disguised as casual letters. She also sent textbooks, case references, and once an angry 3-page explanation of why the phrase "improper use of magic" was so poorly defined that it deserved to be hexed on principle. Neville visited in July and accidentally solved a binding issue by bringing the wrong plant. He arrived with a tray of seedlings and dirt on his sleeves, smiling apologetically. "I thought these might help with the humidity problem," he said. "They absorb ambient magical damp." Luna leaned so close to the plants that Neville blushed. "Oh," she said, "they're listening." Neville blinked. Are they? Yes, not with ears. Harry looked at him. That's normal for plants, Neville considered, more normal than you'd think. One of the seedlings was placed near the Protego test frame. The next binding held for 4 seconds longer than any previous attempt. 4 seconds did not sound like much. In shield work, 4 seconds was enormous. Neville stayed for dinner. Then for 3 days. By the end, Luna had assigned him a corner of the lab and Creature had started bringing him tea without being asked. The laboratory was becoming less secret by accident. Or perhaps, Harry thought, by nature. Useful things attracted hands. The first true Protego disc was born during a thunderstorm. Rain hammered the windows above. The pipes of Grimmauld Place rattled. Somewhere upstairs, Mrs. Black's portrait had begun insulting the weather. Harry stood at the binding frame, wand raised. Luna stood to his left, reading the rune sequence aloud in a low voice. Neville watched from behind a reinforced glass screen. Hermione, who had arrived soaked and furious after a ministry hearing, stood beside him with her arms folded. "You should not be doing this while exhausted," she said. Harry did not lower his wand. "I'm always exhausted." "That is not a defense." "It might be after tonight." Luna glanced at Hermione. "The storm pressure is helping. The air is already holding tension." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue with the weather and might win. The disc was larger than the Lumos model, about the size of a pocket watch. Brass outer casing, cold copper core, 3 tiny gears stacked at the center like a mechanical flower. The shield binding had to be compressed in layers. First, shape. Second, duration. Third, resistance. Too much resistance, the disc cracked. Too much duration, the shield sagged. Too much shape, and it wrapped around the caster's ankles like cling film. Harry breathed in the held breath. Protego was familiar in a way Lumos was not. Harry had cast shields in terror, rage, desperation, and instinct. He had cast them in classrooms and graveyards, corridors and forests. The spell lived in his muscles. But now he could not throw it outward. He had to fold it. A shield that waited. A defense that did not belong to the hand that made it. His magic rose heavily. The room seemed to narrow. Luna's voice continued, steady as a metronome. "Shape first. Don't push. Curve it." Harry imagined a wall. "No," Luna said softly. "Not a wall. A promise." Something in him shifted. Not a wall, a promise. That was what a shield was meant to be. Not power, not force. The refusal to let harm pass. Harry guided the spell downward. The disc trembled. The first gear turned, shape settled, his arm shook. "Duration," Luna whispered. 8 seconds, Harry thought, not forever. Forever was arrogance. 8 seconds could save a life. He folded the duration in. The second gear turned. The disc glowed pale blue. Harry's vision blurred. Resistance. This was the dangerous part. Too little, and the shield would fail. Too much, and the disc would burst. Harry thought of Hogwarts, not the battle. Before that, he thought of standing between Dudley and a Dementor in an alley. Of standing before students in the room of requirement. Of a mother he did not remember standing before a crib, not invincible, just enough. The third gear turned. The magic left him. Harry staggered. Hermione moved first, catching his elbow before he hit the bench. The disc lay silent. No glow. No smoke. No explosion. Harry was too tired to be disappointed. Then Luna reached forward and turned the gear. A translucent shield snapped open in front of the table. Round, pale blue, steady. 8 seconds. Neville threw the test pebble. It bounced off and dropped harmlessly to the floor. The shield vanished. No backlash, no crack, no smoke. Harry stared. Hermione covered her mouth. Neville whispered, "Blimey." Luna picked up the disc with shaking hands. For once, she did not speak immediately. When she did, her voice was very soft. "There it is." Harry sank onto a stool. "How many times can it work?" Luna checked the runes. "Once per binding. One shield. One shield. Then it needs recharging." "Yes." Hermione exhaled slowly. "But for 8 seconds," she said. "Anyone holding it has a shield charm." The thunder rolled above them. No one said what all of them were thinking. 8 seconds could change a duel. 8 seconds could change an ambush. 8 seconds could change who got to be afraid. The catastrophic failure came 2 weeks later, not from Protego, from Reducto. Harry should have known better. He did know better. That was the worst part. They were not trying to create a weapon. Not officially. Not morally. Not in the way Harry understood weapons. But every complete theory had edges. If gear magic could bind light, warmth, and shields, then the question of offensive spells existed whether they touched it or not. Luna argued they needed to understand the dangers before someone else discovered them badly. Harry agreed. Hermione did not. "This is exactly how every safety disaster begins," she said. "Someone says they only need to understand the dangerous part." Luna nodded. "Yes, but not understanding it does not make it less dangerous." Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked away first. They chose Reducto because it was simple. That was the reasoning. Simple did not mean safe. It meant fewer variables. The binding chamber had been upgraded after the overfilled Lumos incident. Reinforced walls, pressure vents, 3 layers of containment glass. A release chimney that vented magical overflow into an empty warded shaft beneath the house. Luna inspected every rune twice. Harry inspected them once, then again because Hermione was watching. The Reducto spell sat uneasily in his mind. Destruction was not complicated magic, but it had intent. Break, reduce, shatter. Unlike a shield, it did not promise anything kind. Harry raised his wand. The compression began cleanly, too cleanly. That should have warned him. The magic folded into the disc without resistance. The runes lit red. The gear turned once, then stopped. Luna frowned. "Harry." The disc screamed. Not a sound exactly, a pressure. The air slammed inward. Harry felt the Reducto collapse in on itself, then rebound outward with nowhere to go. The pressure valve activated. One vent burst open. Then another. For half a second the chamber held, then the wall exploded. Harry remembered light, heat, the sensation of being lifted. Then nothing. He woke to darkness and ringing. At first he thought he was back in the cupboard. That old fear came so quickly it stole his breath. Small space, no light, dust in his mouth. Then someone coughed nearby. "Luna!" "I'm here," came her voice. Too calm, too thin. Harry tried to move. Pain lanced through his shoulder. "Are you hurt?" "Yes." His chest tightened. "How badly?" "I don't think interestingly." That was such a Luna answer that Harry almost laughed, then coughed instead. A pale glow appeared, not wandlight, one of the Lumos discs. Luna must have had it in her pocket. The light revealed chaos. The binding chamber was gone. A whole section of the basement wall had collapsed inward. Pipes hung from the ceiling. Containment glass glittered across the floor. One workbench had flipped completely upside down. Luna sat against a cabinet, bleeding from a cut above her eyebrow. Her left sleeve was torn. She held the glowing disc in one hand. Harry pushed himself upright and nearly passed out. "Don't," Luna said. "Your shoulder is being dramatic." "My shoulder? Possibly dislocated. How can you tell?" "It's pointing with too much enthusiasm." Before Harry could answer, there was a crack. Creature appeared in the middle of the wreckage, eyes huge. For one horrifying second, the elf said nothing. Then he began shouting so loudly that dust fell from the ceiling. "Master Harry is forbidden from exploding the ancestral foundations. Mistress Luna is forbidden from encouraging Master Harry. Creature is too old for Reducto in the walls. Too old." "Creature," Harry said weakly. "Help Luna first." "Creature will help Mistress Luna, then Master Harry, then Creature will murder the red disc." "The disc already exploded," Luna said. "Then Creature will murder its memory." That seemed fair. Creature got them upstairs. A healer was out of the question. Too many questions. Hermione came instead, pale with fury and fear. She fixed Luna's cut, reset Harry's shoulder with grim efficiency, and lectured them for 40 minutes while making soup. Harry accepted all of it. He deserved worse. Late that night, after Hermione left and Creature finally stopped muttering death threats at the laboratory stairs, Harry found Luna sitting in the kitchen with a blanket around her shoulders. Rain tapped the windows. For once, she looked tired. Not dreamy tired. Human tired. Harry sat across from her. "I'm sorry. You said that already." "I mean it again." "I know." The silence between them stretched. Harry stared at his hands. "We shouldn't do offensive bindings." Luna looked at him for a long time. "No," she said. "Not yet. Not ever." "Harry, no." His voice came sharper than he intended. He forced it softer. "A light going wrong is annoying. A shield going wrong is dangerous. A reducto going wrong could bring the house down. If someone else makes one badly, they will." The certainty in her voice chilled him. Luna wrapped both hands around her tea. "That is why we needed to know." Harry shook his head. "All we learned is that it can kill us." "No," Luna said quietly. "We learned that destructive spells compress differently. They don't like being held. They build pressure faster than the casing can vent. The intent keeps trying to complete itself. Break." "Yes, it wants to break, even while stored." Harry looked toward the basement door, so gear devices can be weapons. "Yes." The word sat between them. Luna did not soften it. That mattered. Harry had known from the beginning, somewhere deep down. A thing that could give power to the powerless could also give power to the cruel. A shield could save a shopkeeper. A blast could kill one. Magic had never been innocent. Why should metal make it so? Harry leaned back, exhausted. "What do we do with that?" Luna's eyes were sad and clear. "We build safer than the people who won't ask that question." By autumn, the laboratory beneath Grimmauld Place was no longer Hesper Black's archive. It was Harry and Luna's. Not because they erased her, because they continued her. The old shelves remained. The journals were preserved behind glass when not in use. Hesper's original instruments were cleaned, catalogued, and treated with respect. But new things filled the space now. Modern workbenches, safety wards, alloy racks, a cooling cabinet, a shield testing lane, Neville's plant substrates growing in ceramic pots under amber lamps. Hermione's legal notes pinned to a board labeled Future Trouble. Creature's handwritten sign above the stairs. No binding reducto without warning creature. Who will say no? The 3 alloy classes had become the foundation of everything. Aurichalcite Prime held charms with broad environmental effects. Warmth, light, minor cleaning, sound dampening. Moonstone Iron worked best for detection and measurement charms. Cold copper held defensive magic better than anything else. Luna's explanation became almost poetic through repetition. Different metals remember different kinds of intention. Harry pretended to find that vague. Secretly, he understood it more than any technical diagram. By November, they could reliably bind Lumos discs that lasted weeks. They had created a warming gear that could heat a small room for 6 hours. They had made 3 unstable detection needles that spun toward active curses, though one also spun toward pumpkin pasties for reasons no one could explain. And they had built 12 functioning Protego discs. 12. Each one took Harry nearly half a day to bind and left him drained afterward. Luna could bind one too, but the shield was weaker, and the rune sequence had to be adjusted for her magical signature. Hermione managed one after 5 attempts, producing a shield that lasted 3 seconds and made her so proud she pretended not to be. The activation was always mechanical. Turn the gear, press the lever, rotate the ring. Magic answered, not from the user, from the object. Anyone could trigger it. They proved this with Filch. That had been Luna's idea. Harry was not sure whether it was brilliant or cruel until it happened. Argus Filch arrived at Grimmauld Place in December, wearing his best moth-eaten coat and an expression of deep suspicion. Luna had invited him by letter, explaining that they were conducting research into non-wand magical activation and would value his practical perspective. Harry expected him to refuse. Instead, Filch came. Perhaps curiosity was stronger than bitterness. Perhaps bitterness itself wanted evidence. He stood in the laboratory, shoulders hunched, eyes darting between devices. "If this is a joke," he rasped, "I'll know." "It isn't," Harry said. Filch looked at him with the old resentment Harry remembered from school, but there was something else beneath it. Fear. Hope, maybe. Hope wearing armor. Luna placed a Lumos disc on the table. "This contains a light charm. It has already been bound. You do not need to cast anything. Just turn the gear clockwise." Filch stared at it. His hands did not move. Harry understood suddenly that this was not simple. For Harry, turning the gear was proof of theory. For Filch, it was walking toward a door that had been slammed in his face his entire life. "No wand," Filch muttered. "No wand," Luna said. "No trick." "No trick." Filch's mouth twisted. "Easy for you to say." Luna nodded. Yes, that answer, strange as it was, seemed to help. Slowly, Filch reached out. His fingers were rough, nails cracked from decades of scrubbing castle floors by hand in a world where children cleaned ink with a flick of a wand. He touched the gear, stopped. Harry held his breath. Filch turned it. The disc lit. Soft gold spread across the table. Filch jerked back as if burned. The light remained. No wand, no incantation, no permission. Filch stared. His face did something Harry wished he had not seen because it felt too private. The bitterness cracked, and beneath it was grief so old it had become part of his bones. "All these years," Filch whispered. No one spoke. The light shone on his face. Then Filch laughed once, harsh and broken. "All these years, and it's a bloody lamp." Luna's voice was gentle. "It's a beginning." Filch looked at her, then at Harry. "Can I do it again?" Harry pushed the disc toward him. "As many times as you want." Filch turned the gear off, then on, off, on, off, on. The laboratory glowed and dimmed, glowed and dimmed. Harry watched him and felt something settle inside his chest. This was not about replacing wands, not really. It was not even about invention. It was about the look on Filch's face when the light obeyed his hand. A whole world had told him no. A piece of copper had said yes. That night, after Filch left with a Lumos disc wrapped carefully in cloth, Harry returned to the laboratory alone. The archive was quiet. The amber ceiling lights hummed. The Protego discs sat in their case. The old Hesper journals rested behind glass. Harry walked to the chalkboard. There were more rules now. A device is a bottle, not a wellspring. Magic dislikes being bullied. Destructive intent resists storage. Precision beats force. Activation is not casting. He picked up the chalk and added one more. Useful is more dangerous than powerful. He stared at it for a long time. Then Luna's voice came from the stairs. "That's a good one." Harry turned. She stood with 2 mugs of tea and a smudge of copper dust on her cheek. He took one mug. "I thought you were asleep." "I was. Then an idea woke me." "That sounds inconvenient." "It often is." She came to stand beside him, reading the board. Harry looked around the laboratory. 8 months ago, it had been dust and dead ambition. Now it breathed. It failed. It learned. It glowed. He thought of Filch's hands turning the gear. He thought of the first shield. He thought of the wall Reducto had destroyed. The work was beautiful. The work was dangerous. The work was not going to stay hidden. Luna sipped her tea. "We need a name for the shield disc." Harry frowned. "A name? Names matter. Otherwise the Ministry will name it something awful like Unauthorized Defensive Mechanism Class 2. Harry made a face. They would. It's small, round, measures force, answers danger. Harry looked at the brass disc in its case. Shield disc. Boring. Protego pocket. Worse. Defensive gear. "That sounds like socks," he sighed. "Fine, what do you suggest?" Luna smiled. "Arcanometer." Harry considered it. "That sounds like something people will pretend they understand." "Exactly," he laughed. Below the old house, surrounded by copper, brass, journals, and impossible little lights, Harry Potter laughed like someone who had not won a war but found a workshop. Above them, the wizarding world slept under its old rules. Beneath Grimold Place, the new ones turned quietly on tiny gears. Magic without permission, the first arcanometer fit in Harry's palm. That was important. Luna insisted on it. "If it's too large," she said, "people will treat it like equipment." Harry turned the brass disc over in his hand. It was heavier than a pocket watch, flatter than a sneakoscope, and warmer than metal had any right to be. 3 tiny gears sat on its face in a triangular pattern. Around the rim, Luna had etched a thin ring of runes so fine they looked like decorative scratches unless you knew what they meant. "It is equipment," Harry said. "Yes, but it should feel like a personal object, a thing you keep in your coat, a thing you reach for without asking permission." Harry ran his thumb over the activation gear, 1 turn clockwise. 8 seconds of shield, 1 life maybe, then empty until rebound. Simple. Limited. Useful, dangerous, the word had followed him for months. Useful was more dangerous than powerful. He had written it on the chalkboard himself, and the longer they worked, the more true it became. Power frightened people, usefulness spread. A powerful artifact could be locked away in a vault. A useful tool appeared in kitchens, coat pockets, classrooms, markets, and workshops. Useful things became habits. Habits became infrastructure. Infrastructure became impossible to remove without breaking daily life. Luna understood that before Harry did. That was why she cared about size, weight, texture, and the exact sound the gear made when turned click. The sound needed to be firm but not threatening. Click, not a weapon being armed. Click, a door being opened. Harry looked across the workbench. You've thought about this a lot. Luna was bent over a second disc, polishing a microscopic burr from the casing. People decide whether something belongs in their lives before they understand how it works. Harry frowned. That sounds like something your dad would put in the Quibbler. He did. It was in an article about government-sponsored pudding. Was it true? The pudding part, no. She held up the second disc to the light. The rest, yes. The laboratory beneath Grimmauld Place had changed again. It no longer looked like a hidden archive or a private workshop. It looked like a small factory trying very hard not to admit it. Rows of brass casings lay on velvet-lined trays. Cold copper cores rested in numbered slots. Hermione's legal folders occupied an entire table, weighted down with a cracked sneakoscope that now functioned as a paperweight. Neville's plants grew in ceramic troughs along the far wall, their leaves turning faintly toward active enchantments. Kreacher had installed a tea shelf, a safety shelf, and a punishment shelf for tools that misbehaved. The punishment shelf contained 3 cracked discs, a bent rune stylus, 1 pair of goggles, and the remains of a gear mechanism that had bitten Harry. The Arcanometer project had begun with 12 shield discs, then 20, then 50. 50 was the number Harry had chosen because it sounded serious without sounding insane. Hermione had immediately called it insane. You are distributing experimental defensive devices to civilians, she said. They're stable, Harry replied. They're stable in your laboratory. They've passed every test. Every test you designed. Luna designed most of them. That does not reassure me as much as you think it does. Luna, who was feeding Neville's spell-sensitive moss with an eyedropper, said, It shouldn't. I designed them to fail first. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Harry understood her fear. He shared it. That was what made the decision heavy instead of reckless. The Arcanometer was not perfect. It could not hold off sustained attack. It could not stop curses of enormous power. It could not be used twice without recharging. It could not replace training, judgment, or courage. But it could give 8 seconds. 8 seconds to duck. 8 seconds to run. 8 seconds for someone without reflexes, confidence, or a wand already in hand to survive the first spell. Harry had survived many things because someone else had bought him seconds. Lily had bought him years. Dumbledore had bought him time. Ron and Hermione had bought him chances. Dobby had bought him escape. Fred had bought laughter before death swallowed the room. 8 seconds was not small. Not to someone who had none, so they made 50. Harry bound 35 of them. Luna bound 7. Hermione bound 3, each weaker but impressively precise. Neville managed one that produced a shield with a faint green edge and smelled pleasantly of rain. Daphne Greengrass, who had not yet officially entered their lives but had sent an anonymous correction to an arithmancy note in the Quibbler, would later describe that one as botanically smug. The remaining 4 were rejected, not because they failed, because they felt wrong. Luna developed the test. She called it resonance checking. A properly bound device hummed faintly under diagnostic runes. Not audibly, magically. It answered when questioned. A poor binding rattled. A coerced binding screamed. They had only seen that once, when Harry tried to bind while forcing himself through exhaustion because he wanted to finish the batch before morning. The disc cracked within minutes. Luna made him sleep for 14 hours and added another rule to the chalkboard. No tired heroics in precision work. Harry complained. Kreacher underlined it. The first recipient was not chosen by politics. She was chosen by fear. Her name was Mira Patil. Not related to Parvati and Padma, though she smiled when Harry asked, and said everyone asked. She was 23, Muggle-born, and owned a small repair stall in Diagon Alley that specialized in enchanted kettles, self-stirring spoons, and household charms that had developed personality problems. Harry found her because Hermione brought him a folder. Post-war harassment reports. That was the official phrase. It meant hexes on doors, mudblood carved into shop signs, anonymous howlers, petrified cats, broken windows, people who had cheered Voldemort's defeat in public and then quietly continued believing most of what he believed. Mira's stall had been vandalized 3 times in 2 months. The Auror office had taken statements. Nothing had happened. Harry read the file twice, jaw tight. Hermione watched him carefully. "This is why I don't want you rushing," she said. "Because the moment your name touches this, everything becomes symbolic. It already is symbolic." "Yes, that's the problem." Harry looked at the stack of reports. How many? Hermione did not pretend not to understand. Officially, 74 in London and nearby magical districts since August. And unofficially, her silence answered. Harry closed the folder. "I want to start with people like her." Hermione sighed. "I know. Is that legal?" "That depends on what exactly you are giving them, how it is classified, whether any money changes hands, whether the device is considered a defensive artifact, a stored enchantment, a restricted charm carrier, a concealed magical object, or something the law forgot to imagine." "That's not helpful." "It's accurate." Luna, sitting cross-legged on the floor with an arcanometer in pieces, said, "Then we'll give them away." Hermione turned. "That does not solve the regulatory problem." "No, but it solves the moral one." Harry looked at Luna. She kept working. "If we sell them," she said, "people can say we are creating a market. If we license them, people can say we are building a monopoly. If we give them only to friends, people can say we are building a faction. But if we give them freely to people who have already been failed by existing protections, then the question becomes simpler." Hermione folded her arms. "What question?" Luna looked up. "Why are they angry that frightened people can survive?" No one answered, because there was no good answer. "Only political ones." Mira Patil did not believe Harry Potter when he introduced himself. That was fair. He had arrived at a stall in ordinary robes, hair worse than usual from the wind, with Luna beside him wearing a blue scarf covered in embroidered moths. Mira looked from Harry to Luna, then back to Harry. "You're shorter than the posters." Harry blinked. Luna nodded. "Posters often add moral height." Mira narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" Harry respected her immediately. No awe, no tears, no chosen one. Just suspicion, direct and sensible. Hermione had told him not to make a speech. Unfortunately, Harry's natural talent for speeches was limited to moments of mortal danger, so this suited him. He placed a small cloth-wrapped object on the counter. "I heard you've had trouble." Mira's face closed. "If this is ministry business, I've already filed the reports." "It's not ministry business." "Then it's profit business?" "No." "Then why do you know?" Harry glanced toward Hermione, who stood several paces away pretending to examine a self-peeling potato knife. Mira followed his gaze. "Ah," she said, "ministry-adjacent business." Hermione winced. Harry unwrapped the cloth. The arcanometer sat on the counter, brass face catching the light. Mira did not touch it. "What is that?" "A shield." Her eyes flicked up. Harry continued, "One use, 8 seconds. It casts a basic protego when you turn this gear. It won't stop everything. It won't help if you leave it in a drawer. It needs to be rebound after use. But if someone throws a hex through your window, it can give you enough time to get down or get out." Mira stared at him. Then she laughed once, not because it was funny, because it was too much. "You're giving me a shield." "Yes, in a pocket watch." "Technically not a watch," Luna added, "though we considered making it tick. Harry thought that would make people nervous." "It would," Mira said automatically. Then she stared at the disc again. "No wand? No spell? No." Her fingers hovered over it. "What's the catch?" Harry expected that. He had asked himself the same thing. It's experimental but tested. You don't pay us. You don't owe us. You don't have to tell anyone you have it. If it activates, bring it to the address written here and we'll recharge it." Mira looked at the small card Luna placed beside it. There was no foundation yet, no official name, just an address that did not look like an address unless you knew how to read magical directions. Mira's mouth tightened. And why? Harry looked around the stall, at repaired kettles, at dented copper pans, at a small photograph of two Muggle parents standing proudly beside a younger Mira in Hogwarts robes, at the new glass in the front window, slightly clearer than the old panes. Because no one should have to wait for an aura to decide they're worth protecting. Mira looked at him then, really looked. Some of the suspicion remained. Harry was glad. Trust should not be demanded just because he had a famous scar. Finally, she picked up the arcanometer. It fit in her hand. Luna smiled. "Turn it once so you know the feel. I'll recharge it afterward." Mira hesitated, then turned the gear. Click. A shield flashed between her and Harry, pale blue and humming. Mira gasped and stepped back. The shield held 8 seconds, then vanished. Mira stood very still. The shop seemed quieter after. Harry took the empty disc gently and passed her a charged one from his pocket. "Keep this one." Mira closed her hand around it. Her voice, when it came, was rough. "My father fixes radios. He always said magic was unfair because it didn't let ordinary things help." Luna's expression softened. "Your father sounds wise," Mira swallowed. "I suppose this is an ordinary thing helping?" Harry glanced at the brass disc. "No," he said. "Not yet, but it could be." They distributed the first 50 in 12 days, not publicly, not secretly either, quietly. That was Luna's word. Harry wanted to move carefully. Hermione wanted documentation. Luna wanted enough people to know that the knowledge could not die in one room, but not so many that panic outran understanding. So they gave arcanometers to people who needed them. A Muggle-born apothecary assistant in Nocturne-adjacent Diagon who had been followed home twice. A squib accountant whose windows had been hexed because his sister prosecuted death, either collaborators. A half-blood family in Hogsmeade whose son had testified at a trial. A werewolf rights volunteer who laughed bitterly and said, "Does it work when the person attacking you is legally respectable?" Harry said yes. The man said, "That'll be new." Every hand received the device differently. Some grabbed it quickly, embarrassed by need. Some refused until Hermione explained the legal uncertainties in enough detail to make refusal feel like wasted research. Some cried. Harry hated when they cried. Luna handled those moments better. She never filled silence with comfort too quickly. She let people feel the weight of receiving something they should have had years ago. One old squib woman named Cressida Marchbanks, no relation to the examiner, she said sharply, before Harry asked, held the arcanometer for nearly a minute before turning it. When the shield appeared, she did not step back. She stepped forward into its light. 8 seconds later, she whispered, "Again." Luna recharged it on the spot with a softer binding that lasted only 5 seconds but was enough for demonstration. Cressida turned the gear again. The shield appeared. She smiled like someone committing a crime against history. "Good," she said. "Good." By the end of the 12 days, Harry was exhausted. Binding drained him in a way dueling never had. Spellcasting in battle left him shaky, bruised, alive with adrenaline. Binding left him hollow, as though he had taken a small but definite portion of himself and folded it into metal. Luna insisted this was not metaphorical. "The spell carries your magical signature," she explained one night while checking his pulse with a brass instrument that clicked disapprovingly. "Not your soul, don't look like that, but something of your state at binding remains." Devices made in anger feel different from devices made in fear. Yours are strongest when you're thinking protectively. Harry made a face. "That's embarrassing." "It's useful." Still embarrassing. She looked at him over the instrument. "Harry, you defeated Voldemort by repeatedly standing in front of people. Your magic has habits." He had no answer to that. The first public rumor appeared in the Daily Prophet 2 weeks later. Noted war hero distributing unsanctioned defensive artifacts. Harry read the headline at breakfast and sighed. Creature, who had begun ranking newspapers by how much they deserved to be burned, peered over the table. Is Master Harry requiring the fire tongs? Not yet. Luna, sitting across from him, took the paper and read the article upside down. That's surprisingly restrained. Harry stared at her. It says I'm arming civilians with unstable vigilante devices. Yes, but it doesn't call them goblin-funded rebellion trinkets. Daddy's headline was more colorful. Harry lowered his tea. Your father wrote about this. It'll be out tomorrow, Luna, he asked if he could. And I said no. Harry relaxed. So he didn't. I said no to 3 of the titles. Harry closed his eyes. The Quibbler article arrived the next morning. The headline took up half the front page. Magic without permission. Has Harry Potter found the death of the wand monopoly? Underneath was a moving illustration of a tiny brass disc sprouting wings and chasing a terrified wand around a desk. Harry stared at it in horror. Luna looked pleased. It's metaphorical. It's inflammatory. Metaphors often are. The article was strange, earnest, inaccurate in 3 places, wildly perceptive in 4, and far more effective than anything Harry would have approved. It did not reveal the full binding method. Luna had held that back. But it named the principle: stored enchantment, mechanical activation, non-wand triggering. Anyone can turn a gear. Those 5 words became the problem. Anyone can turn a gear. The phrase appeared in letters, arguments, pub conversations, ministry memos, and graffiti within days. In Diagon Alley, someone painted it on the wall outside Ollivander's. Harry felt sick when he saw that. Mr. Ollivander had done nothing wrong. Wands were not the enemy. The old man had helped him understand wand lore, had suffered under Voldemort, had been imprisoned and tortured. Harry did not want mobs blaming wandmakers because a copper disc could hold a shield. Luna stood beside him in the alley, looking at the graffiti. We'll need to say it clearly, she said. What? That wands are not the enemy. Harry nodded. Behind them, 2 young witches whispered while staring at his scar. One held a rolled copy of the Quibbler. The words on the wall gleamed wet in the morning light. Anyone can turn a gear. Harry had thought the technology would spread through devices. He had underestimated phrases. Phrases moved faster than copper. The ministry response began politely. That made Hermione nervous. If they were shouting, we'd know they were panicking, she said, dropping a folder onto Harry's kitchen table. Polite language means someone competent has started thinking. Harry looked at the folder. What is it? A request for voluntary technical disclosure from the Department of Magical Artifacts, the Office of Public Safety, and the Committee for Post-War Stabilization. Luna reached for the folder. Hermione pulled it away. No. I was only going to see whether the paper smells frightened. It smells like bureaucracy. Same family. Harry rubbed his forehead. What do they want? Hermione sat down. They want you to submit every device design, binding method, alloy composition, user list, and recharge location for ministry review. No, Hermione looked at him. He was surprised by how quickly the answer came. No, he repeated. Luna smiled faintly. Hermione did not. I agree with the instinct, but you need to understand what refusing means. It means they don't get a list of frightened people to monitor. Yes. It means they don't get to bury the method. Yes. It means they'll come harder, definitely. Harry leaned back. Who's pushing it? Hermione's expression tightened. Aldous Runcorn. The name landed like a bad smell. Harry knew Runcorn, not personally, exactly. He had worn the man's face during the Horcrux hunt, under Polyjuice, walking through the ministry while it was rotten from the inside. The real Runcorn had been a ministry official who intimidated people professionally and survived regime changes with suspicious smoothness. This was not that Runcorn. Aldous Runcorn was younger. Nephew, cousin, some branch of the same family tree, career bureaucrat, clean robes, calm speeches, no Death Eater conviction, no dramatic scandal. Worse, Hermione said, he was not stupid. He isn't a blood purist in the old sense. She explained. Not openly, he doesn't rant about muggle-borns. He talks about social stability, safety standards, controlled access, responsible magical participation. Luna tilted her head. That sounds like blood purity after a bath. Hermione pointed at her. Yes, exactly. Harry looked toward the folder. What does he actually believe? Hermione's answer was quiet. That magical ability is the organizing fact of magical society, that people who can cast should govern the use of magic, that giving magical function to people outside that structure creates disorder. Harry thought of Filch turning the Lumos disc on and off, of Mira's hand closing around the arcanometer, of Cressida stepping into the shield. Disorder, he said. Hermione nodded. To him, yes. Luna picked up her tea. Then he understands perfectly. Harry looked at her. She continued. If he thought the devices were nonsense, he'd ignore them. If he thought they were only dangerous, he'd send inspectors. But if he thinks they are disorder, then he has seen the real thing. What real thing? Luna's smile was small and serious, the old order beginning to lose its shape. Runcorn's first speech came before the Wisengamot in late March. Harry did not attend. Hermione did, and returned with a copy of the transcript, 3 broken quills, and the expression of someone who had spent hours listening to careful poison. The speech was brilliant in the worst way. Runcorn did not attack Harry directly, he praised him. Harry Potter's courage was unquestioned. His intentions were noble. His service to Wizarding Britain was beyond measure. His trauma, perhaps, made his concern for vulnerable communities understandable. Harry threw the transcript onto the table at that line. Hermione calmly picked it back up. Then Runcorn shifted. Intentions, he said, could not substitute for law. Courage could not replace oversight. The very greatness of Harry Potter's name risked encouraging citizens to trust experimental devices without understanding their limitations. He described arcanometers as mechanically triggered stored defensive enchantments of uncertain legal category. Hermione admitted that part was accurate. Then came the heart of it. If magical effects could be triggered by those without magical training, what prevented misuse? If stored enchantments could be distributed outside established artifact regulation, what distinguished a defensive device from an offensive one? If private individuals could manufacture magic for public use, where did responsibility lie when harm occurred? Reasonable questions. That was the trap. Runcorn asked reasonable questions in service of an unreasonable conclusion. The proposed response was the Mechanical Enchantment Restriction Act. Mira, Luna hated the acronym. It sounds like a sick bird. Hermione summarized the draft. All mechanically triggered enchantment devices would require ministry registration. All binding professionals would require licensing. All spell storage methods would be classified pending safety review. Distribution of unregistered devices would be punishable by fines, confiscation, wand restriction, or imprisonment depending on severity. Existing devices would need to be surrendered for inspection. Harry listened without moving. When Hermione finished, the kitchen was silent except for the old pipes. Finally, Harry said, "They want the list." Hermione nodded. "They want the method," Luna added. "They want time," Hermione said. "If this passes, they don't have to destroy your work. They only have to slow it down until the Ministry controls every legal path forward." Harry stood and walked to the window. Outside, London rain blurred the glass. He had fought Voldemort because Voldemort made evil obvious. Masks, murders, skulls in the sky. The Ministry was harder. It smiled. It filed papers. It said safety when it meant obedience. It said order when it meant hierarchy. It said patience to people who had already waited their whole lives. Harry wanted to fight, legally, publicly, directly. He turned back. "How do we beat it?" Hermione's eyes sharpened. "I can challenge the definitions. The act assumes triggering a stored enchantment is equivalent to casting or deploying a magical artifact. That's contestable. We can argue these are tools like sneakoscopes or remembrals. Good, but it will take time. Hearings, committees, expert testimony. Months at least." Harry looked at Luna. She was quiet, too quiet. "What?" he asked. Luna traced the rim of her teacup. "You can't win the Ministry's argument on the Ministry's terms, Harry," Hermione frowned. "Legal strategy matters." "Yes, very much. You'll be brilliant." "Then what do you mean?" Luna looked between them. The ministry believes the question is whether gear devices should be permitted, but that question only matters if permission can still control reality. Harry sat slowly. Luna continued, "We already gave out 50. People know they work." The Quibbler published the principle. Counterfeiters are probably guessing badly right now. If we spend months asking the ministry to allow the future, Runcorn wins by making permission feel necessary. Hermione's mouth tightened. And your alternative? Make permission irrelevant? Harry knew that tone, soft, dreamy, terrifying. "Luna," he said carefully, "what are you planning?" She looked at him with perfect calm. "We publish Hesper's journals." Hermione dropped her quill. No, Luna did not flinch. Not the full binding methodology yet, but the foundational theory. The history, the alloys, the proof that this is not Harry Potter inventing dangerous toys in a basement. This is a suppressed branch of magical science. Hermione stood. "Absolutely not. If you publish alloy notes and theory, every half-trained tinkerer in Britain will start experimenting." "They already will." "Not with help, with rumors," Luna said. "With bad guesses, with stolen fragments, with black market nonsense that will kill people faster." Hermione looked furious because she understood the argument. Harry understood it too. That did not make it easier. He imagined crude copies, weak casings, overfilled spells, reducto in cheap brass. He imagined blood on the ministry floor. He imagined doing nothing and watching Runcorn lock the future behind a registration desk. "What exactly would you publish?" he asked. Hermione turned on him. "Harry." He did not look away from Luna. "The journals that establish principles," Luna said. "Not step-by-step compression, not activation calibration, not offensive binding attempts. We publish enough to make suppression impossible, but not enough to make reproduction easy." "That line won't hold forever." Hermione said. "No," Luna agreed, "but it may hold long enough for the truth to spread faster than the danger." Harry laughed once without humor. That's not very comforting. Truth rarely is. The special edition of the Quibbler came out on a Thursday. Harry remembered that because Wednesday night was the last time the world still felt balanced on a knife. He, Luna, Hermione, Neville, and Xenophilius Lovegood sat around the grim old kitchen table with proofs spread everywhere. The title had taken 3 hours of argument. Xenophilius wanted "The Wandlords Lied," ancient copper secrets, and the coming gear-spring Hermione threatened to leave. Harry suggested stored enchantment and mechanical activation. A historical review, Luna said, that sounded like something that would die unread in a ministry drawer. Neville quietly suggested magic without permission. Everyone stopped. Luna smiled at him. "That's it." Neville went red. The final issue was the most serious thing the Quibbler had ever printed, which meant only 2 illustrations moved in legally questionable ways. It contained translated excerpts from Hesper Black's journals. A biography of Hesper, including the deliberate erasure of her work from respectable magical histories. A simplified explanation of wand casting versus spell binding. A careful section on the 3 alloy classes. A warning, written by Harry himself, about limitations. A legal note from an unnamed ministry employee that Hermione insisted was not officially from her, despite everyone knowing it was. And on the final page, Luna's essay, not long, not dramatic, just clear. Magic was not made noble by scarcity. Tradition was not truth simply because it was old. Tools did not remove responsibility from people, but neither did fear justify keeping tools from those who needed them most. The last line was Neville's title, repeated as a statement. Magic without permission is still magic. The issue sold out in 4 hours. Then again. Then again. By evening, copies were being passed hand to hand in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, the ministry atrium, Hogwarts staff rooms, and at least 3 private pureblood dining rooms where no one admitted reading it aloud. By Friday, the phrase "wand monopoly" had entered public argument. By Saturday, Ollivander released a short statement saying wands remained the finest and most personal instruments for active spellcasting, but that the study of alternate magical channels was historically valid and worthy of disciplined inquiry. Harry read that statement 3 times and felt an enormous wave of relief. By Sunday, someone in Nocturne Alley tried to sell fake arcanometers made of painted tin. By Monday, one exploded. No one died. A man lost 2 fingers. Harry sat with the Prophet article in his hands for a long time. Luna found him in the laboratory. "I heard," she said. "Harry did not look up. We caused that." "Yes," Luna said. He looked at her sharply. She did not soften it. "We helped cause the conditions in which it happened. So did Runcorn. So did the counterfeiters. So did the people who made frightened citizens desperate enough to buy protection from Nocturne Alley. Responsibility is not a single coin, Harry. It is a handful of broken pieces." "That doesn't make it lighter." "No." He looked back at the article. The man had been trying to buy a shield for his daughter. That detail sat in Harry's chest like a stone. Luna placed a folded parchment on the bench beside him. "What's that?" "A public warning. How to identify false casings. Basic resonance signs. No binding instructions." Harry unfolded it. At the bottom was a line. "If you cannot verify the maker, do not trust the device." Harry closed his eyes. "We're behind already." "Yes. And you still think publishing was right?" Luna was quiet for a long moment. "I think not publishing would have been wrong." That was not the same answer. Harry appreciated that. "The counterfeits proved the demand." Hermione said it with the grim satisfaction of someone watching an argument become evidence. "Within 6 months," she told Harry, "we have documented 300 households claiming access to some form of gear device. Most are not yours." Harry stared at the report. 300, at least. Some are Lumos copies, some are warming gears. Most shield attempts are unstable. Any deaths? Not yet. Not yet. Those words became another clock. The black market moved faster than ethics. It always had. That forced Harry and Luna into the next phase before either was ready. Training, not mass manufacturing, not full public release. Training. If people were going to build gear devices no matter what, then the safest path was not secrecy. It was better knowledge in better hands. They began with workshops at Grimold Place, small groups, 3 people at a time, no offensive spells, no high-capacity bindings, no unsupervised compression. Every participant signed Hermione's terrifying waiver, which was less a legal document and more a written hex against irresponsibility. The first class included Mira Patel, Cressida Marchbanks, and a young half-blood curse-breaker named Owen Bell, who spent the first hour trying to impress Luna, and the second hour realizing she had out-thought him in 7 different directions. Harry taught practical safety. Luna taught theory. Hermione taught legal danger. Neville taught everyone to stop ignoring material behavior. The early lessons were humbling. Most witches and wizards were terrible at binding, not because they were weak, because wand casting had trained them to release. Ask a wizard to cast Lumos and they did it instantly. Ask them to hold the spell uncast, fold it inward, and feed it into metal without force, and half of them looked personally betrayed by their own magic. Cressida, the squib, could not bind at all. But she became the best activation engineer in the room. Her hands, used to repairing ordinary things without magical shortcuts, understood gears better than everyone else's. She could feel when a mechanism would catch, slip, or wear out. She redesigned the Arcanometer's activation gear so it could not be accidentally triggered in a pocket. Harry looked at the improved design and felt stupid for not seeing it. Cressida snorted. Magic folk never think about pockets. Mira proved excellent at casing repair. Owen Bell produced the strongest first Lumos binding, then ruined it by bragging before the rune seal cooled. The disc went dark. Luna patted his shoulder. Humility improves conductivity. By the end of the first workshop, no one had made a working arcanometer. But everyone understood why bad ones failed. That mattered more. Runcorn understood too. His second speech was sharper. No praise this time. He called the workshops unregulated magical instruction conducted in a private residence by politically influential individuals with no recognized certification in artifact manufacture. Hermione underlined the transcript. "He's not entirely wrong," she said. Harry looked offended. "We have certification." "No, we have competence. Those are tragically different things." Runcorn argued that gear device training threatened public safety, the statute of secrecy, and the basic distinction between magical and non-magical society. That last phrase caused 3 days of argument. What was the basic distinction? Blood, wands, schools, law, secrecy, or merely access? Luna answered in the quibbler. The basic distinction between magical and non-magical society is that one knows magic exists and the other is punished for noticing. Hermione said it was not legally helpful. Harry thought it was probably true. The ministry began sending letters, inspection requests, compliance notices, artifact classification inquiries. Harry refused most, answered some, ignored others until Hermione shouted at him. Then came the summons, not a criminal charge, a hearing. The Committee for Post-War Stabilization requested Harry Potter's appearance regarding the distribution of mechanically triggered stored enchantment devices and associated public safety concerns. Harry stood in the kitchen, reading the summons. Luna buttered toast. Hermione paced. Neville looked nervous. Creature sharpened a butter knife in a way that felt symbolic. Harry folded the parchment. "I'll go." Hermione stopped pacing. "Good, we'll prepare testimony." "No," Luna said. Everyone looked at her. She was still buttering toast. Harry should go. But he should not defend the devices. Hermione stared. "That is the entire point of the hearing." "No, the point of the hearing is to make the devices seem like something only Harry can explain and the ministry can judge. That makes Harry central. He shouldn't be." Harry frowned. "I'm the one they summoned." "Yes," Luna said, "and you should use that to make them look at everyone else." The hearing chamber was smaller than Harry expected. That made it worse. Large rooms made politics theatrical. Small rooms made it personal. Runcorn sat behind a polished desk with 4 committee members beside him. He had neat gray robes, careful hands, and a face that seemed designed to appear reasonable in bad lighting. The public gallery was packed, reporters, ministry officials, curious citizens, a few purebloods pretending not to care. Hermione sat behind Harry with a stack of notes. Luna sat beside her, wearing radish earrings and an expression of mild interest. Neville was there too, so was Mira Patel. Cressida Marchbanks. Filch, astonishingly, had come in a patched brown coat and glared at anyone who looked at him too long. Harry had not expected that. It helped. Runcorn began smoothly. "Mr. Potter, thank you for attending voluntarily." Harry nodded. "Do you understand the purpose of this hearing?" "To discuss the devices. To discuss public safety concerns arising from your distribution of unregulated mechanical enchantment devices." There it was. The frame. Harry could feel Hermione behind him, willing him not to snap. He took a breath. "Yes." Runcorn steepled his fingers. "Let us begin simply. Are you responsible for creating the device commonly referred to as the Arcanometer?" Harry glanced at Luna. She gave the smallest nod. "No." Murmurs filled the room. Runcorn blinked. "No, I helped create it." Luna Lovegood designed the binding architecture. Hermione Granger identified the legal category. Neville Longbottom contributed material research. Cressida Marchbanks redesigned the activation gear. Mira Patel improved casing repair after field use. Others helped test safety protocols. Runcorn's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Harry continued, "If you want to understand the device, you'll need to speak to the people who understand it." A reporter's quill went mad. Runcorn recovered. "Nevertheless, your magical power binds many of these devices, does it not?" "Yes. So without you, these devices would not exist at meaningful scale." Harry leaned forward. That was true 3 months ago. The room quieted. Runcorn's eyes sharpened. And now? Now there are at least 9 trained binders capable of producing basic Lumos devices, 4 who can safely bind warming gears, and 2 besides me who can bind low-grade arcanometers. Hermione closed her eyes behind him. She had known he might say it. Knowing did not make it painless. Runcorn's voice cooled. "You have trained others." "Yes, in defiance of ministry requests for restraint." "No, in response to public need." And do you deny that black market copies have already injured citizens? No. The answer seemed to please Runcorn. Harry did not let him use it. I also don't deny that people bought those copies because legitimate protection was unavailable, unaffordable, or legally tangled. That is exactly why we started training people safely. Runcorn leaned back. Mr. Potter, you speak of safety while refusing ministry oversight? I refuse ministry control. And what distinction do you draw between oversight and control? Harry looked at him. He thought of umbrage, of registration commissions, of muggle-borns dragged before desks and asked to prove they had not stolen magic, of laws that sounded reasonable until they became cages. Oversight asks how harm can be prevented, Harry said. Control asks who is allowed to matter. The chamber went very still. Runcorn's polite mask thinned. You are suggesting the ministry does not value public welfare? I'm saying the ministry has a history of confusing order with justice. Someone in the gallery whispered. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Runcorn's voice became softer, dangerously softer. And you believe private citizens should decide the distribution of magical power? Harry shook his head. No. Runcorn smiled slightly. Harry continued. I believe magical power has already been distributed, unequally, unfairly, for centuries. We're not creating that problem, we're showing people it was never natural. The smile vanished. Harry reached into his pocket. Several committee members stiffened. Slowly, carefully, he placed an empty arcanometer on the table. This device can't do anything right now, he said. It has no charge, no spell stored inside. It is brass, cold copper gears, and runes. Without a binder, it is just an object. With a binder, it can hold one shield for 8 seconds. With a user, anyone, it can release that shield. He looked at the gallery. That doesn't make the user a wizard. It doesn't make the binder a manufacturer of miracles. It makes protection transferable. His voice lowered. That is what frightens you. Runcorn did not answer immediately. When he did, the politeness was back. What frightens me, Mr. Potter, is a world where power can be triggered without training, accountability, or tradition. Luna's voice came from the gallery, clear and gentle. Tradition is not accountability. Every head turned. Runcorn looked irritated. Harry almost smiled. The hearing did not end in victory. Hearings rarely did, but it ended differently than Runcorn intended. The Prophet headline the next morning was not about reckless devices. It was Potter. Protection transferable? Ministry pressed on gear magic access. The Quibbler headline was worse, or better, depending on one's tolerance for chaos. Runcorn fears pocket-sized equality. Hermione pretended to hate it. Harry caught her laughing in the pantry. The Mirror passed its first reading in the Wisengamot 3 weeks later, not by much, but enough. Harry read the news over breakfast. For a long time he said nothing. The kitchen was quiet. Luna poured him more tea. Outside, rain slid down the windows of Grimmauld Place. Inside, the house creaked around them, old and watchful. Harry set the newspaper down. They're going to do it. Hermione, who had come early with legal notes and dark circles under her eyes, said, It has 2 more readings, then committee review. Then, they're going to do it, Harry repeated. She did not argue. Neville looked down at his hands. Creature muttered something violent about bureaucrats. Luna stirred her tea clockwise, then counterclockwise, then clockwise again. Harry looked at her. You said we already won. I said they hadn't noticed yet. Do you still think that? Yes. He wanted to be angry at her certainty, but Luna's certainty was never careless. It was not the certainty of someone ignoring danger. It was the certainty of someone seeing a path no one else had noticed and accepting that it might still hurt to walk. How? Harry asked. Luna set down her spoon. We make it irrelevant before it is enforced. Hermione frowned. That is not a legal strategy. No, Luna said. It's a structural one. Harry waited. Luna looked around the kitchen at Hermione's folders, Neville's soil-stained sleeves, Creature's tea, Harry's scar. The newspaper announcing the first formal step toward suppression. Then she said the sentence that would split the movement open. We publish the method. Hermione went very pale. Harry did not speak. The room seemed to tilt. Luna continued softly, Not today, not recklessly, but soon. full binding methodology for low-level safe spells. Lumos, warming charms, detection needles, basic resonance checks, no shields until certification guidelines are ready, no offensive bindings, but enough that no law can put the knowledge back into one house. Hermione's voice was tight. Someone will do it wrong. Yes. Someone will get hurt. Yes. Harry looked at Luna. She looked back, eyes sad but unwavering. And someone is already getting hurt because they are buying bad copies in alleys, she said. Someone is already getting hurt because they have no shield, no wand, no ministry response, and no approved way to protect themselves. We are not choosing between safety and danger. We are choosing which danger we are willing to be responsible for. No one moved. That was the cruelty of it. The truth had no clean hands. Harry stared at the newspaper. Mira passes first reading, a law designed to freeze the future long enough for old power to surround it. He thought of the first Lumos disc, 37 minutes of light. He thought of Filch whispering all these years. He thought of Mira asking what the catch was. He thought of Runcorn's calm voice. A world where power can be triggered without training, accountability, or tradition. Harry finally understood why Luna had never wanted to storm anything. Storming the Ministry would only prove the Ministry was still the center. This was not a war for a throne. It was a workshop spreading beyond walls. Harry picked up the empty arcanometer from the table, turned the gear. Click. Nothing happened. Empty. Waiting. He closed his fingers around it. "All right," he said. Hermione looked at him in disbelief. "Harry," he met her eyes. "We do it carefully. We do it with warnings. We do it with every safety protocol we have, but we do it." Hermione looked furious, then frightened, then slowly resigned. "I'll write the legal disclaimers." Luna smiled softly. Neville swallowed. "I'll write the material safety section." "Creature?" Harry asked. The elf straightened. "Creature will write the part telling fools not to bind reducto in kitchens." Harry almost laughed. Luna looked at the newspaper again. "The Ministry thinks this is about permission," she said. Harry turned the empty gear once more. Click. This time the sound seemed louder. "No," he said. "It's about whether permission still matters." Beneath Grimmauld Place, in trays and cabinets and careful hands, the first 50 arcanometers had already become 300 rumors. Soon, they would become instructions. And the old world, built on the quiet belief that magic belonged only to those born able to command it, began to hear a sound it could not classify. Not a spell, not a wand, a gear turning. The aristocracy panics, the revolution fractures, and the machine learns to grow. The first offer from Lucius Malfoy arrived in a box made of white wood. That alone was enough to make Harry suspicious. No normal person sent a letter in a box. The box appeared at Grimmauld Place on a Thursday morning, carried by a nervous owl with silver-tipped feathers and the exhausted expression of an animal that had been told to behave with dignity. It landed on the kitchen table, extended one leg, and immediately tried to drink from Hermione's tea. Hermione pulled her cup away. "Creature," Harry called. "Did we order anything dramatic?" Creature appeared with a crack, saw the box, and hissed. That answered the question. Luna leaned over it with interest. "It smells expensive." Harry did not touch it. The box was smooth, polished, and engraved with a small serpent curling around the letter M. Not the dark mark, not openly. Lucius Malfoy had always understood the value of plausible deniability. Hermione folded her arms. "Don't open it." Harry looked at her. "I wasn't going to open it with my teeth. I mean, don't open it until we've checked it." Luna had already taken out a brass probe. Hermione stared. "Luna, I'm checking it." "With what?" "A device that becomes rude if it detects poison." Harry decided not to ask. The probe touched the white wood. Nothing happened. Luna tilted her head. "Not poisoned, not cursed, mildly smug." "That's Malfoy then," Harry said. Creature muttered. "Bad silver, bad hair, bad family." Harry opened the box. Inside lay a single parchment rolled around a thin rod of black ivory. Beneath it sat a small velvet pouch. Hermione removed the pouch first with tongs. Inside were 3 pieces of metal, not ordinary metal. One was dark gold with a faint green shimmer. One was pale iron flecked with white. One was copper so cold it fogged the air around it. Luna went very still. Harry noticed immediately. What? She picked up the cold copper carefully, her expression unreadable. These are good, Hermione frowned. How good? Too good. Harry unrolled the parchment. The handwriting was elegant, sharp, and unpleasantly familiar. Mr. Potter, recent developments suggest that your private research has reached a stage at which unsupervised distribution may become politically unwise and commercially vulnerable. I write not as an adversary, but as a man with some understanding of how fragile innovations survive contact with institutions. The Malfoy family retains significant manufacturing contacts, alchemical resources, and influence within circles that presently view your work with alarm. A partnership would allow your devices to be produced safely, legally, and at scale. In exchange for exclusive licensed manufacturing rights, I am prepared to provide political cover against the Mechanical Enchantment Restriction Act, access to continental suppliers, and a guaranteed distribution network through established pureblood houses. You may distrust my motives. I would be disappointed if you did not, but history is not changed by purity of intention alone. It is changed by infrastructure. Yours, Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice. Then he laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was so perfectly Lucius Malfoy that it almost became art. Hermione took the parchment and read it, lips thinning line by line. Absolutely not. Harry looked at Luna. She was still studying the sample metals. Luna, he's right about one thing, she said. Hermione turned sharply. Don't, he is. History is changed by infrastructure. Harry grimaced. That doesn't mean I'm giving Malfoy the keys. No, Luna said. Of course not. He would put velvet ropes around the future and charge admission. Creature made an approving noise. Hermione set the letter down. This is an attempt to co-opt the project before it becomes impossible to control. Yes, Luna said. Harry looked at the metal samples again, and he has suppliers. Very good ones, Luna said quietly. This cold copper is purer than ours. Harry hated that. He hated that Malfoy had resources they needed. He hated that old money could reach mines, refineries, families, and contracts Harry had never heard of. He hated that Lucius could send a box and casually remind them that revolutions still required materials. Hermione seemed to see the thought cross his face. No, I didn't say anything. You looked strategic. Is that bad? When Malfoys are involved, yes. Harry picked up the letter again. The worst part was that Lucius understood the battlefield. The Ministry wanted to regulate gear magic into paralysis. The black market wanted to profit from dangerous copies. Pureblood families wanted either suppression or control. Lucius was offering a fourth option, domestication. Put the gear in a manner. Put a crest on it. Make it respectable. Make it expensive. Make it safe for the powerful by making sure it moved through their hands first. Harry placed the parchment back in the box. No, Luna nodded. Hermione relaxed slightly. Then Harry added, but we need to know how he got those metals. Hermione stopped relaxing. Luna smiled faintly. That is the correct problem. Lucius did not come in person, not at first. He sent intermediaries. A solicitor with perfect cuffs. A retired alchemical broker who spoke of market realities as though reality itself had hired him. A manufacturing consultant who had the courage to describe arcanometers as a disruptive defensive lifestyle sector and was banned from Grimmauld Place by Creature before finishing his tea. Harry refused all of them, politely at first, less politely by the fourth. The fifth intermediary arrived with a proposed contract thick enough to stun a troll. Hermione read it for 10 minutes, smiled in a way that made Harry afraid for the parchment, and began marking clauses in red ink. By the end, the contract looked wounded. Exclusive licensing, she said. Expected, Harry replied. Distribution approval, expected. Binding quotas? Harry frowned. What? Hermione tapped the page. Anyone certified under the Malfoy manufacturing structure would be required to produce a minimum number of devices per month. Luna's expression changed. Not fear, disgust. Binding quotas, she said softly. He still doesn't understand. Harry looked at her. A binding can't be forced. "We know that," Hermione said. "Lucius may not." "No," Luna replied. "He thinks unwillingness is a labor problem." That sentence chilled the room because it was exactly right. Lucius Malfoy came from a world where people could be pressured, purchased, indebted, threatened, obligated, maneuvered, and called loyal afterward. He understood work as something extracted by power. Gear binding did not obey that. Magic disliked being bullied. They had learned it in exhaustion. They had learned it in cracked discs and screaming resonance. Lucius would learn it more expensively. Harry should have felt pleased. He did not, because Lucius would not be the one holding the tool when it failed. The Malfoy prototype line destroyed its first workshop in June. No one told Harry officially. Mira did. She arrived at Grimmauld Place with a broken kettle, a bruised wrist, and gossip hot enough to melt brass. "My cousin's husband works deliveries for a private alchemical yard outside Wiltshire," she said, accepting tea from Creature. "Last night 3 rooms blew out, not fire, not exactly, more like the walls forgot to stay walls." Luna looked up from her notes. "Cold copper containment," Mira pointed at her. "That's what he said, or tried to say." "Mostly he said rich idiots were screaming." Harry leaned forward. "Was anyone hurt?" 3 injured. "No deaths. One man's eyebrows are apparently gone forever." Creature looked satisfied. Hermione, who had come after work and still wore ministry robes, went very still. Was it Malfoy? Mira's expression sharpened. "You didn't hear that from me?" "So yes," Harry said. Luna closed her notebook. "It begins." Harry hated how unsurprised she sounded. Within days, more rumors arrived. A private binding room in Wiltshire shattered its windows outward. A shipment of moonstone iron cores cracked before activation. A brass casing line produced devices that passed visual inspection but screamed under resonance checking. Then, finally, the important details surfaced. The binders were frightened, not all, but enough. Lucius had hired desperate people. Debt-burdened half-bloods. Poor pure-blood cousins. Former low-level ministry workers. 1 or 2 Muggle-borns promised protection from legal pressure if they cooperated. He had not used chains. Lucius was too elegant for chains. He used contracts, obligations, debt relief, family pressure. Quiet threats about employment. The result was the same. A binder who did not want to bind produced unstable work. A binder afraid of failure made the failure worse. A binder coerced into pouring protection into metal created something that did not protect. It resisted. It cracked. It remembered fear. Harry sat in the laboratory after reading Hermione's report, anger moving through him in a slow, heavy current. He's going to get people killed. Hermione stood beside the chalkboard. "I can push for an investigation, but the evidence is mostly hearsay." "Of course it is." "Lucius is careful. Lucius is always careful until someone else bleeds." Luna was at the workbench, turning one of the Malfoy metal samples over in her hand. The cold copper was beautiful, almost flawless. "His materials are better than ours," she said. Harry looked at her sharply. "That's what you're thinking about?" "Yes. Luna, he has better materials and worse devices. That matters." Hermione nodded slowly. "It proves binding quality depends on more than resources." "More than blood," Luna said. The room quieted. There it was. The political consequence hidden inside the technical rule. Pureblood families had believed for centuries that lineage meant magical superiority. Even when evidence contradicted them, they survived by controlling schools, marriages, inheritances, appointments, and access. They could always mistake monopoly for merit. Gear binding stripped that illusion bare. Harry could bind powerful, simple spells because he had capacity and protective intent. Luna could bind precise, complex devices because she had patience and understanding. Hermione could bind lore into argument and 3-second shields into copper because she refused to stop learning. Neville could grow materials no Malfoy alchemist had considered. Cressida, a squib, could design activation systems better than most wizards because her hands knew mechanics. And Lucius Malfoy, with perfect metals and terrified workers, could produce beautiful bombs. Harry stood and walked to the chalkboard. Under the existing rules, he wrote, "Blood is not quality control. Luna smiled faintly. Hermione said, "That sentence will ruin dinner parties." "Good," Harry said. The first pureblood defection came from Daphne Greengrass, though she insisted, quite firmly, that it was not a defection. "It's an apprenticeship inquiry," she said. She arrived at Grimmauld Place under a grey umbrella on a wet July afternoon, wearing dark green robes, gloves, and the composed expression of someone who had never accidentally walked into anything in her life. Harry opened the door and stared. Greengrass! Potter. The last time Harry had spoken to Daphne Greengrass, if it counted as speaking, they had been students at Hogwarts. She had mostly existed at the edge of Slytherin tables and classroom seating charts. Not cruel like Pansy Parkinson, not loud like Malfoy, quiet, watchful, politically neutral in the way some purebloods called neutral when they meant careful. Harry did not invite her in immediately. Daphne noticed. "I'm not here for Lucius." That's exactly what someone here for Lucius would say. Lucius would have sent someone less obvious. That was annoyingly true. Luna appeared behind Harry, wiping copper dust from her fingers. "Oh, good," she said. "The arithmancer." Daphne blinked. Harry turned. "You know her." "Not personally." She sent the correction about the fourth stabilizing sequence. Daphne looked pleased despite herself. "You used it?" "Yes." "It stopped the warming gear from humming in B-flat." "I wondered if it would." Harry looked between them. "You sent anonymous corrections." Daphne stepped into the hall when Luna moved aside. "Your published sequence had an inefficient containment ratio. It was a public safety edition." Hermione said, appearing from the kitchen doorway. "Not an invitation." Daphne inclined her head. "And yet here I am." Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry had seen Hermione face Death Eaters with less suspicion than she currently directed at Daphne. They gathered in the kitchen. Creature brought tea with visible reluctance. Daphne did not touch it until Luna drank first. That earned her 1 point in Harry's mind. Not because he would poison her, but because caution was sensible. "I want to apprentice," Daphne said. Harry nearly choked on his tea. Hermione did not. She was too suspicious to choke. "Why?" Hermione asked. Daphne looked at her. "Because you're about to change the economy of magical power, and most of my class is too busy pretending it isn't happening to notice." That was not the answer Harry expected. Daphne continued, calm and precise. "My family remained neutral during both wars because my father believed open ideology was bad investment strategy. That is not moral courage. I won't pretend otherwise. But it means I was raised to study power without worshipping it. Gear binding is power becoming infrastructure. I would prefer to understand it before fools regulate it, counterfeit it, or turn it into another bloodline ornament." Luna looked delighted. Hermione looked grudgingly interested. Harry still looked doubtful. "And why should we trust you?" Daphne's expression did not change. "You shouldn't." "Not yet." That earned her another point. She opened a slim folder and placed 3 parchments on the table. "Here are my arithmancy credentials. Here is my published work under Professor Vector's supervision. Here is an error analysis of your public Lumos binding sequence, including 2 suggested revisions and 1 note explaining why I believe your cold copper annealing process is over-dependent on lunar timing." Luna gasped softly. Harry looked at her. "Is that bad?" She might be right. Daphne allowed herself the smallest smile. Hermione picked up the parchments. For 5 minutes, no one spoke. Then Hermione said, with clear annoyance, "This is good." Daphne inclined her head again. "I know." Harry leaned back. "What does your family think about this?" "My mother thinks I'm attending a private theory salon. My father thinks I'm gathering intelligence. My sister thinks I'm being dramatic." Daphne paused. "Only my sister is correct." Despite himself, Harry smiled. Luna leaned forward. "Can you follow instructions that are not traditional?" "Yes." "Can you be wrong without becoming defensive?" Daphne hesitated. "Not naturally." "Can you learn?" "Yes." "Can you work beside muggle-borns, squibs, half-bloods, werewolves, and people who will not care who your grandmother married?" Daphne's eyes flicked briefly to Harry, then back to Luna. "Yes." "Can you drink tea that may contain experimental herbs?" Harry said. "Luna." Daphne looked at the cup, then drank. Creature made a disappointed sound when she did not collapse. Luna smiled. "Good, we'll begin tomorrow." Hermione opened her mouth. Luna added, provisionally. Hermione closed it. Harry looked at Daphne. This isn't a pure-blood project. No, Daphne said. That's why it may work. Daphne was infuriatingly competent. Harry wanted to dislike that more than he did. She entered the laboratory the next morning with tied-back hair, ink-proof cuffs, and 3 sharpened quills. Within an hour, she had reorganized the rune calibration charts in a way that made Hermione furious until she realized they were easier to read. By lunch, Daphne had identified 2 inefficiencies in the arcanometer's resistance sequence. By dinner, she had insulted Harry's binding posture. You compress like you're trying to win an argument. Harry lowered his wand. People keep saying things like that, because it's obvious. I saved the world with this posture. You survived the world, different standard. Neville laughed so suddenly he dropped a tray of seedlings. Harry glared at him. Neville looked away, still smiling. Daphne's value was not power. Her wandwork was good, but not extraordinary. Her binding capacity was average. She tired faster than Harry and lacked Luna's strange instinctive patience, but she saw structure. Arithmancy, in Daphne's hands, was not numbers on parchment. It was architecture. She could look at a rune sequence and understand load-bearing relationships the way a builder understood walls. She did not ask whether a device worked. She asked why it had not failed yet. That question improved everything. The Lumo's discs became more stable. The warming gears lost their occasional habit of overheating spoons. The arcanometer's activation delay decreased by half a second. Half a second mattered. Harry knew that from dueling. A shield that arrived half a second late was not a shield. Daphne also brought something less comfortable, pure-blood attention, not Lucius-style offers, questions, carefully worded letters, invitations to tea, anonymous requests for investment opportunities. One elderly member of the Selwyn family asked if gear binding could be made genealogically traceable, which Luna answered by mailing back a blank sheet of paper that screamed for 7 seconds when unfolded. Hermione called that reckless. Creature called it proper manners. But not all pure-blood interest was hostile. Neville's grandmother sent a formal note giving her blessing for his continued collaboration, provided Mr. Potter does not allow any brass nonsense to interfere with herbological publication standards. The Abbott family offered access to an old Hufflepuff-era metal charm tradition. Even a distant branch of the Bones family requested safety training for their younger members. The sacred 28 did not move as one. That was the revelation. They had always looked solid from outside. Names carved into old wood, seats in old chambers, fortunes braided through marriages and vaults, but gear magic found the cracks. Some families feared it, some wanted to own it, some dismissed it as a fad. Some, especially those who had lost children in the war, quietly understood the value of anything that made survival less dependent on who drew first. Harry watched the old order fracture not in battle, but over breakfast tables and inheritance meetings. No dark mark. No speeches. Just parents asking whether their children should learn the thing that might shape the next century. Luna had been right. This was not rebellion, it was obsolescence. Neville's breakthrough came from a plant that should not have mattered. It was called silver thread lungwort, a pale, creeping herb used mostly in old healing gardens because its leaves absorbed magical residue from sick rooms. Neville brought it to the laboratory because one of the workshop rooms had developed what he called spell damp, and Harry called that sticky feeling near the ceiling. Daphne was unimpressed. You brought a hospital weed. Neville looked mildly offended. It's not a weed. It grows in cracks and steals residue. So do half the old families, Luna said. Harry coughed into his tea. Neville placed the lungwort near a tray of cooling arcanometer casings. Within minutes, the leaves turned blue. Luna noticed first, then Daphne, then Hermione, who said, "Oh," in a tone that made everyone stop moving. The plant was not merely absorbing stray magic, it was sorting it. Residue from shield bindings gathered along the leaf veins. Light charms collected at the edges. Failed bindings caused the leaves to curl away. Neville leaned close, eyes bright. It's differentiating intent. Daphne stared. That's impossible. Neville smiled, not smugly, but with rare confidence. No, it's botanical. The lungwort became the basis of their first organic substrate experiments. Until then, gear devices had relied on metal memory. But Neville's plants suggested that living materials, properly grown and harvested, could help stabilize certain enchantments by absorbing excess magical residue during binding, not replacing metal, supporting it, like soil around roots. A ring of treated lungwort fiber inside an arcanometer casing reduced resonance noise by nearly 30%. A thin layer beneath a Lumo's core extended duration by 2 weeks. Warming gears became safer when lined with dried ember moss, another Neville contribution. Harry watched Neville become indispensable with quiet joy at Hogwarts. Neville had been underestimated by almost everyone, even himself. Now he stood in a hidden laboratory beneath Grimmauld Place while pureblood arithmancers and war heroes waited for his opinion on plant behavior. The first time Daphne asked, "Longbottom, would the substrate tolerate lunar cooling?" Neville looked startled enough to drop his gloves, then he answered correctly. Later, Harry found him alone near the plant troughs. "You all right?" Neville nodded. "Just strange." "What is?" Neville touched one silver thread leaf gently, being useful before something goes wrong. Harry understood that too well. For years, usefulness had arrived in crisis. Fight, survive, protect, kill the snake, destroy the cup, stand in the forest. This was different. This was usefulness measured in safer casings, better notes, fewer accidents. Neville looked embarrassed by his own honesty. Harry said, "I think that's the point." Neville smiled. "Yeah, maybe." The full methodology nearly broke them. Not technically, morally. Luna wanted to publish enough for trained witches and wizards to reproduce low-level bindings safely. Hermione wanted to delay until certification structures existed. Daphne wanted tears. "Separate the methodology by risk class," she said during one of the worst meetings. Class 1, light warmth detection. Class 2, defensive. Class 3, kinetic, destructive, transformative. Publish Class 1, restrict Class 2 to supervised training. Never publish Class 3. "Never is fragile," Luna said. "Never is a legal strategy," Hermione replied. "No," Daphne said. "Never is branding. You can break it later if reality requires, but people need categories now." Harry hated that she was right. The public did not need philosophy alone. It needed labels. Safe enough, not safe yet. Do not touch this unless you want to become part of the ceiling. So they built the first gear binding safety framework. Hermione wrote the legal language. Daphne wrote the classification structure. Luna wrote the theory. Neville wrote material warnings. Harry wrote practical notes in plain language, mostly variations of, "If you feel pressure behind your eyes, stop. If the disc gets hot, stop. If the gear moves without being touched, leave the room." Creature contributed a section titled, "Common Foolishness Creature Has Seen and Forbids." It was the most popular part in early drafts. They argued over every line. The central question remained, how much knowledge was too much? The binding process required a witch or wizard. That limited reproduction, but not enough. A talented student could attempt it. A desperate parent could attempt it. A criminal could attempt it. A fool definitely would. Harry could not stop imagining the exploded reducto chamber. He began removing details from the draft at night. Luna noticed. Of course she did. She found him in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, crossing out a paragraph on compression pacing. "That paragraph prevents cracked cores," she said. "It also teaches compression pacing." "Yes. That helps people bind." "Yes. People we haven't trained." "Yes." Harry dropped the quill. "How are you so calm about this?" "I'm not." The answer stopped him. Luna sat across from him. Her hair was loose, her face pale with tiredness, and for once there was no dreaminess in her expression. "I am frightened all the time," she said. Harry said nothing. "When I published Hesper's theory, I thought about the man in Nocturne Alley before he lost his fingers. Before it happened, I mean, I imagined someone like him. I did it anyway." She looked down at the draft. "I imagine worse now." Harry's anger softened into something heavier. "Then why?" "Because secrecy is also a machine," Luna said. It has gears too. It turns fear into dependence, dependence into obedience, obedience into tradition, and then everyone forgets there was ever a choice. The kitchen was silent. Luna touched the crossed-out paragraph. If we remove the instructions that prevent failure because we are afraid of people trying, they will still try. But they will try without the part that prevents failure. Harry closed his eyes. That was the trap again. Not safe versus dangerous, danger with knowledge versus danger with ignorance. Luna reached across the table and placed her hand over his, not romantically, not dramatically, just there. We can make the work honest, she said. We cannot make it harmless. Harry looked at their hands, then at the draft. Slowly he picked up the quill and restored the paragraph. Lucius Malfoy requested a meeting 2 days before publication. Harry almost refused. Hermione advised accepting. I want to know what he knows. Daphne agreed, which surprised everyone. Lucius rarely moves unless he believes the board is changing. If he wants to speak directly now, it means he thinks time is running out. So Harry met him, not at Malfoy Manor, never there. They chose a private room above the leaky cauldron, warded by Hermione, checked by Luna, and glared at by Creature until even the wallpaper seemed nervous. Lucius arrived exactly on time. He looked thinner than Harry remembered. The war had not destroyed him, but it had stripped away some of his polish. His hair was still immaculate, his robes still expensive, his cane still elegant. But there was a caution in his eyes now, a knowledge that history had nearly eaten him and might yet return for seconds. Mr. Potter, Malfoy. Lucius glanced at Luna, Hermione, and Daphne. His gaze lingered on Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Your father believes you are studying private theory. Daphne's smile was ice. My father believes many convenient things. Lucius inclined his head, accepting the strike. They sat. Lucius did not waste time. I assume my previous proposals have been rejected permanently. Yes, Harry said. A pity. No, it isn't. A faint smile touched Lucius's mouth. You remain direct. You remain Lucius Malfoy. Also direct, Hermione said. Why are you here? Lucius turned to her. Because you are about to publish. The room cooled. Harry kept his expression still. Lucius smiled faintly. Please. The Quibbler has ordered more paper than it used during the Rotfang conspiracy series, and Mr. Lovegood has been seen in conversation with 3 independent magical printers. I am not guessing wildly. Luna looked impressed despite herself. Lucius continued. You believe publication prevents control. In a narrow sense, you are correct, but it also creates chaos. Harry leaned forward. Your workshops created chaos. Lucius's expression did not change, but his fingers tightened briefly on the cane. My contractors overpromised. Your binders were coerced. Lucius looked at Luna, an imprecise accusation. No, she said softly, a precise diagnosis. For the first time, Lucius looked genuinely irritated. You have discovered a charming moral property in your invention and mistaken it for political protection. Yes, unwilling binders produce inferior devices. That does not make your work incorruptible. It merely changes the price of corruption. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Lucius looked back to Harry. You think open knowledge will save you from monopoly? It will not. The wealthy will still buy the best materials. Families with libraries will still learn faster. Institutions will still certify, restrict, classify, and profit. The only question is whether you sit at the table before or after others set the menu. Harry studied him. There was truth there. Not enough to make Lucius right, enough to make ignoring him foolish. Luna answered before Harry could. That is why the knowledge has to be free. Lucius gave her a look of elegant pity. Free knowledge does not create free people, Miss Lovegood. No, she agreed. But locked knowledge guarantees the opposite. Silence. Hermione's quill scratched once. Lucius stood. I came to offer a final warning, not a threat. If you publish, you will not control what follows. Harry stood too, I know. Lucius looked at him carefully. Do you? Harry thought of explosions. Counterfeits, frightened binders, Mira's hand, Filch's face, Runcorn's speeches. He nodded. Yes. Lucius tapped his cane once against the floor. Then history will judge your confidence. Harry's voice hardened. History judged yours already. For a moment, old hatred flickered between them. Then Lucius smiled thinly. Indeed. He left without another word. Daphne watched the door close. Then she exhaled slowly. He's afraid. Hermione frowned. Of publication. Daphne shook her head. Of being late. The special Quibbler edition was titled The Gear Binder's Primer. Safe foundations for mechanical enchantment, Xenophilius wanted to add, and 7 reasons the Ministry hates your toolbox. Hermione physically removed the subtitle. The edition contained no shield methodology, no offensive spells, no kinetic bindings, no reducto, no shortcuts, but it contained enough, the held breath technique. Class 1 spell compression, alloy preparation for low-energy charms, rune lattice basics, activation gear safety, resonance checking, failure signs, emergency venting, material warnings, ethical guidelines. A full page in Harry's handwriting reproduced exactly: if you are angry, stop. If you are frightened, stop. If someone is pressuring you, stop. If the device feels like it is pushing back, stop. No invention is worth dying to finish today. Luna's opening essay was shorter. Magic is a language, a wand is one dialect, a gear is another. Do not mistake fluency for ownership. The issue released at dawn. By noon, it had sold out in London. By evening, unauthorized copies were circulating in Hogsmeade, Cardiff, Edinburgh, and one confused Muggle bookshop in Manchester that briefly shelved it under mechanical engineering. By the next day, 3 Hogwarts professors requested official copies. By the end of the week, the Ministry issued a public advisory urging citizens not to attempt unsanctioned compression-based enchantment storage. The advisory included a diagram accidentally copied from the primer. Hermione laughed so hard she had to sit down. Runcorn did not laugh. His office released a statement calling publication reckless, destabilizing, and a direct challenge to the Ministry's responsibility to regulate magical safety. Luna cut out the phrase and pinned it to the laboratory wall. Under it, she wrote, "He noticed." The fracture became visible at the next Wisengamot session. Mira's second reading should have been easy. Runcorn had expected fear to do the work. Instead, the primer changed the room. Opponents of the act now had language, not just slogans, definitions, categories, safety structures, evidence that the field existed beyond Harry Potter's personal influence. Supporters of the act still argued danger. But now every call for restriction had to answer a harder question. If Class 1 gear binding could be taught safely, why classify all mechanical enchantment as restricted? Augusta Longbottom submitted Neville's substrate data. Professor Vector sent a letter supporting formal academic review. Ollivander, carefully neutral, wrote that alternate magical instruments had historical precedent. 3 pureblood families proposed amendments instead of bans. That was how old power cracked, not by surrendering, by negotiating with something it could no longer dismiss. Runcorn was furious. Politely, always politely, Hermione returned from the session with bright eyes. They don't have the votes for the original draft. Harry felt a rush of relief so sharp it was almost painful. But, she smiled grimly, but they may have votes for a narrower version, certification, inspection, restrictions on defensive and kinetic devices. Luna nodded. Good. Harry stared. Good. Better than prohibition. Worse than freedom. That means they are moving. Daphne, reviewing a transcript, said, "They are adapting. We should too." Harry looked around the laboratory, at Hermione with ink on her fingers, at Luna with copper dust on her cheek, at Neville trimming silver thread lungwort, at Daphne Greengrass marking pureblood legal strategy with surgical precision, at Creature polishing a tray of arcanometers while muttering that fools did not deserve gears. This was no longer Harry and Luna alone beneath a house. That had happened so gradually he had almost missed it. A project had become a network. A network was becoming a field. A field could survive its founders. That frightened him. It also freed him. The next morning, a letter arrived from Mira. 3 lines. "My father, read the primer. He says your gear ratios are inefficient. He wants to visit." Harry handed it to Luna. She read it and smiled. "Good." Harry laughed. "You say that about everything." No, Luna said, only about things beginning. That night, Harry went alone to the archive's oldest shelf. Hesper Black's journals rested behind glass, no longer hidden, no longer silent. He wondered what she would think of the primer, of the workshops, of Malfoy's failed production line, of squibs turning gears and purebloods asking to apprentice, of the Ministry trying to classify a future that had already learned to reproduce itself. Harry placed one hand on the glass. For years, he had thought change meant confrontation. A wand raised, a curse blocked, a final battle. But this change moved differently. It entered through repair stalls and kitchen tables, through journals, workshops, arguments, and mistakes, through a girl from an old family who wanted to learn, through a herbologist who discovered that plants could remember intention, through a squib who made the trigger safer because magical people forgot pockets existed, through Luna, who looked at buried useless things and saw a door. Behind him, the laboratory hummed, not loudly, not triumphantly, just steadily, like a machine with many hands now turning it. Luna appeared beside him, thinking, unfortunately, she nodded. Common side effect. Harry smiled faintly. Do you think we did the right thing? Luna looked at the journals. No, Harry turned. She continued, I think we did a right thing. There may have been others, some safer, some slower, some cleaner in theory and worse in practice. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. Harry looked back at Hesper's name. What happens now? Now the Ministry tries to adapt. The old families try to buy relevance. The black market tries to profit. Students try things they shouldn't. Parents worry. Inventors improve. Someone writes a terrible song about gears. Harry snorted. And us, Luna smiled. We keep building. From upstairs came Creature's voice, shouting at someone near the flue. No, Master Harry is not accepting calls from newspapers, Ministry cowards, Malfoys, or persons asking if brass can make them handsome. Harry laughed. Luna's smile widened. Then she lifted a new blueprint from under her arm. I think the arcanometer casing can be modified to accept Neville's lungwort lining without increasing thickness. Harry stared at her. It's midnight. Yes, we nearly started a constitutional crisis. Probably only a regulatory one. I'm exhausted. I brought tea. Harry looked at the blueprint, then at Hesper's journals, then at the laboratory beyond, alive with unfinished work. He sighed. Show me. Luna spread the blueprint across the table. Above them, the old world argued over laws, lineage, ownership, and permission. Below Grimmauld Place, a brass gear turned between Harry's fingers, catching the amber light. Click. Not a spell, not a rebellion, a mechanism. And mechanisms, once understood, had a terrible habit of spreading. When a tool becomes a headline, the first death connected to gear magic did not happen in a dark alley. Harry had expected that, somehow. If disaster came, he thought it would come from a desperate buyer in Nocturne Alley, from a cracked casing sold under a dirty counter, from some fool trying to bind reducto into cheap brass after reading only the exciting parts of the primer. He had imagined smoke, a ruined workshop, a warning ignored. He had imagined many things, but he had not imagined the Ministry public hall at 11 in the morning. He had not imagined polished floors, visitor queues, security desks, and floating memos drifting lazily overhead while a small mechanical object clicked once inside a coat pocket. That was the part everyone remembered. The click. At least, that was what the witnesses said later. Not an incantation. Not a wand movement. A click. Then the world broke. Harry heard about it from Hermione, not the prophet, not the wireless Hermione, that made it worse. She arrived through the flue at Grimmauld Place just after noon, stumbling out of green flame with ash on her robes and dust in her hair. Harry stood so fast his chair fell backward. Hermione. She looked at him, and before she said anything, Harry knew war had given people a certain face. The face of someone carrying news that would divide time into before and after. Luna was in the kitchen too, sorting resonance strips into little labeled boxes, her hand stilled above the table. Hermione swallowed. There's been an attack. Harry's chest tightened. Where? The Ministry. For 1 second the words did not connect. The Ministry was not safe exactly. Harry knew that better than most. But after the war, it had become busy, bureaucratic, boring. That boringness had been part of the healing. People complained about paperwork again. Elevators jammed. Officials argued about budgets. The atrium fountain was still ugly. An attack belonged to the old years. Not now, not there. How bad? Harry asked. Hermione's mouth trembled once before she controlled it. 4 dead, 11 injured, maybe more. They're still clearing the hole. The kitchen went silent. Creature appeared at the doorway, as if summoned by grief. Harry gripped the edge of the table. What happened? Hermione looked at Luna, then back at Harry. They used a gear device. The room seemed to tilt. Harry heard the words. He understood each one. They still did not make sense together. No, he said. Hermione said nothing. Harry's fingers tightened on the wood until it creaked. What kind? We don't know yet. Early reports say it was a destructive binding, reducto equivalent, possibly modified. No one's signature at activation. Magical presence detection didn't flag the attacker before discharge. Luna's face had gone very pale. Mechanical trigger, she said. Hermione nodded. Harry stepped back from the table. His first thought was technical. He hated himself for it instantly. A reducto binding should have failed during compression. Destructive intent resisted storage. It built pressure. It cracked casings. It screamed under resonance. Anyone competent would know not to carry it into a public building, which meant either the binder was very skilled, very reckless, or the device was not stable in the way Harry understood stability. His second thought was worse. We published enough, not reducto methodology, never that. But enough to teach compression. Enough to teach casing. Enough for someone clever and cruel to bridge the gaps. His third thought was not a thought, it was a memory. A wall exploding beneath Grimmauld Place, Luna bleeding from the forehead, creature screaming. Hermione setting his shoulder with shaking hands. Harry sat down slowly. Luna reached for the table but did not sit. Who? She asked. Hermione understood the question. No confirmed identity yet. The attacker died in the blast. Harry closed his eyes. Of course he did. Hermione's voice lowered. Harry, he opened his eyes. She had that look again, the one that meant there was more. There was a message. Luna's hand closed around a resonance strip. Hermione took a folded piece of parchment from inside her robes. Her fingers were dusty. The Aurors found copies scattered near the entrance. Not many survived intact. She placed the parchment on the table. Harry did not want to read it. He did anyway. The message was short. Behold Potter's future. Magic without permission is murder without warning. Pass Mira, restore order. Harry stared at the words. Then he laughed. One broken sound. Because it was too perfect. Too cruel. Not blood purists using gear magic to create a new age of terror. Not revolutionaries striking at the ministry. Death Eater remnants using the technology to prove the technology should be banned. A machine eating itself, Luna whispered. They wanted the act passed. Hermione nodded. That's the working theory. Harry pushed the parchment away. His hand shook. They killed 4 people to make a political argument. Hermione's face hardened. Yes, Harry stood. I'm going to the ministry. No, Hermione said immediately. Hermione? No, not now. The Auror office is locked down. Runcorn is already there. Reporters are everywhere. If you walk in, you become the story before we know what happened. I am already the story. That is exactly why you stay here until we know more. Harry looked at Luna. She was still staring at the message. For once, she did not offer a strange angle, a sideways truth, a sentence that made the room wider. She looked frightened. That frightened Harry more than the parchment. The Daily Prophet arrived at 3 in the afternoon. Creature tried to burn it before anyone read it. Harry stopped him. He wished he hadn't. The headline covered half the page. Potter devices linked to ministry attack under it. A moving photograph showed smoke rising through the ministry atrium. Figures ran in and out of frame. One witch sat on the floor with her hands pressed over her ears, rocking. Aurors moved like dark shadows through the smoke. The article was careful enough to be dangerous. It did not say Harry built the device. It did not say Luna taught the attacker. It did not say the primer caused the deaths. It said questions were being asked. That was worse. Questions were cowardly accusations wearing gloves. The article named the dead: Miriam Strout, 56, public records clerk; Edwin Cattermole, 19, temporary intake assistant; Sarah Bashir, 32, visitor liaison; Thomas Older, 41, licensing officer. Harry read the names again and again. He did not know them. That made no difference. They had gone to work. They had stood in the public hall. They had existed in the path between an idea and a law. Now they were names in a paragraph under his. He folded the paper carefully, too carefully. Luna watched him. "Harry," she said. He stood. "I need air." He walked out before either of them could stop him, not out of the house. He could not face the street, the reporters, the possibility of eyes. He went down, past the kitchen, past the pantry, past the brick wall into the laboratory. The lights bloomed amber as he entered. The room looked exactly as it had that morning. That felt obscene. Workbenches. Copper, brass, notes, plants, chalkboard, devices in trays, half-finished arcanometers. A row of Lumos discs waiting to be tested. The world had changed, and the laboratory had not had the decency to look guilty. Harry stood in the middle of it. This was where it had begun, not the attack, not the hatred, not the old fear of losing control, but the mechanism, the held breath, the gear. The idea that magic could be stored, carried, triggered. Harry looked at the chalkboard. Useful is more dangerous than powerful. He had written that. Had he understood it, really? Or had he liked the cleverness of the sentence and missed the blood waiting behind it? His gaze moved to the locked cabinet containing their failed reducto notes. There were not many. They had destroyed most of the practical material. Hermione had argued for keeping technical records under seal, because forgetting danger was how people repeated it. Luna agreed. Harry had reluctantly allowed a sealed archive. Now he wanted to burn it. He wanted to burn every casing, every rune sequence, every primer copy, every resonance strip, every brilliant, terrible piece of proof that the world could be made different by people who had not been wise enough to make it harmless. He walked to the cabinet. His wand was in his hand before he remembered drawing it. The lock recognized him, clicked open. Inside were 3 folders. Class 3, Destructive Intent Compression, Failure Reports, Reducto, Pressure Venting Observations. Harry stared at them. 4 names: Miriam Strout, Edwin Cattermole, Sarah Bashir, Thomas Older. He lifted his wand. "Incend, don't." Luna stood at the base of the stairs. Her voice was soft. Harry did not turn. "Go upstairs." "No, Luna." "No." He gripped the wand tighter. "These notes teach people how it failed." "Yes." "They could teach someone how to make it work." "Perhaps." He turned then. She looked exhausted, pale. Her eyes were red, though whether from tears or lack of sleep he could not tell. "That's all you have?" Harry demanded. "Perhaps." Luna descended the last few steps slowly. "Burning them will not make us innocent." Harry flinched. The word struck exactly where she meant it to. "I'm not trying to be innocent." "What are you trying to be?" He had no answer. Angry, perhaps. Useful, punished. Less responsible, more responsible. Anything but standing in a room full of tools while dead strangers' names echoed in his skull. Luna came closer. "Harry, if we destroy our records, we destroy the best evidence we have for why destructive bindings are unstable." "Good." "No." "Yes. If no one has the notes." "Someone already made one." The sentence cut through him. Luna's voice shook now, but she kept going. "Someone already crossed the gap. We don't know how. We don't know whether they used our work, Hesper's public excerpts, Malfoy's failed line, stolen materials, or their own experiments. We do not know. Burning what we know makes us blind." Harry pointed at the cabinet. "And keeping it makes us what? Responsible." He laughed bitterly. "I think we passed responsible this morning." "No," Luna said. "This morning is when responsibility became expensive." Harry looked away. He hated that she could still find the true sentence. Even now, especially now, his wand lowered, but he did not put it away. "I want to shut it down," he said. Luna was silent. He said it again, because the first time felt too small. "I want to shut all of it down. The workshops, the binding classes, the arcanometers, the primer, everything." Luna closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet. "I know. I mean it. I know." "I can't," his voice broke. He forced it steady. I can't keep building something people used to kill clerks in public halls. Luna nodded once. Not agreeing, hearing that made it harder. I drafted a statement, Harry said, when, after Hermione left, you were alone for 20 minutes. That was enough. Luna looked at him with terrible gentleness. What does it say? That the project is suspended, that all workshops are paused, that all arcanometers should be surrendered for safety review, that the primer should not be used until further notice. And then Harry stared at her. What do you mean? And then who reviews them? He did not answer. Who collects them? Luna asked. Who decides which devices can be returned? Who decides who is safe enough to own one? Who decides which frightened shopkeeper gets protection and which squib returns to bare hands? Harry's jaw tightened. That's not fair. No, Luna said softly. It isn't. Neither is today. He turned away. She stepped beside him, facing the cabinet. For a long moment they stood together without speaking. Then Luna said, Last year a man used a kitchen knife to kill a Muggle-born family in Yorkshire. Harry shut his eyes. Don't. No one said the knife was the problem. That is not the same thing. I know. Luna. I know it's not the same. Her voice sharpened, not loud, but fierce. It's worse, and it's better, and it's exactly the same. Harry looked at her. She was crying now, quietly, no drama, no collapse, just tears on a face that still refused to look away. They used a device because it bypassed detection, she said. That is worse. They used our idea or something like it because stored magic changes who can act and how fast law can notice. That is worse. She took a breath, but the device did not choose the hall. It did not write the message. It did not decide that 4 people were acceptable fuel for a law. People did that. People who already wanted fear. People who would have used knives, curses, cursed objects, poison, or anything else if it served them. Harry said nothing. Luna continued, softer now. And it is better because this technology also gave Mira 8 seconds when her window was hexed last week. She didn't tell you because she knew you'd look like this. The arcanometer worked. She got down. The curse hit the shield. Her little brother was behind her. Harry's breath caught. Luna wiped her cheek with the heel of her hand. It is better because Cressida has taught 12 squibs activation repair. Because Filch carries a Lumos disc and pretends he doesn't like it. Because Neville's substrate casings have stopped 3 workshop accidents from becoming injuries. Because people who had no door now have one. Harry's grip on the wand loosened. It is exactly the same, Luna said, because every tool enters a world that already contains cruelty, and cruelty is very good at learning. The laboratory hummed around them. Harry looked at the sealed folders. His anger had not left. It had simply lost its easy target. That was worse. 4 people are dead, he whispered. Yes, because we opened a door. Perhaps. He looked at her sharply. She did not retreat. Perhaps because we opened it, perhaps because others tried to close it with bodies. Perhaps because the ministry delayed safe channels long enough for bad ones to grow. Perhaps because old hatred found a new handle. Responsibility is not one straight line, Harry. That doesn't help. No. What does? Luna looked at the cabinet. Work. Harry laughed once, broken and exhausted. I'm so tired of work. I know. He leaned against the bench. For a moment he looked younger than he had in months. I don't want to be the person standing at a press conference saying the dead are acceptable losses. Luna's face hardened. Then don't. What else is there? Say they are not acceptable. Then keep them from being used as an argument for returning everyone else to helplessness. Harry looked at her for a long time. Then, slowly, he put his wand away. They did not sleep that night. No one did. Hermione returned after sunset with more information and the kind of controlled fury that made every sentence precise. The attacker had been identified as Corvin Yaxley, not the Yaxley who had served Voldemort directly, but a nephew. 27. No formal death, either conviction. Known associations with restorationist circles. That was the ministry phrase for people who missed blood purity but had learned to discuss it over dinner instead of under skull-shaped clouds. The device was recovered in fragments. Cold copper core, brass casing. Crude but not amateur. The compression signature was distorted, probably deliberately. Hermione said the investigators could not yet identify the binder. Luna examined the sketches of the fragments. Harry watched her hands. They were steady. That steadiness cost something now. This was not made from our shield architecture, she said. Hermione nodded. You're sure? Yes, the venting pattern is wrong. See here. They used inward spirals to delay pressure rupture. That is not in the primer. Daphne arrived an hour later, summoned by Hermione. She looked at the fragment sketches and went cold. That is Malfoy-adjacent design language. Harry's head snapped up. Lucius. Not necessarily. Daphne pointed to the spiral sequence. This compression geometry is common in old pureblood alchemical circles, sealed room work. Pre-war dueling artifact theory, it could come from any of a dozen family archives. Could Lucius have made it? Daphne's expression became carefully blank. He could have provided someone enough to start. Hermione wrote that down. Daphne looked at her sharply. I said could. I wrote could. This is not evidence. I know. Harry heard the tension beneath their words. The old families were in the room now, whether physically present or not. Their libraries, their private notes, their hidden experiments, their centuries of keeping knowledge until it rotted into advantage. Hesper Black had not been the only one buried. Neville came next, carrying a tray of lungwort samples from the Ministry Hall. He had gone with the cleanup team at Hermione's request, under the excuse of studying magical residue contamination. His hands shook when he set the tray down. Neville. Harry said quietly. Neville swallowed. I'm all right. He was not, none of them were, but he opened his notes anyway. The residue is wrong, he said. Luna leaned closer. Wrong how? It wasn't just destructive. There was fear in it. Harry's stomach turned. Neville touched one curled leaf with a gloved finger. Plants near normal reducto residue shrink. These twisted inward, like they were trying to get away before the spell released. Luna's face changed. Coercive binding. Hermione looked up. You can tell from plants. Neville nodded, voice gaining strength because the work gave him something solid to stand on. Maybe. I need more tests. But silver thread lungwort reacts differently to forced intent. We saw it with the failed Malfoy samples, not this extreme but similar. Harry stared at the tray. A coerced binder. Someone frightened had made the murder weapon or been forced to. The room seemed colder. Hermione spoke first. If that's provable, it changes everything. Daphne nodded slowly. It means the attack weapon may have been made under pressure. By whom? Harry asked. No one answered, because the possibilities were worse than ignorance. A hostage, a debtor, a captured binder, someone convinced they had no choice, someone who had read Harry's warning. If someone is pressuring you, stop, and had not been allowed to. Luna stood suddenly. What? Hermione asked. We need a protocol. For what? Detecting coercive bindings. Harry looked at her. The idea arrived like a spark in smoke. Their resonance checking could already detect bad bindings, but it was not standardized. Luna could feel things others missed. Neville's plants could identify residue patterns. Daphne could map structural distortions. Hermione could turn that into a legally usable test, a safety protocol, not a defense of the past, a response. Harry straightened. Can we do it quickly? Luna's eyes met his. No, the honest answer landed heavily. Then she added, but we can do the first version tonight. They built through grief, not past it, through it. That distinction mattered. The work did not make Harry feel better. It made feeling irrelevant for intervals of 10 minutes at a time, which was enough to breathe. The first resonance check protocol combined 4 indicators. Luna's diagnostic rune sequence, simplified so trained binders could use it. Neville's silver thread lungwort reaction test, Daphne's structural stress mapping for compression spirals. Hermione's chain of custody form, because if a test could not survive ministry procedure, Runcorn would dismiss it as basement intuition. Harry contributed field language. If the device rattles under diagnostic contact, quarantine it. If the lungwort curls black at the edges, do not attempt activation. If the casing warms while untriggered, leave the room. If the resonance sounds like screaming, believe it. Hermione objected to sounds like screaming as legally imprecise. Luna said it was diagnostically accurate. Daphne proposed acute hostile resonance. Creature passing with tea said, screaming means screaming. They kept both by dawn. The first version existed. It was ugly, incomplete, probably insufficient, but it was something. Harry stood over the pages, eyes gritty, shoulder aching from tension. Hermione rubbed her forehead. This needs review. Yes, Harry said, it needs controlled testing. Yes, it could be misused. Everything can. She looked at him. He looked back. Something passed between them. Not agreement exactly, recognition. They were all past clean choices now. Luna gathered the pages and tied them with string. We publish. Harry glanced at Hermione. Hermione exhaled. Not in the Quibbler first. If it comes only through us, Runcorn frames it as self-justification. We send it to St. Mungo's Artifact Injury Ward, the Auror Office, Hogwarts, Ollivander, Independent Workshops, and the Ministry Safety Committee. Then the Quibbler. Daphne nodded, and to old families, Harry turned. What? Daphne's expression was grim. They have private devices. They won't admit it, but they do. If we exclude them out of anger, they'll keep testing in secret. Harry hated that. Daphne saw it and did not soften. Do you want to be morally satisfied, or do you want fewer explosions? Harry looked away. Send it. Daphne nodded once. I'll handle those contacts. Neville stood. I'll prepare lungwort kits. You have enough? Luna asked. No, but I can grow more. There was something in his voice now, purpose, quiet and rooted. Hermione looked at Harry, and you need to make a statement. Harry's stomach tightened. The press statement, the one he had drafted in panic. The one that surrendered the field. He took it from his pocket. The parchment was creased. He unfolded it. Read the first line. In light of today's tragic events, Luna Lovegood and I are suspending all gear binding work indefinitely. He stared at it, then tore it in half. Luna closed her eyes briefly. Hermione nodded. What will you say instead? Harry sat down at the table. For a long time he did not write. Then he began. The press conference took place outside St. Mungo's, not the ministry. That was Harry's choice. He would not let Runcorn's building frame the story. He would stand near the place where the injured were being treated, where the cost was real and not rhetorical. Reporters packed the street. Aurors kept a path clear. The sky was gray, heavy with rain that had not yet fallen. Harry stood behind a small lectern with Hermione to his right, Luna to his left. Neville behind them with a crate of lungwort kits, and Daphne slightly apart, cool and watchful. Runcorn did not attend. His absence was a presence. The moment Harry stepped forward, the questions began. Mr. Potter, did your technology cause the attack? Will you suspend distribution? Did the attacker use your published method? Do you accept responsibility? Should Mira pass now? Harry waited. He had learned that from Dumbledore, perhaps, or from war. Silence, held long enough, could become its own spell. The reporters quieted. Harry looked at the crowd. He did not look like a savior, he knew that. He looked tired, good. Saviors made people lazy. Tired people looked like they had paid attention. 4 people were killed yesterday, Harry said. The quills scratched. Miriam Strout, Edwin Cattermole, Sarah Bashir, Thomas Alder. He said each name slowly, not as evidence, as people. They were not symbols, they were not arguments. They were not acceptable losses in a debate about technology or law. They were people, and they should be alive. The street quieted further. Harry continued. The device used in the attack was not one of ours. It was not built from any shield method we have taught. It used destructive magic we have never published and never authorized. But I will not stand here and pretend this has nothing to do with our work. A murmur moved through the reporters. Hermione glanced at him, then back at the crowd. Harry gripped the lectern. Gear magic changes what is possible. That is why we began. It is also why people who want fear will try to use it. Yesterday they did. A reporter shouted, "Then will you stop?" Harry looked directly toward the voice. No, the word landed hard. He let it. No, we will not stop developing safe gear magic. No, we will not surrender every defensive device to the same institutions that failed to protect the people who needed them. No, we will not let murderers prove their argument by murdering. The rain began, lightly at first. Harry did not move. But we are changing how we work. Today, we are releasing a voluntary safety protocol for detecting unstable and coercive bindings. It is free. It is being sent to St. Mungo's, the Auror office, Hogwarts, independent workshops, and every binding group we know. We are suspending all advanced binding workshops for 1 month while the protocol is tested and taught. Class 1 safety training will continue. Arcanometer recharging for existing users will continue. Another reporter called, "Are you saying devices are not the problem?" Harry thought of Luna's knife sentence. He thought of the dead. He answered carefully. "I am saying devices do not choose targets. People do. But tools can make certain harms easier, and anyone who builds tools has to answer for that. Our answer is not secrecy. It is better safety, better training, and refusing to let the only available choices be ministry control or black market chaos." The words felt inadequate, all words did, but some held. Hermione stepped forward next. She explained the legal status of the protocol, the difference between triggering and casting, the need for proper classification rather than panic legislation. She was brilliant, angry, clear, impossible to interrupt without looking foolish. Luna spoke after her, not about law, about fear. "Fear is not always wrong," she said. "Sometimes fear is the part of the mind that notices fire before the rest of us smell smoke. But frightened people can be guided toward buckets or toward cages. We are choosing buckets." Several reporters looked confused. A few wrote it down anyway. Neville demonstrated the lungwort test with a safe failed casing. The plant curled yellow, then relaxed. Simple, visible, understandable. That mattered more than theory. Daphne did not speak until a reporter recognized her and shouted, "Miss Greengrass, do pureblood families support this protocol?" Daphne looked at the crowd. "Pureblood families are not a species with one mind," she said coolly. "Any family with private gear experiments would be wise to adopt the protocol immediately." The phrase private gear experiments caused every quill to go wild. Harry almost smiled. Daphne had just warned the old families and exposed them at the same time. Elegant, ruthless. Useful. By the end, Harry was soaked. No one cheered. He was glad. This was not a cheering day. The backlash came immediately. The prophet called the statement defiant. The quibbler called it necessary. Runcorn called it insufficient. Families of the dead were split. Miriam Strout's sister wrote a letter saying Harry should be ashamed of himself. He kept it. Edwin Cattermole's father wrote saying Edwin had believed in post-war reform and would have hated being used to justify fear. Harry kept that too. Sarah Basher's husband refused to speak publicly. Harry respected him most of all. Thomas Older's mother sent back the safety protocol with 3 spelling corrections and a note saying, "If you are going to change the world, at least use commas properly." Hermione cried when she read that, then denied it. The ministry opened an inquiry. The Aurors requested technical assistance. Runcorn pushed for emergency passage of Mira. But the attack did not have the effect he wanted, not cleanly. For every frightened citizen demanding restriction, another asked why the attacker had been able to obtain a black market destructive device, while defensive arcanometers remained legally uncertain. For every editorial condemning Harry, another questioned whether suppression had created the conditions for secrecy. For every pureblood voice calling for order, someone asked why private family archives contained dangerous binding theory in the first place. The world did not turn toward them. It turned into argument. That was something, not victory, not absolution, movement. The safety protocol spread faster than the primer, because fear moves quickly, and this time they had given it instructions. Within 2 weeks, 3 workshops identified unstable devices before activation. Oncent, Mungo's trainee used lungwort testing to quarantine a counterfeit warming gear. An Auror team discovered a cache of gear bombs in a rented cellar in Bristol, because one device emitted acute hostile resonance through a wall. Screaming means screaming, the report noted dryly. Creature framed that line. Still, Harry did not feel better. He did not expect to. The hardest conversation came with Mira. She arrived at Grimmauld Place 9 days after the attack, carrying her arcanometer. Harry saw her from the hallway and felt dread move through him. "Did it fail?" he asked. "No. Are you hurt?" "No." He relaxed slightly. She noticed and looked away. "I came to return it." The words hit harder than he expected. Harry nodded. "All right." That was important. No argument, no disappointment. If the device made her feel unsafe, she had every right to give it back. Mira placed it on the kitchen table. Luna was not there. Hermione was at the ministry. Creature hovered in the doorway, watching. Harry picked up the arcanometer carefully. "I'm sorry." Mira's face tightened. "For what?" "For making you feel like you had to choose between danger and danger." She laughed softly. "No humor." "That's not new." Harry said nothing. She leaned against the counter, arms folded. "My mother wants it gone. She saw the profit and said nothing good comes from carrying war in your pocket." Harry looked at the brass disc. "And you?" Mira's mouth trembled, then hardened. "Last week someone threw a curse through my shop window." "Luna told you?" "Yes." The shield worked. "I'm glad. My brother was behind me." "I know." She looked at him then, angry. "So what am I supposed to do with that?" "My mother is terrified of the thing. I am terrified without it." Harry had no answer. Mira came closer and tapped the disc. "This is what your lot don't understand." "My lot. People with wands. You think helplessness is an event, something that happens when you're outnumbered or surprised or your wand is knocked away. For some people, it's the room we live in." Harry swallowed. Mira's eyes shone. "I hate that thing now. I hate that I need it. I hate that someone used something like it to kill people. I hate that when I put it down, I feel stupid for having empty hands." She took a breath. "So I'm returning it." Harry nodded. Then she added, "And I'm signing up for casing repair training." He looked up. Mira wiped her eyes angrily. "If I'm going to be afraid, I might as well be useful." Harry stared at her. Then slowly, carefully, he pushed the arcanometer back across the table. She did not take it, not immediately, then her fingers closed over it. Creature made a small approving sound from the doorway. Mira looked at Harry. "Don't make me regret trusting you." Harry's voice was quiet. "I'll try not to." "No," she said. "Try harder than that." Then she left. Harry stood in the kitchen for a long time after. The 1-month suspension of advanced workshops became 6 weeks. Then 7. Not because they were hiding, because the safety protocol kept revealing problems. Coercive binding was more detectable than they had hoped and more common than they had feared, not in their workshops. Elsewhere. Private attempts, family experiments, black market production. Small groups trying to build devices from partial notes and pride. Fear lived in metal. That became undeniable. A device bound under pressure carried structural distress. A device made by someone desperate to avoid punishment held magic differently from one made by someone willing and trained. It did not always fail at once. That was the terrifying part. Some coercive bindings waited. They looked stable until triggered, then collapsed unpredictably. The protocol saved lives. It also exposed ugly truths. Daphne received letters from pureblood families asking whether contractual obligation counted as coercion. She answered all of them with one sentence: "If the device screams, the contract is irrelevant." Hermione began drafting worker protection standards for binders. Harry found that absurd and necessary. A year ago, binding professionals had not existed. Now they needed labor law that, more than any headline, proved the world had changed. Luna became quieter during those weeks, not distant, focused inward. She spent hours refining resonance tests, her dreamy softness replaced by a precision that made even Daphne careful around her. One evening, Harry found her asleep at the workbench, cheek resting beside a cracked casing. He draped a blanket over her shoulders. She woke immediately. "Sorry," he said. "No, I was only thinking with my eyes closed. You were snoring," thinking loudly. Harry sat beside her for a while, neither spoke. Then Luna said, "Do you blame me?" Harry froze. She did not look at him. "For publishing," she said. "For pushing. For being right in the wrong direction." Harry's chest hurt. "No," she nodded too quickly. He turned his chair toward her. "Luna." She looked at him then, and he saw the fear she had hidden under work. Not fear of Runcorn, not fear of the ministry. Fear that Harry, essential Harry, partner Harry, the person who had opened the door with her, now looked at the work and saw her mistake. "No," he said again, "I don't blame you." Her eyes filled. "I blame us," Harry said. That surprised her. "I blame the people who built the device. I blame the people who used it. I blame the families who hid dangerous knowledge and the ministry that left people desperate. I blame us for not seeing enough. I blame me for wanting the world to change faster than people could become decent." He exhaled. "But I don't blame you instead of myself. And I don't blame you alone." Luna looked down. "That is a very Harry sort of comfort. Bad. No, heavy." He almost smiled. She leaned against him just slightly. Not romance, not quite friendship either. Something forged in work, grief, tea, and dangerous copper. Harry let the silence hold. Then Luna said, "I still think we were right. I know. I also think we were reckless. I know. Both can be true." Harry looked toward the chalkboard. After the attack, someone, probably Hermione, had added a new rule. The dead are not arguments. They are duties. Harry had not asked who wrote it. He did not need to. "Yes," he said, "both can be true." Mira emergency session failed by 3 votes. Not because the Wisengamot loved gear magic. Because Runcorn overreached. He tried to use the attack to classify all mechanical enchantment devices as restricted artifacts pending ministry seizure and review. All. That meant Lumos discs, warming gears, detection needles, even Neville's plant-lined safety casings. It meant confiscating devices from people who had registered voluntarily under Harry and Luna's workshop network. It meant telling frightened citizens to surrender shields because a murderer had used a bomb. Hermione's speech against it became the first legal moment people would later study in applied enchantment engineering history classes, though she hated when anyone mentioned that. She stood before the Wisengamot with the safety protocol in hand and did not raise her voice once. That made it devastating. She named the dead. She named the attack. She named the danger. Then she asked whether fear justified destroying the only working safety infrastructure currently reducing that danger. She presented evidence. 3 prevented accidents, 1 confiscated cash, 2 identified coercive binding operations, 12 certified safe workshops, 47 voluntarily tested devices, and not a single incident from Foundation trained Class 1 binders. Runcorn argued that private systems could not replace public law. Hermione agreed. Then she said public law should learn from functioning systems instead of criminalizing them to preserve pride. That line made the profit. The emergency session failed. Mira remained alive, but wounded. Runcorn left the chamber expressionless. That night, Hermione returned to Grimmauld Place, sat in the kitchen, and put her head on the table. Harry placed tea beside her. "Good speech." Her voice was muffled. "I hate all of you." Luna patted her hair. "We know." By the end of the dark chapter of their lives, though Harry would never call it, that allowed the work had changed. It was no longer wonder alone. Wonder remained in the first light of a successful disc, in Neville's plants turning towards stored magic, in Cressida's improved gear mechanisms, in Filch pretending not to carry 3 Lumos discs because 1 might fail and 2 might be stolen by idiots. But wonder now wore gloves. Safety procedures became rituals. Every workshop opened by naming the dead, not dramatically, not as guilt theater, as memory. Miriam Strout, Edwin Cattermole, Sarah Bashir, Thomas Older. Then the instructor said, "No device is neutral once it enters a hand. Build accordingly." Some people thought that was morbid. Harry thought it was honest. The first new arcanometer after the attack was bound by Harry on a quiet morning with rain against the windows. Luna stood beside him. Neville's lungwort lined the casing. Daphne's revised stress sequence held the shield curve. Hermione's certification form sat waiting on the table. Creature watched from the stairs, arms folded. Harry raised his wand. For a moment, he could not move. The spell waited inside him. Protego, a promise. He thought of the ministry hall, of smoke, of names. His magic trembled. Luna's voice came softly. "Not guilt." Harry closed his eyes. "How? Guilt shakes, protection steadies." He breathed, thought of Mira's brother behind her. Thought of Cressida stepping into blue light. Thought of his mother before the crib, not guilt, not absolution, a promise. The spell folded into the cold copper, the gear turned once. The disc accepted the binding, no scream, no crack, no smoke. Harry lowered his wand. Luna performed the resonance check. Neville tested the lungwort. Daphne mapped the stress lines. Hermione signed the certification. Creature sniffed and said, "Acceptable." Harry picked up the finished arcanometer. It felt heavier than the old ones. Technically, it was not. But some weight had nothing to do with metal. He placed it in the tray with the others. The laboratory hummed. Above them, the ministry argued, the newspapers argued, families argued, the dead remained dead, the work remained dangerous. And still, somewhere in the city, a frightened person would close their hand around a brass disc and have 8 seconds they would not otherwise have had. Harry had once thought that if something was right, it would feel clean. It did not. It felt like copper dust under his nails, grief in his throat, and a gear turning anyway. At the bottom of the chalkboard, beneath all the rules, Luna wrote one more line, not large, not dramatic, just clear: keep building. Keep answering. Harry read it. Then he picked up the next empty casing. When the school learns the new language, Minerva McGonagall's letter arrived on a morning when the laboratory smelled of cold copper, rainwater, and Neville's opinionated moss. The moss had developed an attitude. Not a personality, according to Neville, because plants did not have personalities in the human sense. They had responsive growth preferences. Harry said that sounded like personality with extra syllables. Neville ignored him. The moss, which was meant to regulate heat leakage in warming gears, had begun creeping away from poorly etched rune plates and toward Luna's tea mug. Luna found this encouraging. Hermione found it scientifically suspicious. Creature found it personally insulting because the moss had avoided his polishing cloth. Harry was trying to scrape a line of green fuzz off an arcanometer casing when the owl arrived. It was a Hogwarts owl. Harry knew it immediately. Some things never left the body. The sound of owl claws on glass. The shape of the seal. The old ache in the chest when Hogwarts reached for him. The owl landed on the workbench, looked around the laboratory with the long-suffering dignity of school owls everywhere, and extended one leg. Harry took the letter. The wax seal bore the Hogwarts crest. He did not open it at once. Luna looked up from a diagnostic strip. "That one has history in it." Harry smiled faintly. "Most Hogwarts letters do." Hermione, who had been reviewing certification drafts at the far table, went still. From McGonagall, Harry nodded. Neville turned from the plant troughs, dirt on his hands. Daphne lowered her quill. Even Creature stopped muttering at the moss. Harry broke the seal. The letter was written in Professor McGonagall's sharp, clean hand. "Dear Mr. Potter, I have followed your recent work with concern, admiration, and no small amount of professional irritation at the number of educational questions it has forced upon my desk. Hogwarts cannot remain neutral regarding a discipline that has already entered public practice, private experimentation, ministry debate, and, regrettably, student rumor. I have confiscated 3 attempted gear devices this term. One was a harmless Lumos casing. One was a badly folded warming charm. The third was a biscuit tin with shield thingy written on the lid. This cannot continue informally. I propose a structural experiment. Beginning next academic year, Hogwarts will offer an applied enchantment engineering track for qualified upper-year students, integrating arithmancy, ancient runes, practical charm theory, material studies, and mechanical activation ethics. I would like Miss Lovegood to design the curriculum. Miss Granger may advise on legal and civic requirements. Mr. Longbottom's work on organic substrates is essential. Miss Greengrass's arithmetic classification model should be included if she is willing. Your foundation, though I understand you have not yet agreed on calling it one, may fund materials. Your name, for the moment, will appear nowhere in official course documents. You are too politically combustible, and I have no desire to spend the first staff meeting of term explaining to 3 governors why Harry Potter is not secretly training an army in the charms corridor. If you object to this arrangement, I will be disappointed, but not surprised. If you agree, come to Hogwarts on Friday. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read it twice, then a third time. Luna's eyes were shining. Hermione covered her mouth, but not quickly enough to hide her smile. Neville looked as though someone had told him he was allowed to breathe in a room he had been afraid to enter. Daphne reached for the letter. Harry handed it over. She read silently, one brow rising at the phrase, "shield thingy." "That," she said, "is why institutions exist." Luna tilted her head. "To prevent biscuit tins from becoming defensive theory." Among other tragedies, yes. Harry sat down slowly. Hogwarts, not a basement, not a hidden archive, not workshops reached through strange addresses and guarded by creatures' temper. Hogwarts? The school that had taught generations to wave wands without ever asking whether wands were the only grammar magic could use. The place where Harry had first felt magic become home. The place where the old world reproduced itself every September. And now McGonagall wanted to change what it taught. Not with a speech, with a timetable. Harry laughed softly. Hermione looked at him. "What?" Luna said permission wouldn't matter. Luna smiled. "I still like being invited." They went to Hogwarts on Friday. Harry had not returned properly since the memorial ceremony. He had avoided the castle after that. Not because he did not love it, because he did. Too much. Hogwarts was full of ghosts even before counting the actual ghosts. Every corridor remembered footsteps. Every courtyard remembered spells. Every broken stone had been repaired, but repair did not erase history. It only made history livable. The gates opened at McGonagall's command. Harry stepped through with Luna, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne beside him. For a moment, he was 17 again. Then 18. Then older than both. The castle rose ahead, towers cutting into the gray sky. Windows glittered. The lake lay dark and smooth beyond the grounds. Students in the distance crossed the courtyard in clusters, laughing, arguing, carrying books, pushing one another lightly in the way children did when they did not believe the ground could open under them. Harry was glad. He wanted them careless. A little. Carelessness was one of the things war stole first. McGonagall met them at the entrance. She wore deep green robes, her hat perfectly straight, her expression severe enough to frighten weak furniture. But when her eyes rested on Harry, something softened. "Mr. Potter, Professor?" Her mouth twitched. "Headmistress, if you insist on titles." "Sorry, Headmistress." "Better." She turned to the others. "Miss Lovegood, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Greengrass." Daphne inclined her head with flawless pureblood manners. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "I taught your mother." Daphne did not miss a beat. "My condolences." Neville made a strangled noise. For half a second, McGonagall stared. Then she gave a very small smile. "Come along." They followed her through the entrance hall. Students noticed. Of course they did. Harry heard whispers bloom behind them. "Is that Harry Potter?" "That's Luna Lovegood." "Is Granger back?" "Who's the Slytherin one?" "Do you think they're making the shield thingy class?" McGonagall stopped walking. The whispers died instantly. She did not turn around. "The next student to use the phrase shield thingy in my hearing will write 4 feet on the correct terminology for stored defensive enchantment." Silence. Then one tiny voice whispered, "Yes, Headmistress." They continued. Harry almost smiled. Hogwarts was healing. Not because it had stopped being chaotic, because the chaos had become school-shaped again. The proposed workshop space was an old, disused corridor behind the ancient runes classroom. Harry remembered it vaguely as the place where a suit of armor had once tried to sing Christmas carols in French. The corridor ended in 3 large rooms that had previously served as storage for broken desks, retired chalkboards, and one suspicious cabinet McGonagall said had been empty since 1892, which Harry did not believe for a second. Luna stepped into the first room and slowly turned in a circle. "This one wants to be the theory room." McGonagall blinked once. "I beg your pardon." The light falls properly for diagrams. Hermione examined the windows. "Actually, she's right." Daphne walked to the far wall and tapped the stone. "Good load-bearing structure." If we install containment benches here, failed Class 1 bindings won't disturb adjoining classrooms. Neville crouched near a damp patch beneath the window. This corner would be excellent for substrate trays. McGonagall looked from one to the other, then at Harry. Do they always do this? Yes. You have my sympathy. Thank you. The second room became the practical binding room. The third became storage, quarantine, and safety testing. McGonagall insisted on a staff observation gallery. Harry insisted on pressure vents. Hermione insisted on legal waivers for participating students, parent notification, safety classification displays, and disciplinary consequences for unsupervised experimentation. Daphne insisted on entrance prerequisites. Luna insisted on tea. McGonagall refused tea as a curriculum requirement. Luna compromised by calling it hydration and nervous system regulation. McGonagall accepted that, suspiciously. They spent the day planning, not dreaming. Planning, the difference mattered. Dreaming was students will learn gear magic. Planning was realizing 11-year-olds should be kept at least 4 corridors away from anything involving spell compression. Dreaming was anyone can learn. Planning was deciding that not everyone should learn everything at once. By sunset, Hermione had drafted a basic course structure. Applied enchantment engineering would not be open to first years, or second years, or third years. Fourth years could take a theory elective. History of magical instruments and mechanical enchantment ethics. Fifth years, with adequate marks in charms and either ancient runes or arithmancy, could take introduction to stored enchantment. Sixth and seventh years could qualify for supervised Class 1 binding. No defensive bindings until advanced certification. No kinetic bindings. No destructive bindings. No exceptions. Harry approved that last line with such intensity that McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Experience? She asked. Unfortunately, she did not press. Luna designed the philosophical spine. She wrote on the chalkboard in the theory room, magic is a language, wand casting is a dialect. Gear binding is another, arithmancy is grammar, ethics is pronunciation. Daphne stared at the final line. Ethics is not pronunciation. Luna handed her the chalk. Daphne considered, then added, bad pronunciation can kill people. Luna smiled. Exactly. Hermione looked at the board and sighed. That is going to become a student slogan. McGonagall said, better that than shield thingy. The staff meeting was worse than the ministry hearing. Harry had faced dark wizards, dragons, dementors, reporters, and Voldemort. None of them had prepared him for retired professors, current governors, and Phileas Flitwick asking 7 questions in one breath while taking notes with 2 quills. McGonagall had not asked Harry to speak at first. That was deliberate. He sat at the side of the staff room, officially present as a private funder and technical consultant, unofficially as the reason half the room kept glancing toward him. Luna presented the curriculum. She was brilliant. Not polished. Brilliance did not need polish when it glowed properly. She explained Hesper Black's work without making it sound like conspiracy. She explained stored enchantment as a discipline, not a rebellion. She explained limitations before possibilities, which Harry appreciated more than anyone else in the room understood. Professor Flitwick was enchanted within minutes. Compression rather than release, he murmured. Extraordinary, difficult of course, counterintuitive. But charm theory supports it, if one treats the wand as a vector rather than a source. Luna beamed. Professor Vector, who still taught arithmancy, was harder to impress and more useful for it. She examined Daphne's classification model line by line. This Class 1 boundary is too generous. She said. Daphne stiffened. Vector continued, a charm may be low energy and still high complexity if the activation requires conditional response. Daphne opened her mouth, then closed it, then nodded. You're right. We should split Class 1 into static and responsive subcategories. Vector gave a curt nod. Daphne looked as though she had been stabbed and rewarded at the same time. Hermione presented legal considerations. That took longer, much longer. Several governors objected to liability. Hermione answered them. A retired ministry liaison objected to political timing. Hermione answered him too. One elderly governor asked whether teaching gear binding would encourage squibs to believe they were magical. The room went cold. Harry sat forward. Hermione's voice became very calm. "No," she said. "It may encourage magical society to remember they are people." McGonagall's eyes flashed with approval. The governor looked offended. Good, Harry thought. Then came the question everyone had been circling. A broad man with silver sideburns and a gold watch chain leaned back in his chair. "Miss Lovegood, forgive bluntness, but are we not training children in a technology recently linked to a terrorist attack?" Silence. Luna did not answer immediately. Harry saw the room prepare itself for dreaminess, eccentricity, perhaps evasion. They had forgotten that Luna had been in a dungeon at Malfoy Manor and survived by seeing things clearly. "Yes," she said. That startled them. She continued, "We also teach potions after poisonings, transfiguration after illegal human transformation, charms after memory tampering, defense after every war. Education is not an endorsement of harm, it is one of the few ways harm stops being mysterious." The room remained quiet. Then Flitwick nodded. "Quite right." McGonagall turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter," he had hoped to avoid speaking. Of course he had. He stood anyway. "I don't want Hogwarts to teach this because it's exciting," he said. "It is exciting. That's part of the danger. I want Hogwarts to teach it because students are already trying. Adults are already trying. Families are hiding experiments. Black markets are selling bad copies. The choice isn't between gear magic existing and not existing. It exists." He looked around the room. "Hogwarts can either pretend it doesn't and let students learn from rumor, or teach them enough to understand why most of the dangerous things are dangerous." His eyes found McGonagall's. "And maybe teach them something we were all bad at learning." "What is that?" asked Vector. Harry's answer came from somewhere old and tired. "That power isn't proof you're right to use it." No one spoke for a moment. Then McGonagall closed the folder in front of her. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." The vote passed, not unanimously, but enough. Hogwarts would teach the new language. The ministry hated it. Runcorn did not say he hated it. He said he was concerned by premature academic legitimization of an insufficiently regulated field. Hermione read the statement aloud in the Grimmauld kitchen. Daphne translated. "He hates it." Neville added soil to a substrate tray. "Can he stop it?" Hermione smiled. "No." That smile was one Harry had learned to appreciate. Hermione explained that Hogwarts, under its charter, had significant curricular independence so long as it did not teach restricted magic or violate ministry safety law. Since applied enchantment engineering began with Class 1 static bindings and theory, Runcorn would have to prove the subject itself illegal. He could not yet. Mira still existed, but the emergency version had failed. The revised version was tangled in committee. Hermione had made sure of that. More importantly, Hogwarts changed the political shape of the argument. A private basement workshop could be called reckless. A Quibbler publication could be called fringe. A shield in a shopkeeper's pocket could be called anecdotal. But Hogwarts' curriculum was legitimacy, not full acceptance, not victory, but a foot in history's door. Parents began writing letters, some furious, some curious, some asking whether the course would help their children get jobs. That last category made Harry laugh. Then it made him think jobs. A year ago, gear binding had been a secret beneath Grimmauld Place. Now parents were asking about career prospects. The revolution was becoming boring. Luna said that was when it became dangerous to old power. "People can dismiss radical ideas," she said. "They have more trouble dismissing employment." The first formal donation came from an unexpected source. Andromeda Tonks. She sent a box of Ted Tonks's old muggle tools, screwdrivers, pliers, calipers, a hand drill, tiny files, measuring tapes. A soldering iron. Harry was not entirely sure they could safely use near magic. The note was short. Ted always said wizards were terrible at respecting tools that didn't sparkle. "Use these properly." Andromeda Harry held the note longer than necessary. Ted Tonks had died because the old world decided blood mattered more than life. Now his tools would help teach magical children that ordinary hands mattered too. Harry took the box to Hogwarts himself. He placed it in the practical room beneath the chalkboard. Luna picked up a screwdriver and held it like a wand. "It has a very sensible aura," Hermione said. "That is because it has a handle." Neville laughed. Daphne examined the calipers. "These are excellent." Harry smiled. Muggle-maid, Daphne did not look offended. Accuracy is accuracy. That, Harry thought, was progress. The first class began in September. Harry was not supposed to attend. That had been agreed. His name was not on the course documents. His presence would distract students, irritate governors, and give Runcorn a headline, so naturally, he attended from behind an observation screen in the storage room. McGonagall knew. Of course she did. She said nothing. Luna stood at the front of the theory room wearing pale blue robes with tiny brass buttons. On the chalkboard behind her was the sentence, "The tool is not the magic. The method is not the morality." 23 students sat before her. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th years divided for the first introductory lecture. Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, Slytherins, some eager, some skeptical. Some there because they thought gear binding sounded fashionable. One boy had clearly expected explosions and looked disappointed by the safety diagrams. Luna looked over them calmly. "Good morning. This is applied enchantment engineering. If you are here to learn how to make secret weapons, you are in the wrong room and possibly the wrong personality." A few students laughed nervously. Luna continued. "If you are here because you think wands are obsolete, you are also in the wrong room. Wands are beautiful instruments. We are not here to bury them. We are here to learn that beauty was never the same as exclusivity." Harry leaned closer to the screen. Luna placed a wand on the table, then a brass gear, then a small copper disc. "This is a wand. It helps active magic leave the caster in shaped form. This is a gear. It helps stored magic receive a mechanical instruction. This is a disc. It remembers what was placed inside it if prepared properly." She looked at the students. "None of these objects is wise. That part is your responsibility." The disappointed boy sat up slightly. Good, Harry thought. Start there. The first lesson involved no binding, only observation. Students handled empty casings. They examined failed discs. They listened to resonance strips. They compared wand movement diagrams with compression diagrams. They learned the safety signs before they learned the exciting parts. A Slytherin girl asked, "When do we actually bind something?" Luna smiled. "When you can explain why you shouldn't yet." The girl frowned. Daphne, assisting at the side, looked approving. In the second hour, Neville introduced substrate plants. The class changed. Students who had been politely interested became fascinated when silver thread lungwort curled toward a stable Lumos disc and away from a cracked one. One Ravenclaw asked whether plants could classify emotional residue. Neville lit up. Harry had seen Neville happy before. This was different. This was Neville as teacher, rooted, patient, unshowy. Certain in his field, he explained that plants did not read emotions like people did, but they responded to magical conditions shaped by emotional state during binding. Fear, coercion, exhaustion, anger all could leave detectable traces if the substrate was sensitive enough. A Hufflepuff raised her hand. "So if someone is forced to bind, the plant can tell." Neville's expression became serious. "Sometimes. That is one of the most important things we study." The room quieted. The students knew about the ministry attack. Everyone did. Luna did not avoid it. At the end of the class, she wrote 4 names on the board: Miriam Strout, Edwin Cattermole, Sarah Bashir, Thomas Older. No one spoke. "These people died because cruel people used stored destructive magic to frighten others into surrendering the future," Luna said. "You will not use their deaths as an excuse for fear. You will not use their deaths as an excuse for recklessness. You will remember them whenever a device works, because working is not enough." Harry stepped back from the screen. His throat ached. McGonagall was standing behind him. He had not heard her enter. "She is very good," McGonagall said quietly. "Yes, You chose your collaborator well. Harry looked through the screen at Luna. No, he said. She chose the work. I just opened the door. McGonagall's expression softened. Sometimes that is enough. The student who changed Harry's mind about the future was named Elian Price. He was 14, Muggle-born, from Cardiff, and by his own account, rubbish at charms. Harry first noticed him during a second-year observation visit to the AE workshop in October. Officially, Harry was there to inspect materials. Unofficially, he wanted to see whether the course was working beyond the first exciting weeks. Elian sat at the back of the practical room, shoulders tense, black hair falling into his eyes. His wand lay on the table like an accusation. The students were not binding yet. They were practicing the held breath with harmless spell forms, learning to gather magical intent without release. Most found it uncomfortable. Some found it impossible at first. Elian looked miserable. Luna moved between desks, correcting posture and breathing. "Not clenched," she told one student. "Magic is not a fist unless you make it one." At Elian's desk, she stopped. He whispered something. Luna crouched beside him. Harry could not hear at first. Then Elian spoke louder, frustrated. "I can't hold it. It just slips or bursts. Professor Flitwick says my wand work is uneven. I thought this would be different." Luna nodded. "It is different. That doesn't mean it is automatically easier." "Then what's the point?" Several nearby students pretended not to listen. Luna picked up an empty cold copper disc. "May I?" Elian shrugged. She placed it in his palm. "Your wand work is uneven because you try to cast before you understand the shape. Gear binding punishes that, which feels unkind, but it also shows you the shape before the spell escapes." Elian looked down at the disc. "My parents are teachers." He said quietly, "Muggle teachers, they keep asking what magic feels like. I can't explain it because half the time I feel like I'm lying about being good at it." Harry felt that sentence in his chest. Luna's voice remained gentle. Being magical does not mean being fluent. Elian looked up. "That's not what people act like." "No," Luna said. "People act like many silly things." She guided his fingers around the disc. "Don't try to impress the spell. Ask it where its edges are." Harry had no idea what that meant. Apparently, Elian did. He closed his eyes. His wand tip glowed faintly, then dimmed. Not a cast, a held beginning. The copper disc did not light. It was empty, unprepared, only a practice focus, but the resonance strip beside it trembled, just once. Luna smiled. "There, did you feel that?" Elian opened his eyes. His expression was small and stunned. "It didn't run away." "No. Can I try again?" "Yes." That was all. No triumph, no glowing device, no applause, just a boy discovering magic did not hate him. Harry left the workshop before anyone saw his face. While Hogwarts changed the educational argument, Hermione prepared the legal one. Mira had been rewritten so many times it had become a battlefield disguised as parchment. The original act had sought broad restriction. The revised version narrowed its focus to mechanical enchantment devices capable of producing defensive, kinetic, or transformative effects outside direct wand casting. Hermione attacked the definitions, not dramatically, surgically. Her argument rested on one point. Triggering a pre-bound enchantment was not casting, it was use. That distinction had seemed philosophical in the kitchen months earlier. Now it became law. If a remembrall could glow when held, if a sneakoscope could spin when danger approached, if enchanted mirrors could transmit speech, then magical society already recognized objects containing enchantment that responded to user action or circumstance. Gear devices differed in reproducibility and activation method, not legal essence. Runcorn argued that scale changed category. Hermione argued that scale changed regulation, not ontology. Harry told her no normal person used ontology in a sentence while drinking tea. She told him that was why normal people lost legal arguments. The Wisengamot hearings lasted 11 weeks. 11 miserable weeks. Harry attended only 3 sessions. His presence did not help. Reporters focused on his facial expressions instead of Hermione's arguments, which annoyed both of them. So he stayed away unless needed. Hermione fought. She brought evidence from Hogwarts, safety records, curriculum structures, certification pathways, incident reductions after resonance protocol adoption, testimony from St. Mungo's artifact injury ward, statements from Ollivander, technical notes from Luna, Daphne, Neville, and Professor Vector. She also brought people. Mira testified. Her voice shook, but she did not stop. She described vandalism, the curse through her shop window, her brother behind her, the arcanometer shield holding for 8 seconds. Then she placed the empty device on the witness table. "I don't love this thing," she said. "I don't think anyone should have to, but until the world is safe without it, don't ask me to surrender it for your comfort." Cressida Marchbanks testified next, a squib before the Wisengamot. That alone made history uncomfortable. She brought the improved activation gear and explained, in withering detail, why magical engineers who ignored non-magical mechanics produced unsafe devices. One old wizard asked whether she, as a squib, truly understood magical safety. Cressida looked at him over her spectacles. "I understand what happens when people like you assume magic solves physics. Usually I have to repair the hinge afterward." Even Runcorn's supporters struggled not to smile. Neville testified about coercive binding residue. Daphne testified about classification. Luna testified about Hesper Black. That was the day the chamber changed. Not because Luna was dramatic, because she brought the original journals. Under protective charm, with McGonagall herself present as witness, she read Hesper's words into the record. "Not all. Enough." A woman from an old pureblood family, centuries dead, arguing that wand dependence had become a social convenience masquerading as truth. No one could dismiss it as Muggle-born agitation. No one could call it a post-war fad. Hesper Black had been one of theirs. And they had buried her because she threatened them. Harry watched from the gallery that day. Luna stood before the Wisengamot, pale hair falling over one shoulder, voice clear. "The question before you is not whether mechanical enchantment is new," she said. "It is whether the law should continue participating in its forgetting." That line did not make the Prophet headline. It should have. The final vote came on a cold December morning, 3-2 in the review panel. Hermione's position prevailed. Gear devices were legally classified as tools containing pre-bound enchantments, not acts of casting by the user. The Improper Use of Magic Act did not apply to triggering properly bound devices. Mira, as written, was vacated. The ministry retained authority to regulate hazardous classes, establish certification requirements for commercial binding, and restrict destructive enchantment storage. Hermione called that acceptable. Luna called it a door with hinges. Harry called it not losing. Runcorn resigned 2 days later. His resignation statement cited irreconcilable differences regarding post-war public safety priorities. Daphne translated. He lost. Runcorn's successor was a centrist which named Elspeth Wengrave, who had no great ideological position on gear devices and an obvious desire for the subject to stop exploding politically. Harry liked her immediately, not because she was an ally, because she was tired. Tired officials could be negotiated with, zealots could not. The first successful student binding happened in February, not with a Leon Price. Harry had expected it to be a Leon because stories liked symmetry, real life did not. It was a Ravenclaw girl named Ceres Llewellyn, also from Cardiff, whose parents were both Muggle schoolteachers and who had spent most of the year asking questions so precise that Daphne began bringing extra parchment just to answer them properly. Ceres was 14, too young for full binding under the original plan. But McGonagall approved a supervised Class 1 demonstration for exceptional students, and Ceres had passed every theory assessment, safety trial, resonance identification test, and ethics interview. Harry was invited quietly, not as celebrity. As binder, funder, and witness. He stood at the back of the practical room beside McGonagall. The room smelled of chalk, copper, and young nerves. Ceres stood at the binding bench, wand in hand. Luna was beside her. Daphne monitored the arithmetic frame. Neville had placed a healthy silver thread lungwort sample near the casing. Hermione, who claimed she was only there for procedural oversight, looked more nervous than anyone. The device was a simple cold copper Lumos disc. No shield, no complexity, just light. Harry remembered his first. The smoking mop bucket, the darkness disc, the one that only worked underwater, the 37-minute miracle. Carries breathed in, her hand trembled. Luna said, "Good." Carries blinked, "Good." If you know your hand is shaking, you are paying attention. Carries swallowed, then tried again. The held breath gathered. Harry could feel it faintly from the back of the room. Young magic, nervous, bright around the edges, not weak, untrained. Carries did not force it. That was the remarkable thing. She had learned what Harry had taken months to understand. She let the spell form, then folded it gently toward the disc. The copper warmed. The rune ring glowed. The lungwort leaves turned pale gold, then relaxed. The tiny gear clicked once. Carries lowered her wand for one awful second. Nothing happened. Harry felt his own lungs stop. Then Luna reached forward. "Whenever you're ready." Carries turned the gear. Light filled the room, not large, not dramatic, a warm glow from a copper disc on a school workbench. Carries stared at it, her mouth opened slightly, then she laughed, not loudly, not triumphantly. Like someone had found a hidden door in the wall of the world and discovered it opened from her side. McGonagall removed her spectacles and cleaned them, though they did not need cleaning. Hermione cried again and again, denied it. Neville beamed. Daphne checked the sequence and said, "Acceptable," which from Daphne was nearly a parade. Harry watched Carries hold up the glowing disc. He recognized her expression. Not from battle, not from victory, from himself, perhaps, the first time Hagrid told him he was a wizard, from Filch, turning light on and off. From Mira, closing her hand around protection. It was the look of someone discovering the world was more permeable than they had been told. Carries turned toward the back of the room. Her eyes met Harry's. Recognition flashed. Of course she knew who he was. For a moment, Harry expected the old feeling. The weight of being seen as symbol, savior, Scar, but Carries did not say his name. She held up the disc and said, "It worked." Harry smiled. "Yes," he said, "it did." That was enough. Spring came slowly. The Hogwarts workshop windows fogged in the mornings and glowed in the afternoons. Students began leaving gear diagrams in library books. Professor Flitwick complained cheerfully that his Newt Charms students were now asking more interesting and irritating questions. Professor Vector became terrifyingly invested in classification revisions. The first official applied enchantment engineering exam had no practical binding section. Students were furious. McGonagall was unmoved. "You may be disappointed in the lack of explosions," she told them. "I am not." The course did exactly what McGonagall intended. It did not make every student a gear binder. It made every student harder to fool. They learned to identify bad devices. They learned why coercive binding failed. They learned that mechanical activation was not morally simpler than wand casting. They learned that squib technicians could understand gear safety better than pure-blood duelists. They learned that Muggle tools had names, and those names mattered. They learned that law, material, spell, hand, and intention all met inside the object. A generation was being taught not merely to use magic, but to ask what structures carried it. That changed their wandwork too. Flitwick reported improved precision among students taking AEE. Their active charms became cleaner because they understood spell shape more consciously. Their arithmancy scores rose. Their ancient runes work became less decorative and more functional. Luna found this obvious. Learning another dialect improves the first. Harry visited less often after that, not because he cared less, because the work no longer needed him in the room. That realization was strange. At first, it hurt. Then it relieved him. One afternoon in April, Harry stood outside the AEE workshop and watched through the small window as Luna guided a group of students through resonance testing. Daphne corrected a diagram. Neville adjusted a plant tray. Carries helped another student identify casing stress. Leon Price, who still struggled with active charms, successfully explained compression pacing to a seventh year twice his size. The room functioned. Without Harry, he felt, for one dangerous moment, unnecessary. Then McGonagall appeared beside him. "You look as though you are trying to turn melancholy into a hobby." Harry smiled faintly. "I was thinking they don't need me." McGonagall looked through the window. "No, they need what you helped begin." "That's not the same, thankfully." Harry glanced at her. Her expression was stern but kind. "No school succeeds by needing its founders forever, Mr. Potter, nor does any worthwhile reform." He looked back at the students. Luna laughed at something Aline said. The sound carried faintly through the door. Harry let out a breath he had not known he was holding. "They're better at it than I was. Good. That doesn't bother you. As a teacher, it is the entire point." Harry nodded slowly. The entire point, not to be the strongest person in the room, not to remain central. To make rooms where other people could become capable without asking your permission. Luna had known that from the start. Harry was only just catching up. The final piece of the chapter arrived in the form of a ministry memorandum. For once, it did not make Harry angry. He read it in the grim old kitchen in late May, sunlight catching dust above the table. It was from Minister Wengrave's office. A proposed regulatory framework for binding certification. Not mirror, not prohibition, not seizure, reasonable, mostly. Commercial binders would need certification by class. Coercion protections were mandatory. Devices sold publicly required resonance records. Class 3 destructive bindings remained restricted pending criminal review. Educational institutions could teach Class 1 and theory under approved safety conditions. Squib and non-magical mechanical technicians could be certified for activation and casing work. Harry read that line twice. Then a third time, squib and non-magical technicians. There it was, small, bureaucratic, world-changing in the most boring language possible. He passed the memorandum to Luna. She read it while stirring tea. Her smile grew slowly. "They're learning the grammar." Harry leaned back. "You think it's good? I think it is a regulation written by someone who has actually seen a gear. That's a low bar. It is astonishing how often governments trip over low bars." He laughed. Luna set the parchment down. "It's not the future I would write." "No, no. Mine would have more Moonstone research grants and fewer forms. Hermione would like the forms. Hermione loves forms because she believes they can be taught manners." Harry smiled. The house was quiet around them, not dead quiet, working quiet. From below came the faint hum of the laboratory. Creature was polishing casings. Neville's plants rustled in the substrate room. Daphne had left notes stacked by precision and annoyance level. Hermione's latest legal comments occupied 3 folders and 1 threatening bookmark. The world had not been fixed. Blood purity had not vanished. The ministry had not become wise. The old families had not surrendered. The black market had not evaporated, but Hogwarts was teaching. The law had bent. Students were learning the new language. And somewhere, in a school workshop that had once stored broken desks, a 14-year-old girl from Cardiff had made lightweight inside copper. Harry looked at his wand on the table. He had used it that morning to summon a book from a shelf. Habit, comfort, history. He did not hate it. That mattered too. The wand was not the enemy. The enemy was any world that said there could only be one way to hold magic. Luna followed his gaze, thinking again, unfortunately. "About the wand, about doors," she smiled. "Better than walls." Harry picked up the ministry memorandum again. For years, the wizarding world had treated change like invasion. Something to repel, contain, regulate, or deny. But this change had entered as curriculum, as testimony, as safety protocol, as a girl's glowing disc, as a line in a ministry document admitting squibs could be certified technicians. The old order had not been defeated in a duel. It had been forced to update its paperwork. Harry found that deeply satisfying. Luna stood, gathering her blueprints. "Come on." "Where?" "The laboratory. The cold copper lattice problem is being rude again." Harry groaned. "Hogwarts just changed magical education, and the ministry wrote a regulation that doesn't make me want to scream." Can we have one quiet evening? Luna considered. No, he laughed, then followed her downstairs. Above them, the world argued more reasonably than before. Below them, the gears kept turning, and somewhere in Hogwarts, a new class of students was learning that magic had never belonged to the wand alone. 5 years later, the old world learns it is no longer the only world 5 years after Harry Potter opened the sealed archive beneath Grimmauld Place. The Ministry of Magic issued a public notice that no one wanted to read. This, Harry thought, was how he knew the revolution had succeeded. Not because people cheered, not because the Daily Prophet ran a heroic headline, not because pure-blood politics collapsed overnight, or the ministry admitted it had been wrong for 400 years, no. The proof was much smaller and much more boring. A 3-page memorandum from the Department of Magical Tools stored enchantments and civilian safety. The department had not existed 5 years ago. That was the first victory. The notice concerned proposed updates to gear device binding certification standards, with particular attention to Class II defensive devices, community workshop licensing, substrate quality testing, and cross-border export regulations. Harry read the first paragraph twice. Then he smiled. Not because it was exciting, because it was sensible. That was new. The ministry was no longer asking whether gear magic should exist, it was arguing about how to inspect workshop ventilation. For a government, that was practically poetry. Harry sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place with the memorandum spread beside his tea. The house was warmer now than it had ever been in Sirius's lifetime. Not physically, though the heating charms had improved. Warmer in the walls, the old portraits were mostly gone or silenced. The curtains no longer looked like they were waiting for someone to die. The silver had stopped trying to bite visitors after Creature threatened to melt the entire cutlery drawer into experimental casing material. Even the kitchen table had changed. Once, it had hosted order meetings and war maps. Now it held blueprints, tea stains, ministry forms, gear samples, and a small pot of Neville's newest substrate plant that reacted to lies by sneezing pollen. Hermione hated it. Luna loved it. Harry did not know why it was in the kitchen, but he had learned that asking such questions only gave the plant attention. He turned the page of the memorandum. A line caught his eye. Non-magical and squib technicians may apply for certified casing inspection status under revised community workshop provisions, provided all activation safety modules are completed under licensed supervision. Harry read it again. Non-magical and squib technicians. The words were dry, bureaucratic, and world-shaking. 5 years ago, Argus Filch had turned Illumo's disk on and off like the universe had briefly apologized to him. Now the ministry had a form for people like him. It was not justice, not fully, but it was movement carved into paperwork. Harry picked up his tea. From below, through the floorboards, came a faint metallic hum. The laboratory was awake. It was always awake now, not with chaos, not with explosions. Those had become rare, which everyone agreed was progress, except possibly Luna, who considered certain controlled explosions educationally honest. The work had spread far beyond Grimmauld Place, but the original laboratory remained the heart, not the center of power. The heart. There was a difference. Centers demanded obedience. Hearts kept things moving. The kitchen door opened. Creature entered carrying toast, 3 letters, and an expression of intense moral judgment. "Master Harry has post," he announced. "Thank you, Creature." 1 letter from the ministry, which is dull but not evil. That's progress. 1 from Miss Granger, which is angry but organized, also normal. 1 from Mr. Dursley. Harry's hand stopped halfway to the toast. Creature placed the letters on the table. His ears twitched. "Shall Creature throw the Dursley letter into the fire, Master Harry?" Harry looked at the envelope. The handwriting was large, careful, and awkwardly formal. Dudley Dursley. "No," Harry said quietly. "I'll read it." Creature sniffed but did not argue. That was also progress. The Lovegood Potter Foundation had not been meant to exist, at least not formally. For nearly 2 years, Harry and Luna had avoided naming what they were building. Names attracted officials, donors, expectations, and people who wanted meetings. They had workshops, certainly, training circles, safety networks, a repair registry, a binding certification pathway Hermione had bullied into legal shape, but not a foundation. Then Mira Patel asked, very reasonably, who was paying for the Manchester workshop lease. Harry said, "I am." Mira said, "That is not a governance structure." Hermione nearly applauded, so the foundation was born. Harry disliked the name because it sounded too grand. Luna liked it because foundations were the part of buildings that did not need applause. The first workshop opened in Diagon Alley, not in the expensive part. That had been deliberate. It occupied an old storage space behind Mira's repair stall, expanded by careful charms and 2 days of creature insulting the brickwork. The sign above the door was plain: Community Gear Workshop Class 1 binding casing repair safety, testing no unsupervised reducto. No exceptions. The last line was Creature's contribution. It stayed. Within a year, there were 5 workshops: Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Manchester, Cardiff, Leeds. By the 3rd year, there were 11. By the 5th, 17 across Britain. Some were small, operating 2 days a week out of shared magical community halls. Some were busy enough to require waiting lists, paid staff, rotating instructors, and notice boards covered in warnings, job postings, student sketches, and arguments about gear ratios. The Cardiff workshop was Harry's favorite. He never said so. That would have been unfair, but it was. It had been built in a converted Muggle warehouse near a magical access point hidden behind a closed cinema. Half the mechanical technicians were Muggle-borns who had grown up around ordinary tools. 2 were squibs. One was a retired Muggle engineer whose daughter was a witch and who had taken one look at the first Arcanometer gear assembly and said, "Your tolerances are embarrassing." He became very important. Luna adored him. Daphne feared and respected him. Hermione wrote a legal memo so he could work safely without violating the statute of secrecy, which she described as one of the worst afternoons of my professional life. Harry visited the Cardiff workshop on the day their first student cohort completed Class 1 certification. Ceres Llewellyn was there, older now, hair tied back, goggles pushed onto her forehead. She had become one of Hogwarts's strongest student binders and spent her holidays teaching younger students how not to blow holes in tables. Elian Price worked beside her. He still called himself mediocre at wandwork. He was wrong. Or rather, he had learned that wandwork was not the only measure worth using. His compression pacing was excellent. His explanations were better. Students trusted him because he remembered what it felt like to believe magic was always escaping faster than you could understand it. That day, Harry watched a 12-year-old Muggle-born boy turn a gear on his first successfully assembled Lumos casing. The light came on. The boy grinned. His mother, standing at the edge of the room with both hands pressed to her mouth, whispered, "He made that?" Ceres smiled. "Yes, he did." Harry stood near the back, unnoticed by most of the room. That was becoming easier, not because people had forgotten him. Because there were other things to look at now. That was another victory. The Lagos workshop began as a letter from Ghana, not from Lagos itself. That came later. The first contact was from Professor Ama Nyarko of the West African Institute of Charms and Material Memory, based in Accra. Her letter was polite, skeptical, and devastatingly well-informed. She had read the Gear Binder's primer, the Hogwarts curriculum notes, Hermione's legal arguments, Neville's substrate papers, Daphne's classification model, and 3 Quibbler essays she described as philosophically interesting but structurally chaotic. Luna took that as a compliment. Professor Nyarko's central point was simple. Britain had not invented stored enchantment, it had rediscovered one path to it. West African magical traditions had long worked with object memory, spoken patterning, and metal spirit retention, though not in the same mechanical form as gear binding. If Harry and Luna were serious about democratizing magical tools rather than exporting British arrogance in brass casing, collaboration must be mutual. Harry read the letter and immediately liked her. Daphne looked mildly offended by the phrase British arrogance. Hermione said, "She's right." Daphne said, "That does not make it less irritating." Luna wrote back within the hour. 6 months later, the Foundation's first international partnership opened in Lagos, not because Britain was teaching Nigeria, but because both sides agreed the future should not arrive wearing only one country's hat. Harry traveled there with Luna, Hermione, Neville, and 3 instructors. The Lagos workshop did not look like the British ones. That was the point. It used brighter metals, open-air ventilation, local material substrates, and activation systems that combined gear motion with patterned pressure plates. Professor Nyarko's team improved their resonance testing within a week by introducing harmonic call response diagnostics that made Luna so excited she forgot lunch twice. The opening ceremony was small. No grand speeches. Harry had learned to distrust grand speeches. Professor Nyarko spoke first. "Tools travel," she said, "so do mistakes. Let us ensure wisdom travels faster." Luna whispered, "I like her." Harry whispered back, "Everyone likes her. She is terrifying." "Yes, especially then." The first Lagos-bound arcanometer variant was not called an arcanometer. The local team named it Abo Disc, after the Yoruba word for protection. Harry did not pretend to know enough to comment. He simply watched as a young technician demonstrated the activation mechanism, producing a shield with a warmer hue and slightly wider curve than the British model. Daphne immediately wanted to know why. Professor Nyarko smiled and said, "Because your circle assumes impact, ours assumes shelter." Daphne went quiet for 3 full minutes. Harry considered that one of the great international academic achievements of the decade. That night, Luna stood with Harry beneath a warm sky, listening to workshop noise spill into the street. "Do you feel strange?" she asked. "Always." "No, about this." Harry watched 2 students argue cheerfully over a casing diagram in 3 languages. "A little." "Because it isn't ours anymore?" He nodded. Luna smiled. "Good." He looked at her. She continued, "If it stays ours, it stays small." Harry looked back at the workshop. The Abo disc flashed once inside as someone tested a binding. A shield opened, held, vanished. 8 seconds, perhaps. Maybe 10, not his, not Britain's. Not Hesper Black's. The idea had grown legs, wheels, gears, wings, possibly if Xenophilius ever got his way. Harry exhaled. "Good," he said. Blood purity did not die. Harry had once thought evil ended dramatically, a body falling, a wand snapping, a final curse rebounding, but ideologies were not bodies. They did not fall neatly. They adapted, hid, changed vocabulary, moved into clubs and committees and private jokes. They became concerned for standards, preservation of culture, questions of suitability, quiet hiring preferences, marriage advice. Blood purity did not die, it became less useful. That was different and perhaps better. A dead ideology could become a martyr. A useless ideology became embarrassing. Gear magic did not make Muggle-borns stronger than purebloods. It did not make squibs magical. It did not erase inheritance, wealth, family libraries, or social influence. But it changed the economy of participation. A pureblood family could no longer claim superior magical stewardship merely by owning old wands and older portraits. Workshops published performance data. Certification boards tracked binder quality. Students from Muggle families began outperforming old names in mechanical precision because they did not treat tools as servants. The first National Gear binding exhibition was held in Birmingham, partly because no old family could claim ancestral ownership of the venue. Harry enjoyed that detail. There were booths for casing repair, substrate farming, public safety devices, educational tools, household gear, and experimental transportation stabilizers Hermione refused to stand near. The Malfoy booth was the most expensive. Of course it was. Lucius did not attend, but Draco did. Harry saw him across the hall, standing beside a display of polished defensive casings under the name Malfoy Materials and Precision Alloys. For a moment, the old schoolboy hatred stirred, then faded. Draco looked older, not dramatically changed, not redeemed by lighting. Still pale, still sharp-faced, still carrying the stiffness of someone raised to believe posture was moral philosophy. But the booth itself was different from what Harry expected. No exclusive licensing, no pure-blood prestige slogans. Just alloy quality charts, resonance stability data, and certification marks. Daphne appeared beside Harry. Annoying, isn't it? What? That he adapted. Harry watched Draco speak to a Muggle-born workshop supervisor with stiff but correct politeness. Yes, Daphne's mouth curved. Good. Adaptation is what happens when domination becomes too expensive. Harry glanced at her. You sound like Luna. I will recover. Across the hall, Draco noticed Harry. For a second, both men became boys again. A corridor, a wand, a sneer, a refused handshake. Then Draco gave a short nod, not warm, not friendly, acknowledgement. Harry returned it. That was all. It was enough. Lucius Malfoy had tried to own the future. His family now sold certified metal into a market where squib inspectors could reject their shipments. Harry found that beautiful. Petty, perhaps, but beautiful. Neville's work became stranger and more famous every year. He hated the famous part. The strange part suited him. His joint research with the Foundation produced 3 new binding substrate plant species. Silver thread lungwort remained the standard for coercive residue detection. Ember moss stabilized heat charms. Mirrorvine, his most controversial creation, could grow along the inner casing of detection devices and help them distinguish between hostile spell residue and ordinary magical noise. The first version of Mirrorvine had tried to grow toward anyone who lied near it, which made it unusable in ministry settings because it nearly strangled a committee room. The revised version was safer, mostly. Neville became Professor Longbottom officially during the 4th year of the Foundation, taking over herbology at Hogwarts while continuing substrate research. Harry visited his greenhouse one spring morning and found 3rd years wearing goggles, gloves, and expressions of deep suspicion. Neville stood at the front holding a pot of pale green seedlings. "This is not a dangerous plant," he told them. One student raised her hand. "Professor, didn't it bite Minister Wengrave?" Neville coughed. "It corrected Minister Wengrave." Harry laughed from the back. Neville gave him a look. After class, they walked between greenhouse rows. Plants shifted gently around them. Some turned toward Harry's magic. Others ignored him completely, which he found refreshing. "You seem happy," Harry said. Neville smiled. "I am." It was a simple answer, hard won. "I didn't expect plants to end up in the middle of gear magic," Harry admitted. Neville brushed a leaf with one finger. "Neither did I." "Luna probably did. Luna expects everything to be in the middle of everything." That was fair. They stopped beside a tray of young silver thread lungwort. Neville's voice softened. "You know, before all this, I thought usefulness meant being brave when something awful happened." Harry looked at him. Neville kept his eyes on the plants. "I'm still proud of what we did in the war. I am, but this is different. Growing something that prevents an accident before anyone knows to be afraid." He smiled faintly. "I like that better." Harry nodded. "Me too," and he meant it. Hermione became impossible. This surprised no one. Her official title changed twice in 5 years, each one longer and less informative than the last. By the time the Foundation reached 17 workshops, she was Deputy Director for Magical Equity and Regulatory Reform, which Ron said sounded like a threat printed on expensive paper. Ron, for his part, became one of the Foundation's best public demonstrators. Not binder, not theorist. Demonstrator. He had the rare gift of making complicated things sound like they belonged in ordinary life. Harry once watched him explain arcanometer limitations to a room full of nervous parents. "Think of it like a spare umbrella," Ron said. "Brilliant when it rains. Useless if you left it upstairs. Won't stop a flood. Don't poke people with it." Hermione whispered. "That is legally imprecise." The parents understood perfectly. Ron also had a gift for catching bad faith questions. When a pureblood journalist asked whether gear devices would make traditional wand training obsolete, Ron said, "Forks didn't make spoons obsolete, mate." The quote ran in the Prophet. Luna called it philosophically elegant. Ron said, "I was hungry." Hermione's legal work turned gear magic from movement into structure. Worker protections for binders, safety certifications, anti-coercion laws, device recall procedures, community access grants, statute-safe non-magical technician provisions, public funding for squib training. She fought for every line, and when officials tried to bury reforms in committees, she became the sort of person committees feared. Harry once asked if she missed adventure. Hermione looked at the stack of regulatory drafts on her desk. "Harry, this is adventure. It has footnotes." He believed her. "Mostly." Daphne Greengrass became head of research because everyone eventually got tired of pretending she was not already doing the job. Her office at the main Foundation workshop was terrifying. Not because it was dark or dramatic, because it was perfectly organized, every shelf labeled, every file indexed, every failed design preserved with notes explaining its inadequacy in language so precise it felt personal. Daphne did not become warm. That would have been unsettling. She became trusted. There was a difference. She trained binders from every background with the same merciless standards. Pureblood heirs who expected preference left her classroom either improved or humbled. Sometimes both. Muggle-born students who expected hostility often discovered that Daphne's prejudice was not against birth, but against sloppy diagrams. Your grandmother's surname does not stabilize a casing. She told one pureblood apprentice. To a Muggle-born trainee who had overcorrected a rune sequence, she said, "Confidence is not imperialism. You are allowed to be right. Just show your calculation." Harry overheard that and remembered her first visit to Grimmauld Place. "I was raised to study power without worshipping it." She had kept that promise. Mostly, she still worshipped clean margins, but everyone needed flaws. And then there was Dudley. Harry avoided the letter for almost an hour. He dealt with the ministry memo. He answered Hermione's angry but organized note. He checked the workshop schedule. He drank half his tea. The envelope remained on the table. Finally, Luna entered the kitchen carrying a blueprint board and stopped. "You are staring at that letter as though it might ask for money." Harry sighed. "It's from Dudley." "Oh," Luna set the board down, not too close. She had always been good at knowing when to enter silence and when to stand at its edge. Harry picked up the envelope, opened it. The letter inside was short. "Harry, I saw a notice about the Ealing Community Workshop." It said non-magical technicians can attend an introductory session if accompanied by a magical sponsor or cleared instructor. "I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this. Is there anything there I could learn to do?" Dudley Harry read the letter twice. Then he passed it to Luna. She read it once. Her expression softened. "What will you say?" Harry looked toward the window. The Dursleys were not simple. Nothing about childhood was simple once you survived it. Dudley had bullied him, hurt him, mocked him, feared him. Followed the shape his parents had carved and then, near the end, stepped slightly outside it. "I don't think you're a waste of space. Small words. Late words. Not enough. Still something." Harry had not forgiven the cupboard. He did not know if forgiveness was the right tool. But Dudley's letter was not asking to be absolved. It was asking if there was work for his hands. Harry understood that. He wrote back, "Dudley, yes. Come Saturday. Ask for Mira. I'll be there." Harry, he sent it before he could overthink. Saturday came too quickly. The Ealing workshop was one of the smaller ones, located behind a Muggle hardware shop, owned by a witch who enjoyed hiding magical entrances in extremely boring places. Dudley arrived 10 minutes early wearing jeans, a thick jacket, and the expression of a man prepared to be told he had made a mistake. He was larger than Harry remembered, not just physically, though he was still broad. He seemed heavier with adulthood, with embarrassment, with things unsaid. Harry met him outside. For a moment neither moved. Then Dudley said, "Hi." "Hi, you look all right, you too." This was dreadful. Harry almost missed Voldemort. Then Dudley looked at the workshop door and cleared his throat. "I'm not trying to do magic." Harry blinked. Dudley continued quickly, "I know I can't. I just saw the notice about mechanical technicians, And I work with electrical fittings now, not anything fancy, but I'm decent with small parts. Thought maybe, he stopped. His ears had gone red. If it's stupid, say. Harry looked at him. Dudley Dursley, standing outside a magical workshop, asking if he could be useful in Harry's world without pretending to belong to it by birth. It was not forgiveness, but it was strange, and perhaps better than forgiveness in that moment. Harry opened the door. It's not stupid. Inside, Mira Patel ran the introduction. She did not care who Dudley was. Harry appreciated that more than he could express. She handed Dudley a disassembled activation gear and said, "Put it together. No magic, just hands." Dudley sat at the workbench. His hands were large, clumsy-looking. They were not clumsy. He worked slowly, carefully, asking before forcing any piece. He understood pressure, alignment, springs. Where? He noticed a burr on the casing edge that 2 magical trainees had missed. Mira watched silently, then handed him another. By the end of the session, Dudley had assembled 4 activation gears correctly and rejected 1 flawed part. Mira nodded. "You can come back." Dudley looked startled. "Really?" "Yes, don't look so surprised. It's annoying." Harry hid a smile. Afterward, Dudley stood outside the workshop with him. The evening sky was pale. For a while, neither spoke. Then Dudley said, "When we were kids, I thought your lot got everything." Harry looked at him. Dudley stared at his hands. "Magic, school, special things, people coming to take you away. I didn't think about what it was like before that." His jaw tightened. "Or what we did." Harry said nothing. Dudley swallowed. "I'm not asking you to say it's fine." "Good," Harry said quietly. "Because it wasn't." Dudley nodded. His face twisted, then steadied. "Yeah." They stood in the uncomfortable honesty. Then Dudley looked back at the workshop. "But this, I can understand bits of it. The gears, I mean, not the glowing." Harry smiled faintly. "That's how most people start." Dudley gave a short laugh. "Your friend Mira is scary. She'll be pleased you noticed." "Can I really come back?" Harry looked at him. At the boy who had once shut him in cupboards, at the man asking to repair activation gears. The world did not heal in straight lines. "Yes," Harry said, "you can come back." Dudley nodded, then, awkwardly, he held out his hand. Harry looked at it. For a moment, he remembered another hand offered long ago in Madame Malkin's shop, Draco's. A choice. This was different, not alliance, not friendship yet, maybe never. But work could hold what words could not. Harry shook Dudley's hand. The final evening of the story began with a wand. Harry found it in his coat pocket by accident. He was searching for a small brass disc Luna had asked him to test, and instead his fingers closed around Holly and Phoenix Feather. For a second, he did not recognize it by touch. That startled him. His wand had once been the most important object in his life, the first proof he belonged, the tool that saved him, the brother to Voldemort's wand, the weapon that had cast Expelliarmus in graveyards, corridors, forests, and final battle. Now it sat in his pocket because he had put it there out of habit 3 years ago and apparently forgotten to use it. Harry drew it out slowly. The kitchen was quiet. Evening light lay across the table. The ministry memorandum sat beside Luna's newest blueprint. A half-empty mug of tea steamed gently. Somewhere below, the laboratory hummed with the steady rhythm of cooling charms and rotating test gears. Harry turned the wand in his hand. He did not hate it. He had thought perhaps one day he would. That rejecting the old order meant rejecting the wand. But that had never been Luna's argument, never Hesper's either, not really. The wand was beautiful, elegant, personal, a dialect, not a prison. The problem had never been that wands existed. The problem was that the wizarding world had confused one instrument for the whole orchestra. Harry stood. Across the kitchen, an old shelf held cookbooks, spare keys, one broken sneakoscope, and a Lumos disc Filch had sent back for repair with a note claiming it had performed adequately. Harry placed the wand on the shelf, not thrown away, not broken, not buried, set down. Like a tool he could use again if needed, but no longer needed to hold in order to feel real. For a moment, he simply looked at it. The boy from the cupboard would not have understood. The boy at 11 would have been horrified. The boy in the forest might have understood too well. The man in the kitchen felt strangely light. Then footsteps sounded on the stairs. Luna entered from the laboratory carrying a blueprint pinned to a board nearly as large as her torso. Her hair was tied up with a strip of copper wire. There was a smudge of blue chalk on her nose. She looked at the shelf, then at Harry. Important? Yes. Finished? No, he smiled. No, just placed. Luna nodded as though that made perfect sense, then she lifted the blueprint. I think the cold copper lattice can hold 2 simultaneous Class 1 spells if the rune sequence alternates rather than compounds. Harry stared at her. Luna. Yes. That would break 3 certification categories. Only 2. Hermione will kill us. Hermione will write a framework while threatening to kill us. It's different. Harry looked at the blueprint, then at the wand on the shelf, then at the brass disc lying on the table, the old world and the new, both within reach. Luna watched him, not pushing, she never had to. The work itself pulled. Harry picked up the brass disc. It was empty, waiting. Ready, he said. Luna smiled. Together they went downstairs. The laboratory lights bloomed as they entered, amber across brass, gold across copper, green across Neville's plants, silver along rune lines. The old archive shelves still stood at the back, Hesper Black's journals preserved behind glass, no longer buried and no longer alone. Around them, the machines hummed, not loudly, not triumphantly, just steadily, like breath held, then released into the right shape. Harry stood at the workbench while Luna spread the blueprint open. Above them, the ministry filed memos. Hogwarts taught students the new language. Workshops glowed in 17 towns. A facility in Lagos tested shield curves built from different assumptions. Squibs repaired activation gears. Muggle parents watched their children build light into copper. Pureblood families learned to compete by quality instead of name. Dudley Dursley returned to Ealing on Saturdays and became, to everyone's surprise except Mira's, very good at casing inspection. And the wand remained on the kitchen shelf, not defeated, not discarded, simply no longer alone. Luna tapped the blueprint. Here, she said. If the sequence alternates, the spells do not stack. They take turns remembering. Harry leaned closer. That sounds impossible. Her smile turned bright. Usually that means we haven't explained it properly yet. Harry laughed. Then he raised the empty disc, not his wand, and felt the waiting shape of the future in his hand. Once, the wizarding world had asked who was allowed to hold magic. Harry and Luna had answered with a gear. Click.